All right, hey everybody, welcome to our breaking news coverage here on Brooklyn News. The House of Representatives is holding, and let me change something really quickly, is holding an impeachment inquiry hearing on President Biden. So we are going to have that here for you guys in just a moment. We have people joining from Zoom even. This is going to be something interesting that we're going to be following here. What we're going to do is we are going to go over there, but every few moments. At the beginning of this hearing, I'll just break down what occurred because this hearing has already begun. But at the beginning of this hearing, what occurred was multiple representatives were saying he called. Let's just go ahead and listen in, and we'll break down what happened in just a moment as the House again holding an impeachment inquiry on President Biden.
Illegal self-dealing, and all of us had financially benefited from these schemes. In fact, Hunter Biden and Devin Archer's company, Rosemont Seneca Bohai, received $15 million from the tribal bonds fraudulent scheme to be invested in the Burnham Group. I've offered to supply this information to the government about Hunter Biden's crimes, but the prosecutors have been uninterested. And my request for commutation I filed in DOJ in December 2020 did provide information about Hunter's culpability. The DOJ has retaliated against me and vigorously objected to my being placed in home confinement pursuant to the CARES Act. I applied for home confinement on February 4th, 2023, and I was approved on June 9th. On June 12th, this committee issued a subpoena for Devin Archer, and the BOP reversed my approval on June 13th, with the SDNY prosecutor strongly objecting to my release. I've been appealing this reversal, and with each stage, the BOP reason for my denial has changed. During this period, the period beginning in January 2023, I was sexually assaulted by a member of prison staff at FPC Pensacola. He persisted in sexually harassing me for many months thereafter. I had hoped to receive home confinement, which would remove me from danger. My judgment was clouded by the shame I felt for not being able to prevent the attacks. I was well aware, as inmates, all inmates are, that the Bureau of Prisons had a horrible record on these matters. I believe my disclosure would have made things worse for me. Unfortunately, the sexual harassment continued until early August, when the prison correctional officer's comments became more threatening. I fear for my safety. I decided to seek counseling from Chaplain Dixon the next day, on August 10, 2023. The chaplain was visibly upset by the events and asked to bring in Warden Salisbury, who quickly opened a PREA investigation, which is a reference to the Prison Rape Elimination Act passed by Congress. After further debriefings, I was immediately escorted to a vehicle and driven by senior staff hours to FPC Montgomery, a separate facility. I'm grateful the committee has opened up an investigation of these matters, and I appreciate Chairman Jordan Comer and Subcommittee Chairman Biggs signing the letter. I believe I've been a victim of a pattern of retribution by the Department of Justice. I believe I'm putting myself at grave risk within the BOP for providing information on these matters concerning the president and his son. I've been treated professionally at Montgomery. I want to thank Case Manager Coordinator Anthony Barnes and Warden Randy Keys for their help in facilitating access to my attorney prior to this interview.
Thank you, Mr. Galanis. I want to thank all the witnesses again for being here today. We will now begin the questions, and I want to remind members on both sides of the aisle, each member has 5 minutes. I'm going to adhere to that and hit the gavel. If the question has been asked, then we'll allow the witnesses time to respond. But we're going to try to get in a lot of questions from a lot of members, and I will begin the questioning, followed by Ranking Member Raskins. Again, Mr. Bobulinski, thank you for your service to our country, your military service. Appreciate you being here. During the 118th Congress, this committee is investigating Joe Biden's involvement in his influence peddling schemes around the world. So let's start with that.
Turn this down just a little bit.
Mr. Bobulinski,
questions
was Biden involved with any
beginning
of your business dealings with Hunter Biden and James Biden? Was Joe
right
Biden
now.
involved in his family's attempts to sell their access to him? You set out a form
as we listen to Mr. Comer.
legitimate business.
Representative Comer
legitimate business with the Bidens.
deliver
Did you happen to find
questions.
out
Let's go
if the
ahead and
Biden family
continue
had
to
no
listen
interest
in here
doing real business?
on Brooklyn News. We've got a lot of way to go. It's going to be
Are
heated,
you aware of any chance
and
Hunter
that's
Biden
something
may
we
show
are
up
going to
at
have to be
with
watching
Joe Biden's knowledge
this
to benefit their business associates.
whole entire time, guys.
Which business associates?
And I want to continue to note this. It's going to be a heated hearing, and it's going to be something we are going to continue to watch. So let's go ahead and go over and listen into the questions being asked by representatives.
Henry Zhao and Nikolai Zlochevsky, a Ukrainian oligarch, oil and gas oligarch.
Okay. Now that we've established that Joe Biden was involved in his family's business dealings, I'd like to turn to the financial records we've subpoenaed. One major point my Democrat colleagues downplay is how much money the Bidens accumulated from foreign business ventures in such a short period of time. We have over $24 million to the Biden family and their business associates from 2014, while Joe Biden was vice president, to 2019. Mr. Bobulinski, there came a time when you were attempting to raise $10 million from the Chinese to pursue an actual business deal, a real business deal. But it wouldn't be correct to say this was a $10 million deal, would it? What did the Bidens conceive of the business with the Chinese becoming?
The Chinese were committing to deploying billions of dollars in infrastructure projects here in the United States as well as around the world.
Mr. Galanis, what was the financial goal you, Mr. Archer, and Hunter Biden set out to achieve? Was it millions of dollars or billions of dollars?
Billions of dollars.
Billions with a B.
Yes, billions.
Now I'd like to turn to some of the statements Joe Biden has made during his presidency about the findings of this investigation. Mr. Bobulinski, Joe Biden has said he never interacted with this family's business associates. Did he meet with you?
He did.
In fact, are you aware that Joe Biden also met with...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, he did
Yes, go ahead.
multiple times.
Okay. Are you aware that Joe Biden also met with Rob Walker, Eric Sherwin, and Devin Archer too?
I'm generally aware of it.
Mr. Galanis, as you discussed earlier regarding Yelena Baturina, the Russian oligarch, you were present for Hunter Biden calling his then Vice President father with the Russian oligarch Yelena Baturina. Present, correct?
That's correct.
You also were present for Hunter Biden's conversation with his father about a board seat on a Chinese company board. Is that correct?
I was present for a call when Chinese transactions discussed, yes.
So, Mr. Galanis, isn't it true that when Joe Biden said he didn't interact with his family's business associates, that's not true, is it?
I believe it would be misleading to the point of being an untruth.
I want to touch on the fact about the absent seat in the middle. Hunter Biden has chosen not to attend today's proceedings. I've given Mr. Biden exactly what he asked for before his deposition. It's clear that Hunter Biden knows his testimony would not withstand public scrutiny. Joe Biden has not been truthful about his participation in schemes to sell access and influence. And today's witnesses will show the American people a side of the story that the president and his allies on this side of the aisle are eager to hide. Mr. Bobulinski, can you tell us about your meeting at the Beverly Hilton with Joe Biden?
The short version or a long version?
Long version, but within a minute.
Okay. So Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, and Joe Biden were in Los Angeles for a variety of business discussions. Joe was there to speak at the Milken Conference in May of 2017. I had lunch with Hunter Biden at the Chateau Marmont, and he had asked me to meet with his father that night. He set up a meeting at the Beverly Hilton where they hold the Milken Conference, and I got there a bit early and sat with Jim Biden, Hunter Biden, and we're just talking about what we were doing with the Chinese and the legal documents I was working through. And they had sort of coached me before Joe showed up to listen, we're going to just keep things at a very high level. We're not going to go into a lot of details in this meeting. And I just remember that discussion generally because it just struck me as odd, honestly. Joe wasn't in the White House then, and that they were sort of framing it that way. And then Joe showed up, walked through the lobby of the Beverly Hilton Hotel. I stood up to shake his hand, and we sat down and spent 45 minutes to an hour going through my background.
You met with him that long?
Yes, yes, yes. This wasn't a handshake,
All right.
a 2-second discussion about the weather. This was a 45-minute
long is this gonna go?
long meeting to an hour where we talked about a lot of stuff.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now recognizes ranking member asking for his questions.
But we're actually going to Mr. Garcia to begin.
Great, thank you very much. And again, I just want to, just for the record, be very clear that in Mr. Obolinski's testimony, he has provided zero evidence of any sort of link between Hunter Biden and the president as far as it relates to business dealings. And so once again, we're back to a hearing where no evidence is being provided of any sort of wrongdoing by the president. But I want to go back,
that's a
Mr.
blatant
Bobulinski,
lie.
actually it's my time, sir. Mr. Bobulinski, I want to go back to the private deposition that we had. I was one of a handful of Democrats in that private, on the record, under oath conversation we had. And during that deposition, I asked you a question of which you gave a false answer to, and I want to go back to that. I asked you specifically who got you into the presidential debate that was attended by you and others, and that, of course, was a huge moment in that campaign, and you could not recall. In fact, you said, quote, "I do not recall who got me into the debate." Do you remember telling, sir?
You were playing semantics, trying to ask me as if somebody called me directly and gave me a ticket like
Sir,
I'm going to a movie.
I asked you, I asked you,
told you
I'm going to
that
reclaim
my
my time,
lawyer
sir. I'm going to
ordered-
reclaim my time. What I
Well,
said
you
was,
just asked me a question, Mr.
I'm
President.
reclaiming my time. Thank you, sir. What I asked you was, do you recall who actually got you into the presidential debate? You actually said, I do not recall who got me into the debate. You did not remember who got you into the debate between President Biden and between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Of course, we
not a
showed-
true statement.
Sir, you quoted, I don't recall who got me into the debate. It's on page 102 of the transcript.
You did not
Sir,
ask me
I asked
whether
you
I
that
was
question.
a guest of Mr.
Thank
Biden
you. I'll
or a
reclaim my
guest
time.
of-
I'm not asking you a question right now. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, here, as was shown by Ranking Member Raskin, we know you were in the debate actually sitting adjacent and next to Trump officials. When we were confronted again on this same question, Mr. Bobulinski, if you were a guest of Mr. Trump's at the debate, you responded and you quoted, once the Wall Street Journal called you out, quote, "Is the Wall Street Journal God or something? Like you act, this is some encyclopedia of fact." And you refused to still confirm that you were a guest of Donald Trump. So I want to ask you one more time, sir. Were you a guest of Donald Trump at the presidential debate?
Mr. Garcia, those were not the questions you asked me in my transcribed interview.
Wow.
You were trying to ask semantical
answer the question, sir. Were you a guest of
Clearly
Donald Trump?
Of Donald Trump at the gate, or at the debate.
were.
That was obvious to everyone in the world at that point.
Oh, it's interesting.
You were asking me semantic
Thank you, sir.
questions.
So you were a guest. That you answered the question, because at the time you said in the transcript under oath, "I don't recall who got me into the debate." So just to be clear, so I want to keep going. So you also call yourself, you're not a political person, yet you went to a presidential debate on behalf of Donald Trump. I also want to make it clear that you made numerous claims and allegations. You've made them today. You've made them before. And yet, even though you're not a political person, this is also another photo of you. You actually chose to show up at a press conference for Donald Trump prior to the debate because you're not a political person. Did you show up to a press conference for Donald Trump before the debate?
I can't qualify whether it was for Donald Trump.
Do you know who invited you? Sir, who invited you to the debate? Donald Trump, you said. Who invited you to the press conference?
Who invited me? My lawyers coordinated things, and I showed up at a
Well, sir, I will tell you, it was
Did I
Jason.
go
It was
to-
Jason Miller. Jason Miller, it's been very clear. It's been reported who actually worked on the part of the Donald Trump campaign. Here you are at a Donald Trump press conference, and you can't remember how you got to the press conference. You refused to answer how you actually got into the Donald Trump debate with Joe Biden. Do you remember speaking at, as you show up to a pre-debate press conference, you show up to a presidential debate, both invited to by a person running for the presidency of the United States. You know the stakes are high. You have no idea how you got to the press conference. You don't remember the press conference.
My lawyers told me I was invited to come to Tennessee. At that point, I was trying to get the truth and the facts out to the American people. At that moment in time, if I recall, I believe 80 million people watched that debate. And that was probably the
Thank you, sir. I reclaim my time. Well, with that, I think it's very clear for someone that can't remember how I got to a Donald Trump press conference or a Donald Trump debate, you're completely an uncredible witness, sir. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, for 5
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've previously heard
Um,
from 2 IRS whistleblowers that Joe Biden was.
You heard that right. He called him a not credible
One such example
witness
of
in
could
this
be seen in a
testimony
June 6,
here. And now we're watching
2017
Representative
WhatsApp
Smith
message
from
where
Missouri.
Hunter Biden told a business associate
Wow.
that he was
He
not
questioned
willing
him
to
on a
put
press
his
conference, on a
son
debate,
over my
on a
family's
transcripted
money
interview that happened at an earlier
or
time.
give them, quote,
And we
the
saw,
key to my family's only
I,
asset.
I'm
Mr.
going to
Bobulinski,
say
can you
limited
confirm
answers from him.
that
I'm going to say
President
limited
Biden
answers from
is the brand being
Tony
sold by his family members?
Bobulinski, which is the former business associate, and he's answering this question
In his
right now.
deposition, Hunter
Let's go back
Biden
in.
repeatedly testified under oath that his father was not involved in his business in any capacity, and that there wasn't even a connection between his father and his businesses. Here is just one example. Quote, I just state for the record one more time, under oath and under penalty of perjury, my father has never been involved in my business. I have never asked my father to be involved in my business. My father has never benefited from my business, and I have never asked anyone or my father to do anything for the benefit of anyone I've ever done business for, close quotes. Yet the Ways and Means Committee released a WhatsApp message that were provided by the IRS whistleblowers showing that Hunter Biden wrote on July 30th, 27, quote, I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. I'm sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Moreover, you testified that Hunter was not shy about his ability to get his father on the phone. And Devin Archer testified that there were multiple instances in which Hunter placed his dad on speakerphone. Mr. Bobulinski, was Hunter Biden telling the truth when he testified under oath that his father was never involved in any of his business dealings?
No, he was not. Those are all blatant lies.
We continue to hear claims that President Biden was not involved in his family's business dealings and that he did not benefit from illicit business deals. However, IRS Special Agent Joe Ziegler provided documents to the Ways and Means Committee, 327 emails, many of which involve Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden's business associates. Mr. Bobulinski, do you have any personal experience that leads you to believe that Joe Biden was involved with Hunter Biden's associates and billings?
Yes, I do.
You want to say a few?
That, to outline how Joe was involved?
Yeah.
Yes, different congressmen and women keep trying to say that there's no evidence and use the word involved, which is a very opaque language. If Joe Biden was not involved in his son's business dealings, why, after flying all the way across the country to the Milken Conference, where there is next to Davos, is probably the biggest conference in the world, why would he take 45 minutes out of his night? It wasn't a 10 a.m. meeting, it was 10:40 in the evening. He's an elderly man, flew all the way across the country to sit with me for 45 minutes to an hour to discuss my background, the business we were doing with the Chinese, his family's background.
Speaking of the business with the Chinese, in October 2020, Joe Biden asserted that his family had not earned money through business dealings in China. However, IRS whistleblowers shared evidence that the Biden family made at least $1.1 million from their business with China, including $100,000 in payment from CFC China Energy, and a $1 million payment in exchange for legal services that were never provided to a CFC official, Patrick Ho. Mr. Bobulinski, do you know whether the Biden family made any money from China?
They did, millions of dollars, I think approximately 8 to 9 million.
The Biden family has made millions of dollars from China, correct?
Correct.
And you said at least 9 million?
Yeah, I think it's actually over 10 million, but I'll leave those details up to you guys.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Parnas, for being here today. Your involvement with the real Russian hoax about Joe Biden began in 2018 when, as a big donor and a big supporter of Donald Trump's, you were introduced to Rudy Giuliani, and you began working with him to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, Ukraine. If you can just tell us quickly how you got involved in that.
Yes, I was a donor at the time. I became doing business with Rudy Giuliani. He got involved in the business I was doing called Fraud Guarantee. And in the midst, we started spending a lot of time together until eventually in November of 2018, he approached me and asked me about my connections in Ukraine. After telling him about people that I knew and things that I heard, at that point, then he wanted me to go to Ukraine to find Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor general.
And basically, he wanted to go from his fraud guarantee to guaranteeing a fraud on the American people. But after turning over every stone and going down every rabbit hole, including interviewing Viktor Shokin and Zlitsky, the owner of Burisma, did you ever find the smoking gun or any evidence that Donald Trump was looking for to paste on Joe Biden?
On the contrary, Representative Raskin, not only did we keep hitting dead walls and not finding the smoking gun, but we kept running into sources of the information that was coming out of Russia.
In fact, Joe Biden was part of a global campaign, including by the United States, to oppose corruption and to go after the corrupt forces in Ukraine. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At what point did the campaign to dig up dirt on Biden become a campaign to spread disinformation and lies about Biden?
At some point, when we had a few brick walls, all of a sudden, then I saw the shift between the BLT group, which included John Solomon, the media personality, and Rudy Giuliani and other Trump lawyers, to start trying to push narratives that we had that were not validated. We had no way to validate them. Basically, a letter would come over from somebody in Ukraine. I'd hand it over to John Solomon. Next thing you knew, he was on Fox TV 2 hours later with Sean Hannity.
At what point did Mr. Giuliani begin working directly with Russian agents and Russian assets, individuals who would later become sanctioned by Donald Trump's own Treasury Department for spreading propaganda and disinformation against Joe Biden?
It was sometime in probably around May, June of 2019.
Were you aware, was Mr. Giuliani aware that these people were basically just doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin?
Absolutely.
So he had no hesitation about spreading lies that were concocted by Russian agents?
As long as it fit narrative, absolutely not.
How were you and Giuliani able to take these false allegations peddled by corrupt officials and Russian agents and promote and amplify them here in the United States, in our political system? Weren't media groups skeptical of your claims?
Most media groups, I'd probably say all except for Fox and a few other right-wing media groups, didn't want to take any of the information, and that aggravated Rudy Giuliani and John Solomon and other players. And the main group that was being pushed through was Fox, Sean Hannity, and some other media personnel over there. But then there was also other people that were doing the bidding for the Russian people in Congress, like Senator Ron Johnson, like Congressman Pete Sessions that sits here right now, that was with me from the very beginning of this journey into finding up digging dirt on Joe Biden.
Is Putin's war on Ukraine today, which has cost hundreds of thousands of people's lives, is that part of the vaunted Russia hoax? Russia hoax?
Absolutely not.
Is it real?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to ask you a more personal question, if I might, Mr. Parnas, because in my several years living through this extraordinary period of American history,
For the ones searching the products you need, Grainger.com is always there for you. Find high-quality supplies and solutions for
Why did you break with all of the deceit and corruption and lies of Donald Trump? How did you get out of that culture?
I mean, it was very difficult. I actually had to hit a brick wall myself and get arrested, and to be able to get out of that cult, because when you're in that cult, when you're around them, you have blinders on, and you're only able to see a certain amount of information. You're only able to hear the certain amount of information. You're not allowed to go out of the outside circle, and if you go outside of the circle, then you're not in the circle. So eventually, you brainwash yourself to believing certain things that are not true. When I was arrested and had some time to reflect and really understand what was going on, I started realizing, looking back and thinking back to moments in time where I started thinking myself that this can't be true and we're doing something wrong.
Thank you for telling the truth and helping America to end this nightmare. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member just said that quote, Joe Biden was opposed to corruption. Really? So opposed, he leveraged $1 billion of American tax money to fire the prosecutor in Ukraine who was investigating Zolochevsky at Burisma, the company Hunter Biden sat on the board of. Wow. And the prosecutor who replaced Shokin, that Mr. Parnas referenced in his opening statement, Mr. Lutsenko, guess what he did? He took Zolochevsky off the wanted list and dropped the charges. Wow, he's really, really opposed to corruption there. Mr. Bobulinski, who's the big guy? Joe Biden. Are you sure about that? Because when...
Jordan, Joe Biden.
You're sure?
I'm 1,000% sure.
Because when Hunter Biden did his deposition under oath, he said, I don't know who it is, even though he was copied on an email that said H will hold 10% for the big guy. You sure the big guy is Joe Biden?
1,000%. And there's other text messages that back that up, that the brave whistleblowers, Shapley and Ziegler, have produced, not from my phones, not from my BlackBerry that I took screenshots from. They took them from subpoenas directly from Apple's iCloud that back up the fact that Hunter knew the big guy was Joe Biden.
The big guy is the brand, the big guy is the lift, the big guy is the one who showed up at golf outings, who took phone calls and meetings and lunches and dinners with Hunter Biden and his business associates. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Galanis, you referenced in your opening statement, May 4th, 2014, you were at a party at a restaurant in Brooklyn, New York. Can you tell me who else was there?
Yeah, it was a birthday party, so there were more than 100 people there, but amongst them was Devin Archer, myself, the host, Alex Kuklarski, Yelena Baturna, her husband, and then Hunter Biden joined.
Tell us, I think you referenced a phone call that took place. Tell the committee what happened with that phone call. Who was involved in that phone call?
As I testified in my opening statement, it was Yelena Baturina, her husband, myself, Hunter initiating it, Joe Biden on the speakerphone, and Devin Archer.
So there was a little pull aside where that group of people you just described were pulled aside, and Hunter Biden called his fathers or called the vice president. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And then tell me what was discussed on the call.
The discussion that testified it was a relatively short discussion, but it was a discussion about their Yelena and Yuri coming to town. That as I testified specifically, they talked about being good to his boy, and it was ended.
Well, let me ask you this.
Mentioning that,
Mr. Galanis, let me ask you this. Did you get the impression Joe Biden was expecting the call?
Yes, to me it was literally set up ahead of time. It was an arranged call.
So this was arranged, this was coordinated. Hunter Biden calls his father, then vice president, and I think in your deposition you said he said this, I'm here with our friends that I told you were coming to town. So it's our friends, and I told you this was going to happen, which suggests that it was most definitely coordinated. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
And again, can you tell the committee who Miss Baturina is again?
A Russian billionaire, wife of the former mayor of Moscow, served for near 20 years as the mayor.
She's the wealthiest woman in Russia. She'd already given money. She'd already given money to Hunter Biden and his business before this meeting in May, and then subsequent to that meeting, she committed to give more money. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So subsequent to the coordinated call, the arranged call that Hunter Biden had with the Vice President of the United States, the wealthiest woman in Russia commits to give millions of dollars more to Hunter Biden's business. Is that all accurate, Mr. Galanis?
That is accurate, yes.
And again, this was a pull aside done at this meeting, and you think and you know that it was coordinated. Is this what they call access to the brand, access to the Biden lift? Is that what you would describe it as, Mr. Galanis?
I don't think there's any doubt that was the intent of the call and the objective, yes.
And it followed the motto. It followed the statement that you all agreed to: say it, forget it, write it, regret it. This wasn't put in writing. This was a phone call on a speaker that was all. There's no writing about this. It was all done that way. That was how the business operated. Is that correct, Mr. Galanis?
Yes.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make an observation here. I've been on this committee, this investigating committee, for over 20 years. And as an attorney before that, I've had sufficient training and experience to say that with high confidence that when you review...
All right, so you have been listening in to the House
you've actually provided
hearing
more evidence to
into
impeach Donald Trump for a third
President
time
Biden.
than you have in so much as laying
Biden
the glove
says
on
just that
President
plurally
Biden. We keep on
business
hearing about
dealings.
the Biden
That is what you've been
family.
listening
When
into.
you hear someone say the Biden
Some
family,
breaking news
that
that
translates
we're going to follow. It's getting heated.
we have no evidence on the president, so they're going to use the Biden family to try to implicate President Biden.
It's something that you're going to notice
By the constant
is
bumbling
that
and
Jason
continually
Galanis is
shifting
actually
arguments
incarcerated
here,
right now,
you've
but
done
he
nothing
said
more
he
than
did meet with
exonerate,
Biden at
President
one
Biden.
time, and that's something
We heard
have in that
initially
lower
from,
third when it pops up
months, we
here.
heard about the
Now we
Hunter
also
Biden
have,
laptop.
let me turn this down because I don't know if you guys can hear me,
There were absolutely some embarrassing
but we also
photos
have Tony
on that.
Bobulinski,
And,
who in the beginning,
information about,
we saw some,
Hunter Biden's
a little bit of kind of
I'll
this
admit that.
disagreement with
Then you bring in
Democrats, and they kind of targeted him and went after him for what he was saying.
And what they said was amazing. They said there
And
was
then we have Parnas, who is who we were kind of just seeing before Jason Parnas. I'm sorry, Jason Galanis.
your legal experts. The
And
Republican
he
legal
basically
experts
said,
that.
you know,
Then we have
that there had been,
statements by Mr. Jordan
I'm
saying
sorry, he was the former aide to Rudy Giuliani,
Mr.
and he said that they were looking for kind of, quote, dirt on Joe Biden, but could not find it. So then they began to spread hoax and propaganda, you could probably call it.
and
So we're going to listen in here to Mr. Lynch use his 5
through the
minutes
appointed
to ask questions. And we're going to break in if we have any more coverage to bring to you guys.
have provided was fabricated, false, and submitted by the inducement of Russian agents going after President Biden and trying to undermine our democratic system. And now we come to a point where, since that witness blew up, now we're going to prison. And we're reaching out to witnesses who have been convicted and sentenced to prison for stealing $80 million from the pensions of innocent workers. We can't get any lower at this point. That's your star witness. I want to I want to remind people, he's sitting in prison. That's why he can't be here today. He's sitting in prison for scamming workers' pensions. I mean, how low can you get? Then it's the Republicans' idea that this is the best guy they can get to testify against the president. This is the best guy they can get. A guy sitting in prison who can't even be here. Mr. Parnas, you've talked about your own direct involvement with Mr. Giuliani, and you said that your mission was to dig up dirt on President Biden. Can you talk to us about the coordination between yourself and Mr. Giuliani? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Congressman. So basically, it was a shadow diplomacy run by Trump and Giuliani, where Giuliani was the shadow diplomacy Secretary of State. I was his right hand and basically the point person in Ukraine to not only dig up, validate, search, whatever needed to be done to try to find up some corruption against Joe or Hunter Biden to be able to present. Once I would receive whatever information I received, I would then meet with him, John Solomon, other members of the team like Pete Sessions and Derek Harvey or other people there to discuss what we found. At that point, from there, Giuliani would then go to the White House and share with the president. And that was the line of communication.
You said also in your testimony that members of this committee, the Republican leadership, should have known before Smirnov was indicted that this information was fabricated about President Biden. Can you talk about that?
Congressman Lynch, not that they should have known, they did know. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew that the evidence was not vetted. This information was just coming in from anywhere from left, right field and was being pushed straight to the halls of Congress without zero verification of it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired and I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Before I recognize Mr. Palmer, I'd like to enter into the record the testimony of Tony Bobulinski with the committee on February 13, 2024. It corrects the record of Representative Garcia.
Hold up here.
Who did not provide your entire testimony. On page 147, you told the committee about your understanding of who invited you to the events referenced by Mr.
They're adding some more stuff to the record as you're listening here. But we just listened to Representative Stephen Lynch question
I'd like to enter for the record an article from
Lev Parnas, which is the former aide to Rudy Giuliani. But I want to go to something he said in the very beginning, kind of the opening part of when he began his 5 minutes. He said, basically, if you remember, the FBI informant that the House used was determined to have lied about the president and the president's son. But what you heard Representative Lynch said is basically that the committee here investigating the impeachment, if Biden should be impeached, and trying to find evidence for this has gotten so low that they are now using a witness from.
You first had a meeting with Joe Biden. These are messages between you and Hunter Biden dated May 2nd, 2017. Do you recognize these?
I do.
At the bottom, Hunter wrote, "Dad, not in now until 11. Let's me and Jim meet at 10 at Beverly Hilton, where he's staying." Jim is James Biden, President Biden's brother. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next set of messages is,
Okay.
If you put those on screen, it's between another business associate of Hunter Biden's. And
Basically, and I'm kind of going to be paraphrasing it. They've gotten so low that they're using someone from prison, which is going to be that person who is currently incarcerated, Jason Galanis, who met with Biden one time. Let's listen in here to more questioning as they take a look at photos from a BlackBerry.
Spend some time together. Please thank Joe for this time. It was great to talk. Thanks, Tony B. You met with Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and Jim Biden the night before the Milken Conference in 2017. Is that correct?
I did, and Jim Biden perjured himself by trying to deny that
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. That was at the Beverly Hilton, correct?
Correct.
You can provide more details around that meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
I didn't ask for the meeting, so I wish Hunter Biden was sitting next to me and he could under oath describe it. But the only reason why I was meeting with Joe Biden And the only reason why I was there is because I was the CEO of the enterprise that they're putting together with the Chinese company CFC.
So can you give me a little more detail about what was discussed in the meeting?
Well, as I said earlier, before Joe Biden showed up, Hunter and Jim Biden coached me, said a sort of outline that we wouldn't go into a lot of details. So through the 45 to 60-minute meeting I had with Joe Biden, I think it was about 10:40 p.m. after he flew across country, we talked about my background, my family's military background, the different business ventures I'd done around the world, the family I worked with. Joe spent time talking about his family, some of the tragedies that they had lived through. And at a high level, Hunter actually introduced me to Joe, because before Joe came and sat down with us, Hunter said, hey, give me 5 to 10 minutes. I need to read my father in on it.
So when you're referencing Joe and Hunter's father, you're referencing President Joe Biden.
I am.
Correct. These 4 images, well, in this message you sent to James, and you said you spent more time with Joe and Jim this morning, and to be factually correct, that's President Joe Biden and James Biden, his brother. Also saw them last night, including Hunter. These 4 images show a pretty clear record of your meeting with Joe Biden in May of 2017, Mr. Bobulinski. Hunter Biden, during his transcribed interview, testified that the meeting did in fact take place. And after being asked, did Mr. Bobulinski meet with your father during the trip, Hunter stated he met with him in the lobby of the hotel. When asked who attended the meeting, Hunter replied, my uncle and myself. But when asked whether the meeting at the Beverly Hilton between Joe Biden, Jim Biden, Hunter Biden, and Tony Bobulinski took place, Jim Biden testified, absolutely not. These stories don't match up. Mr. Chairman, Jim Biden also told the committee that Joe Biden did not meet the Chinese businessman Xi Jinping. Rob Walker, by known as a friendly witness committee, said the opposite. So, Mr. Chairman, it appears to me that there are material inconsistencies between the witnesses' testimony. These witnesses' statements appear to me to be irreconcilable. In short, Mr. Chairman, someone appears to be lying to the committee. The inconsistent testimony seems to come from Jim Biden, the president's brother. Lying to Congress is a serious offense, Mr. Chairman, a criminal one, in fact. And if the Bidens or anyone else has come before this committee and lied to this committee, I strongly encourage the committee to pursue criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. One last thing that I want to ask, and Mr. Bobulinski or Mr. Galinas, have either of you heard of any offer of a pardon for anyone involved or associated with or a partner to the Biden family enterprise corruption investigation?
I'm sorry, that was a question. Have I
Have you heard
of
of anyone being suggested that a pardon might be in order for anyone associated with this enterprise?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a parliamentary inquiry. We've heard
Let's listen to this parliamentarian inquiry. Let me turn it up.
the photo of that BlackBerry with cracked screen. Does the committee have in its possession the data from Mr. Bobulinski's phone from which he's allegedly taken these pictures? Because I think we need the data that they keep referring to. And maybe Mr. Bobulinski could just turn it over to us, or we could subpoena it today.
We have the images that we have shared with you.
Right, I saw the picture of the cracked BlackBerry, but do we have the underlying texts that are being referred to by my friend Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Bobulinski previously said he'd be happy to turn over his phones.
We have pictures of all the text message screenshots that we've provided with everyone on the committee.
All right.
Okay.
And
All right, well, of course, he's just given us, obviously, the ones he's selected. I'm wondering whether we could get all of those texts, and I would move that the committee subpoena Mr. Bobulinski's BlackBerry phone on which messages with Hunter Biden and the
Keep
NATO
listening in
partners
to
are saved. He stated that he's willing to provide a
asking the
committee, so
ranking
it should be rather
member.
simple.
Mr. Chairman?
yeah, okay, there's a motion to subpoena Bobulinski's BlackBerry.
Yeah, with the texts that were just referenced by Mr. Palmer.
Chairman, I move.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move the table in the motion.
There's a motion to table.
I request
The
a
motion
report.
is, to table is not debatable. As many are
Mr.
in
Chairman.
favor of tabling may signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by
Okay.
saying no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, what we're doing is we're tabling evidence here, which you keep relying on, so I'm going to ask for a recorded vote for that. That just makes no sense.
A recorded vote is ordered. We'll suspend for a moment. We don't, this is a
Okay, let's break it down. Why they do this vote?
hearing. We don't have the clerk. Will somebody go find the clerk?
We got to get a clerk in the room for the vote to table a motion for the committee to subpoena the BlackBerry phone that we just saw in the pictures.
Would, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Minority Leader, do you think it's possible that the witness would voluntarily just give it?
But I had understood actually that Mr. Bobulinski had volunteered when he was asked about this. It would simplify things if he would just turn it over to BlackBerry.
But he did very clearly say he's happy to turn over his BlackBerry to the committee.
So we
then
have a
asked
little
for
bit
it
of
at the
conversation
deposition. He didn't.
happening
We've
on the
asked
record here
majority
as
to
we
ask-
await
Mr.
a
Goldman,
clerk.
you're out of order. We're in suspension here, waiting for the clerk to
Yeah.
come so we can take the vote that your side of the aisle requested.
You can't make this stuff up.
You can't.
This is Jurassic Park. Gee.
I think that was Representative Socia-Cortez saying, quote, "You can't make this up."
Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Ranking Member.
I think that's Socia.
Yes.
I solely want to underscore the importance of
I'm
this.
sorry, gentlelady's out of order. You can come back here and talk to him if you want.
Wow. Okay. This is interesting. Okay,
Mr.
stand by
Chairman?
with me.
Mr. Chairman,
Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene
Yes.
from Georgia is attempting to.
we don't even have.
You're gonna. I said Ms. Ocasio-Cortez would have to come up. You will as well. Sorry.
Okay. Wish we didn't have mics muted so you could have a little bit of a listening in here of what is going on in that room. All right. So what you're seeing now is this committee is awaiting, and we are all awaiting, a clerk to go ahead and do a recorded vote in order to table a request to subpoena. It's going to be, I think it's Tony Bobulinski's BlackBerry phone that has the cracks in it that you just saw that Representative Gary Palmer, to my knowledge, was showing with pictures here. So now we are waiting, and we're taking a look there at the committee, in the committee room, and we're seeing exactly what is going on. Now we have some people leaving the room. We know it's Representative Socia-Cortez, and then we had Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene that needed to talk, but since the committee was out of order as they awaited a clerk, they did have to go and go around, get up and go around and speak to them due to the fact. And something I want to know is we heard Representative Socia-Cortez say, quote, "This is," actually, I'm going to paraphrase here. She basically said, "This is unreal." I don't remember the exact wording. She kind of, she was like, "This is unreal." And then I don't know what representative was sitting beside her, but they said, yeah, it's like Jurassic Park. So pretty interesting there, as we again are awaiting a clerk for a vote in the committee to either table the request to subpoena the BlackBerry phone that we just saw Representative Gary Palmer, the Republican representative from Alabama, show as he was asking Tony Bobulinski questions.
Mr. Chairman, just an invitation to regular order. We have Democratic clerks who are faithful to the rule of law and could do this. If you're waiting for clerks, and we'll all be here to watch to document their work. So, I mean, in other words, if you want to conduct the vote with the Democratic clerks, we can do it.
Well, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Mr. Oathman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud.
All right, now we're going to have a little bit of an elongated vote here.
Mr. Cloud
Well, listen in
votes
here.
yes.
It appears what we're going to
Mr.
see is
Palmer.
Republicans vote yes,
Mr.
Democrats
Palmer
vote no.
votes aye.
I'm not
Mr.
sure how many people were in the room, how many more people showed up.
Mr. Higgins votes
So
yes.
we're going to have to kind of
Mr.
wait
Sessions.
here to see exactly.
Sessions
But now
votes
we are
aye.
seeing the
Mr.
clerk
Biggs.
call the vote, and I'll turn it down
Mr.
a little bit.
Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Turner.
Let's just listen in here a little bit as they call a vote. Again, the vote is on the question of tabling the item of I don't know how you would say that in that form, but to subpoena the BlackBerry phone. The Representative Gary Palmer was showing in his testimony, I'm sorry, not in his testimony, but in his questioning of Tony Bobulinski, the former business associate to President Biden and
Mr. Burchett.
Hunter Biden. So now we're kind of just listening in here.
Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert.
I'm going to see,
Mr.
how many of each I could tell.
Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes
It appears we have a lot more yes votes.
Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton. Mr. Lynch.
No.
2 no's here now.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
3 no's.
Mr. Connolly votes
We had a lot of yeses, so maybe the Democrats can get
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
back with the no.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
4 no's. Maybe I need to.
Cortez.
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter.
Socio. Okay.
Ms. Bush.
Sorry, guys. This is what controls my mic here. Let me
Ms. Stansbury.
move that over there.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no.
All right, guys, if you're just joining us, you are listening into a vote right now on the request to table
Mr. Goldman.
another request to subpoena the BlackBerry phone
No.
from Tony Bobulinski.
Mr. Moskowitz votes no.
That is what we are waiting on right now. And that is what's happening right now. Now, this is the committee that is investigating Biden, the impeachment inquiry.
Votes no. Mr.
So
Chairman.
we're hearing testimony from Tony Bobulinski.
Yes, and how is Mr. Burleson recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes yes. Mr. Burleson is not recorded. Mr. Burleson votes yes.
How is Ms. Boebert recorded?
Ms. Boebert is not recorded. Ms. Boebert votes aye.
How is Mr. Turner recorded?
So now what you're seeing here is Republicans flowing in right as they have this vote
Mr. Turner
in a
votes
request
aye.
to table.
How is Mr. Frost recorded?
Wow.
Mr. Frost is not recorded.
On the Democratic side too, more people are flowing in in order to get
How is Mr. Fallon?
a different vote here.
Mr. Fallon is not recorded.
So now we'll just kind of wait here and see exactly what we see.
Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Ms. Porter recorded?
Right now, I think the ayes have it,
Ms. Porter is not recorded.
which means yes.
No. Ms. Porter votes no.
Will the clerk tally the report?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 16.
The ayes have the motion passes. Chair now recognizes
All right.
Mr. Conley for 5 minutes.
What you just watched is
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bobulinski,
the committee vote to table and request to subpoena the BlackBerry phone that Representative Gary Palmer was showing in his questioning. Let's go back over there and listen into. We have some more
I
questioning.
could put that phone on this table right here, and every person in this room could look at that individual text and validate that it's legitimate text and the date and time stamp on it. Are you willing to provide the committee voluntarily with the BlackBerry reference and that phone?
I'm willing to sit in a room with both the chairman and the ranking member with my phone and their staff, and we can go through each and every text message. As I said in my interview, I had a forensics expert plug into my BlackBerry, somebody who's done extensive work for the FBI for over 10 years with an interest of pulling all the data off that phone so I could provide it to the committee. Unfortunately, they were using Cellbrite software, which is the software that the FBI uses, and they were unable to pull the data off the phone.
Okay.
So I am more than willing to sit in a room with the Mr. Chairman and the ranking member and their staffs with that BlackBerry fully charged, and we can go through each and every message if
Well,
that's helpful.
that's some progress, and I appreciate that, but you can understand, I'm sure, why the committee wants to look at prima facie evidence on its own.
Well, I
not
can't,
rely-
understand why you're trying to
Excuse me, sir.
that I
This is,
cooperated.
Mr. Bobulinski, this is my time. You can understand why we would want to look at evidence raw and unvarnished so that we can make our own determination. But thank you for your willingness to cooperate, at least at that level. Mr. Parks, you observed back in 2023 in a letter you sent to Chairman Comer that there were flagrant examples of Giuliani interfering in Ukrainian politics, unquote. Why would Giuliani be interfering in another country's politics?
I mean, Giuliani would do and say whatever he needed for the purpose of getting the information he wanted to secure Donald Trump 2020 election. So just a prime example of one of the things he did, he had a close relationship with then a boxer, Vladimir Klitschko, who was then the mayor in Ukraine. When the president came over, rumors about maybe him not staying in office as mayor of Ukraine, Klitschko from New York met with Rudy Giuliani, and then the meeting that we had with Andrei Yermak in Spain that was relevant, had to do with President Zelensky announced an investigation into Joe and Hunter Biden. At that meeting, he also brought up the Klitschko situation and basically told Yermak that if Zelensky got rid of Klitschko, President Trump and the American people would be very upset about that because we love him and he needs to be in there.
So was Giuliani just doing this as a rogue on his own because he was a patriotic American who loved Donald Trump, or had somebody encouraged him to engage in this kind of political interference in another country?
I mean, I think it was encouraged by Donald Trump.
Personally?
Personally, yes.
That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In your letter, you also said that Mr. Giuliani was to, quote, deliver a precise message in very strict words, unquote, with respect to the administration of the then newly installed president of Ukraine, President Zelensky. What did you understand a very strict message, or a message of very strict words, construed, and what was that message that you delivered that was in very strict words?
Yes, Congressman. He basically told me not to be nice, to be very stern, and relay the message that unless Zelensky announced an investigation into the Bidens by Monday, this was Sunday, that there would be no cooperation, no aid from to Ukraine from the United States, and the Vice President Pence at the time that was scheduled to appear for the inauguration would not appear to the inauguration.
That would seem to corroborate that very famous and beautiful telephone conversation between President Trump then and President Zelensky, basically saying, but I need a favor, and hinting that there'd be withholding of military aid until that favor was delivered. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. I was a part of setting up that phone call. Famous phone call that Trump had with Zelensky.
I think your testimony is very important, Mr. Parnas, and it's under oath.
Yes, sir.
I thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Taylor Greene from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden continues to lie to the American people about his role in his family's businesses. In 2020, he stood up on stage of a presidential debate and told the American people that his family didn't take any money from China. That was a lie. Not only was it a lie, he knew it was a lie. He knew it because he met with his son Hunter Biden's Chinese business associates. I want to talk about CEFC, which is the China Energy Fund Committee. Mr. Bobulinski, who is Chairman Yi?
Chairman Yi was the chairman of CEFC.
Thank you. Jim Biden told the FBI and IRS that Chairman Yi was the protege of Xi Jinping, the leader of China and the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Bobulinski, Rob Walker told this committee Joe Biden met Chairman Yi. Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
I am now. I wasn't at the time.
And Joe Biden also met with you, is that right?
Yes, he did. Twice.
Who is Director Zhang?
Director Zhang was the number 2 at CEFC.
The executive director of CEFC, the number 2?
Yeah, he was the number 2 executive, but really the point person that I worked with and the Biden family worked with, and he's the individual that Hunter Biden found at the end of July 2017 demanding that they fund the $10 million. They ultimately sent $5, but $10 million directly to Hunter Biden's account, Owasco.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. I want to show you a text message that Hunter Biden sent to you and his other business associates. I'm holding it right here. I'll read it to you. Hey, Tony, I have an idea. In light of the fact we are at an impasse of sorts, and both James' lawyers and my chairman gave an emphatic no, I think we should all meet in Romania. He's speaking about my chairman. When Hunter Biden came in for his deposition, he said that he was referring to Chairman Yi, and that the rest of your group referred to Zhang as a different chairman. Does this make any sense to you?
That's a lie. I never heard Director Zhang referenced as chairman, and I had direct communications with Director Zhang over WeChat. Met him in Romania, met him in Moscow, met him around the world in New York, trying to develop business, and he was never referred to as the chairman, first of all. Second of all, that makes absolutely no sense in the context of this message because we are discussing Oneida Holdings, LLC.
Thank
the
you. So
Chinese-
he was not the chairman, just to clarify. Yes? or no?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to show you another text. When he said his chairman, he was talking about his dad. This is from Rob Walker. It didn't seem to make much sense to Rob Walker either. So he said that when Hunter, he said this to you, when Hunter was talking about his chairman, he was talking about his dad. When Rob Walker came in to give his transcribed interview to the committee, he basically said, well, Hunter was high or confused or mad. And Rob Walker said that he was just trying to calm things down between you and Hunter. But that doesn't really answer the question about who Hunter Biden is talking about. Hunter Biden lied to this committee. So here, clearly, he says, Rob Walker's saying he's talking about his dad. So I want to be very clear. We've established that Zhang is not the chairman, obviously. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Let me show you another message. This message doesn't call Zhang Chairman Zhang, does it? It just says the Chinese want to do business with the Bidens. As a matter of fact, it says, both coming to be my partner, to be partners with the Bidens, with an S. He, Zhang, is implied, has implied that the number one has made it clear and available to him. Who is the number one?
The number one is Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping, the president of China? Yes or no? The leader of the Communist Party, the CCP,
Yes.
is the number one.
Yes, that's the number one that Hunter was referencing in that message.
Now, let's be very clear. This was in 2017, but I would like to make it known for this committee that Joe Biden told the press in 2016, as a matter of fact, I quote, "Yeah, I am. I am going to run in 2020. He told the press in 2016 that he was running for president of the United States in 2020. So here is the Bidens doing business in China in 2017 when everybody knew he was planning to be president of the United States. Do you see that to be a serious problem, Mr. Bobulinski?
I do, and I wish this committee would thoroughly investigate it and focus on all the evidence that the SDNY has on CFC. They had FISA warrants, so they were recording conversations, and I wish they disclosed all that data and fact to this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Bobulinski. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognize Mr. Krishnamurti for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Parnas, Rudy Giuliani tasked you with, quote, a mission to travel the globe to find dirt to damage the Biden's reputation in the 2018-2019 timeframe, right?
Correct, yes.
And this was in an effort to secure Trump's
Re-election in 2020.
as president in 2020, right?
Correct, yes.
And by dirt, you mean evidence of wrongdoing or criminality, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your travels, you found, quote, precisely zero proof of the Biden's criminality, right?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine because, as you said, there truly was none, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, interestingly, you have looked for dirt all around the world about the Bidens, and specifically Joe Biden in particular, and you say the FBI, CIA, NSA have all failed to produce any evidence of criminal wrongdoing, right?
Correct.
Not only that, but former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko stated, quote, there's not a single word of truth to these allegations about Joe Biden, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Now, there's a guy named Yuri Lutsenko, who's the former prosecutor general of Ukraine, and he also, quote, confirmed that nothing ties the Bidens to criminal activity in Ukraine, right?
Correct.
And then there's another prosecutor general named Viktor Shokin, who also said, he conceded, quote, that he had no evidence that either Joe or Hunter Biden had ever interfered with Ukrainian law, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you know this is because you talked to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
And your job was to try to dig up dirt or manufacture dirt, right?
Sir.
And yet we have conducted months of hearings, and because there's been no evidence of wrongdoing, you've called this whole impeachment inquiry a, quote, wild goose chase, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, interestingly, we've heard from the other side that, quote, the real quid pro quo wasn't Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden when he tried to hold up foreign aid when he was vice president in exchange for firing the federal prosecutor in Ukraine that was investigating the corruption from his son. Now, you, again, looked for evidence to support this claim. There is no evidence, correct?
Correct, that's false.
In fact, firing the prosecutor would make it more likely that they would go after the company in question, Burisma, not less, right?
Well, the ironic part is the reason why majority of the world and Ukraine and the Obama administration wanted to get rid of Viktor Shokin because he was corrupt, not because he was investigating Burisma, because he was stalling investigations for UK that was looking into a $23 million they wanted to get out from Zlochevsky, and Shokin stalled that investigation.
So it was the logic is just the opposite of what the majority claims is to be the case, namely that they say that somehow Joe Biden was out to fire the prosecutor to reduce the chances of a prosecution of Burisma. But actually, in firing that prosecutor, he increased the chances of in prosecuting Burisma, right?
Absolutely correct, yes.
So let me just talk to you about what some of the other witnesses in this impeachment inquiry have said. Jonathan Turley, the constitutional expert the Republicans brought forward, said there's no evidence of which he was aware to support impeaching the president. You agree with that, correct?
100%.
Garrett Graves, a colleague of ours, said just last week, quote, "Have I seen anything that is impeachable? No, I haven't." You agree with that statement as well?
Yes, sir.
Last year, our Republican colleague Ken Buck, who's about to retire, said that evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, quote, doesn't exist right now. It doesn't exist now. It didn't exist then, right?
That's exactly true, sir.
Sir, how many times have you met Donald Trump?
Well over 10 times, I'd say. I'd have to count, but lots of times.
Is there anything that you'd like to relate to us about your conversations with Donald Trump that would bear on the conduct of these proceedings?
I mean, Donald Trump was aware of everything that was going on that day in the Red Room when we were in the White House. After Rudy bringing Donald Trump up to speed on that I could go out to Ukraine and get Viktor Shokin, Donald Trump approached me, shook my hand, said, "Thank you for all that you're doing. Keep up the good work." Patted me on the back, took pictures, and I was off to Ukraine.
To meet with Viktor Shokin?
To find Viktor Shokin, to bring him back here to you with Lindsey Graham.
Got it. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, we have heard time after time Joe Biden, say that he had no knowledge whatsoever about the business dealings, and that changed. He had never allegedly had any conversation with Hunter. Then they moved the ball to say that, well, he didn't have any business dealings, he wasn't involved, didn't have any financial contribution. Since then, we've uncovered about 20 shell companies, and we have bank records that bring light to that. And while we can't cover all 20 shell companies in 5 minutes, I wanted to focus on one, and that is Rosemont Seneca Bohai. Rosemont Seneca Bohai is interesting, and Devin Archer had testified, and he said this in his testimony. He said that this entity, quote, was used as a common entity, owned 50-50 on a handshake deal between Devin and Hunter splitting these shares. Actually, that was your words, Mr. Galanis. Do you stand by those words?
Yes, I do.
And Devin Archer agreed with that. He said Hunter was a corporate secretary of RSB and had a handshake 50-50 ownership deal. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And primarily this company was set up to initially as a place to hold equity from equity stake of Bohai Harvest. Is that correct?
What I was told by the partners at the time, it was set up to do that and invest in other businesses. I think Devin Archer subsequently testified to the fact that it included money that were paid from the bond fraud, $15 million that was wired to that RSB account as well. Yeah. So it conducted multiple transactions as you depicted in that diagram.
And were legal, and there was no impropriety here. It's very concerning because this company set up to basically basically compete against America's interests at the behest of CCP. Then we have other flows into Rosemont Seneca Bohai from Burisma, Hunter's $1 million salary that he received for sitting on board and providing no actual function there. And so we have $1 million salary going through Rosemont Seneca to Hunter Biden. And then this is interesting. We have a meeting with Kazakhstani Kens Rakashev. And what gets me here is the $300 at the end of the $142,300 that goes into this. And then the next day went to a Porsche dealership for a car for Hunter Biden. Now, what's interesting about all this, of course, is that each of these not only flowed money through the shell companies to Hunter Biden, but each of them also involved important meetings with, of course, President Biden. And so on December 4th, we have coffee with Jonathan Lee, who was one of the members who started Bohai Harvest, and he was connected with the CCP. They were having trouble getting licensed to work because, of course, the CCP has to get permission for that, until Hunter flew over on Air Force Two with Vice President Joe Biden at the time. They met with Jonathan Lee. Hunter introduced him. Joe ended up writing a letter of recommendation to Jonathan Lee's daughter to get into college. And then we see that this relationship continues to be formed. Of course, in the Ukraine, we know that April 16th, 2015, Joe Biden had dinner with a Burisma official at Cafe Milano. Seemed to be a popular spot because Joe Biden also had dinner with Kens Rakashev there. All in flow to going here. And of course, as Tony Pawlinsky has pointed out several times, this all comes down to eventually the one big guy who gets 10% for the big guy. And so we know that all this money flowed through this to get to Hunter, and then we know, of course, that 10% went to the big guy. So, Mr. Bobulinski, does this general pattern of Hunter offering foreign access to Joe Biden, Hunter gets paid, and then Joe gets a share of that, is that basically what the general practice across many of these shell companies were?
Congressman, as I outlined, the big guy is clearly Joe Biden. The details of some of those transactions I was not involved in, but that's clearly how they operated.
But that's the pattern that we've seen over. And Mr. Galanis, you said at the beginning that Hunter didn't really provide any sort of intellectual propriety asset value or anything of the value was the brand. Is that correct? How did you state that?
Yeah, we didn't rely on him for any work product other than delivering the Biden lift.
The Biden lift. And one more question for you, Mr. Galanis. Did you offer to provide information on Hunter Biden and Devon Archer back in 2016 to prosecutors and the SEC, and what happened there?
Yes, through counsel, I had offered to provide information specifically on that to the SDNY. And I subsequently also did the same thing to the Securities and Exchange Commission, which was interested and subsequently was told to quash that interest. I understood that to be an order from the Southern District of New York to quash the SEC information.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We only have 5 minutes, Mr. Bobulinski, so I'm going to try to move quickly, and I'd appreciate if you just answer the questions. You testified that Joe Biden was involved in your business venture related to Oneida Holdings and Hunter Biden. So I want to drill down on the crux of what your testimony is. Oneida Holdings is the business venture that you are referring to, correct?
I'm referring to what? Can you
Any business you did with the Bidens?
My reference is the Steinohawk Holdings LLC, and Oneida Holdings LLC owned 50% of that.
Right. And Oneida Holdings was the 50% that was on the American side of that Steinohawk deal, right?
It was the 50% that was the Biden side of it. Some of the, James Gilliar is not an American, so.
Sorry, fair enough. And it was a joint partnership memorialized in an incorporating document, correct? And it had equal shares divided among 5 partners. Is that right?
Well, I can't.
Well,
are you asking me about what you're holding up? Because you're
sir, was it an equal? Were there equal 20% shares among 5 partners?
In what?
Oneida
All right.
In the final.
Hey, everyone.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Apologies for the
Well, it is.
All right, you're just
noise.
filibustering.
You can
What
probably
I'm
hear
sure
everything.
is you're filibustering. I get it. That there were 5 partners: Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, Bob Walker, James Gilliar, and
I'm attempting to get my microphone back on, so apologies for being able to hear a lot more noise than you probably should be able to.
Which is a material.
Do you see Joe Biden or an LLC related to Joe Biden on
Let's try.
I don't know if Joe Biden owned any of Jim Biden's LLC or Hunter Biden's LLC. I'll leave that up to the committee.
Okay. And do you
All
know
right.
when this agreement was entered into?
Okay, apologies about that. Now you should be able to hear me.
Poster board that you're holding up, or the
Had to quickly fix something.
The agreement, sir.
We have been on the air now for about an hour and 21 minutes. I want to break down what you're seeing, what's going on. So what you're seeing right now is, for anyone just joining us,
Who was the president?
is Jason Galanis, who is currently incarcerated rather. He met with Biden once. Tom Bobulinski, a former business associate to President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, and Lev Parnas, the former aide to Rudy Giuliani, all
the first meeting I had extensive time
testify in front of the committee, attempting to gain enough evidence to impeach President Joe Biden.
Please reclaim my time, sir. I said we have to move quickly.
Let's just listen back in here as Mr. Goldman is asking questions.
One of my colleagues asked you about that meeting at the bar.
We will just listen in.
To 60 minutes. And you were also asked about that in your transcribed interview, and in neither of your answers did you mention any discussion that you had at that meeting with Joe Biden about the Chinese business venture. Yet, in grandiose terms here today, you have declared that Joe Biden was involved and that you have mountains of irrefutable evidence to support it. So let's look at mountains of irrefutable evidence. You provided the committee with a screenshot of a text message that is between James Gilliard and you, dated May 11th, 2017. You see this? I don't know if you can see it. If you can't see, it's just you and James Gilliard, though, right? You remember this text message, I'm sure.
Generally, yes.
All right. And in it, Gilliard writes, "Man, you are right. Let's get the company set up, then tell H and family the high stakes and get Joe involved." And 2 days later, Mr. Gilliard sent an email to you, CCing Rob Walker and Hunter Biden, in which he suggested a division of the company and included a proposal of, quote, 10% held by H for the big guy, question mark. You remember that, right?
The infamous email with the big guy? Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Did anyone ever respond to that email?
Yes, they did, numerous times.
Sorry.
Hunter Biden himself did.
Excuse me. You're right.
Well, no, I think that's important because
Sir,
Hunter
did
Biden
anyone
has
ever
claimed that he didn't
Can you answer my
respond to it,
questions?
and he responded to it. I
The-
believe
you're
3
just going to
times.
filibuster. I reclaim my time that's running out, but I will say no one responded to the big guy reference for 10.
Thank you for making my point. He didn't have to respond because they all knew the big guy was Joe Biden.
I reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, please control the witness. I would like to get a little extra time, Mr. Chairman, because I want to read what Mr. Gilliard said to the Wall Street Journal. Quote, "I would like to clear up any speculation that former Vice President was involved with the 2017 discussions about a potential business structure. I am unaware of any involvement at any time of the former Vice President. The activity in question never delivered and project revenue." 9 days later, the agreement without Joe Biden was signed. You and James Gilliard wanted Joe Biden involved, and that is why Hunter Biden dumped you and did the business
It's a
on his
blatant
own.
lie, Mr.
And I yield
Goldman. You
back.
know better.
Chairman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bobulinski, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate the candor of your responses, sir. which is reflective of the way you handled yourself in private testimony and deposition. So I thank you for communicating truthfully to the American people today. I'm going to ask you about the China Energy Fund Committee, the CEFC. You familiar with that, sir?
I am.
Is this a multi-billion-dollar company, like a Fortune 500 company at one time?
It's even
before they went
bigger than that.
bankrupt?
If you go back and look at its financials in 2016 and 17, it was probably one of the 5 largest private companies in China.
So exactly. So this was a major operation that had a lot of money, and apparently, I'm going to hold up a memo here from this is a chart from the second bank memo, and it shows disbursement of a total of almost $24 million for diamonds. So you have a major Chinese company spending a lot of money on diamonds, and apparently diamonds were used as a means of payment for the Biden family. We know that the Bidens have testified that admitted to having 2 diamonds. We suspect that there are many, many more, $23 million worth of diamonds. Are you familiar with the exchange of valuable assets to pay the Bidens other than electronic transfers of monies? Are you aware of payments in diamonds, payment in cash, payment in board memberships, etc.?
Am I generally aware of it,
Yes,
or was
sir.
I involved? Yeah, I read Jim Biden's and Hunter Biden's transcript multiple times. Jim Biden in that transcript references 2 diamonds that were given to Hunter Biden. One, he implies, was in 2015 by an individual who he couldn't recall his name, but the individual's name is Scott O., who was a surrogate for CFC. And then apparently a second diamond was given at a meeting in Miami, and I really want to set the record clear. I was not at that physical meeting. I was in Miami, but I was not at that physical meeting. That's what I told the FBI in my transcribed interview.
Are you aware, Mr. Bobolinsky, of a pattern of bribery, of bribe payments coming from the China Energy Fund Committee?
I appreciate that question. I wish everyone on this committee would read the 1,200 pages of testimony in an 8-day trial in the SDNY where Mr. Goldman used to work while the actual trial was going on, that accused numerous executives, ultimately Patrick Ho, of corruption, bribing, leaving shoeboxes of cash to a variety of political figures in Africa.
Exactly. So, Mr. Bobolinsky, from your perch within the Biden family operations and their interactions with major businesses in China and the exchange of millions of dollars that are known, we've tracked them through bank records, through suspicious activity reports, through emails, through communications that this committee has documented. There's no debate that millions and millions of dollars flowed into the Biden family's bank accounts, but the existence of other forms of payment is fascinating because diamonds are untraceable. We really don't know how many diamonds the Bidens received, do we?
We don't. And for somebody who's been to mainland China probably 10 plus times, Hong Kong probably 15 plus times, hundreds of people, Congressman, I had hundreds of people working for me in mainland China. At one point, I never got a diamond from any businessman or woman.
So, Mr. Bobolinsky, I shift quickly to a text message. Are you familiar with this? It's from a gentleman named James.
Generally, yes.
Yes, says, don't mention Joe being involved. It's only when you're face to face. I know you know that, but they are paranoid. And there's a response saying, okay, they should be paranoid about things. And then there's a response saying, for real. So what is meant by don't Joe being involved. It's only when you're face to face. I know you know that, but they are paranoid.
Well, I think it outlines how the Bidens operated, not specifically just with CFC. You have Galanis here testifying and numerous other witnesses that have given you tremendous amount of evidence that outline they work to obfuscate it, create layers of obstruction. That's the reason why Rob Walker was getting sent millions of dollars instead of Hunter Biden directly. That's the reason why Devin Archer was receiving millions of dollars instead of going to Hunter directly. You guys have a mountain of evidence that stacks high and answers that question on how they obfuscated. They lived in a world of plausible deniability.
Thank you, Mr. Bobolinsky. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from D.C. for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Galanis, thank you for appearing voluntarily for this hearing from Alabama. I understand you are currently serving a 189-month sentence in federal prison, almost 16 years, after being convicted of not one, but two, but not one, not two, but three different schemes. The victims of your schemes, as the judge who presided over your criminal prosecution noted, included, and here I quote, one of the poorest Native American tribes in the country, as well as pension funds held for the benefit of transit workers, longshoremen, housing authority workers, and city employees, hardworking people, everyday people, among others. The court also noted that you personally benefit from these schemes, and again I quote, using over $8 million, almost $9 million, for lavish personal expenditures, including home expenses, automobiles, travel, clothing, jewelry expenses, and meanwhile, investors left with nothing. But this is not your only encounter with prosecutors. In another case, the Security and Exchange Commission charged you in 2005 with accounting fraud in connection with your involvement with Penthouse magazine. And in 2010, you were convicted of attempted tax evasion and were sentenced to 5 years probation in order to pay nearly $2 million in restitution. In imposing your prison sentence, the judge noted that you are, and here I quote, an extremely talented man, extremely gifted in his interpersonal skills, uncommonly so. He is very persuasive as an individual, and those were the tools in his tool bag of the fraud he committed and the people he ensnared, his intelligence, his interpersonal skills, his charm, if you will. And this is something that is not unseen in people who are referred to as con artists. Another judge who presided over your case referred to you as, quote, a skillful con artist. A skillful con artist, that is who my Republican colleagues are relying on to carry their water in this sham impeachment inquiry after their last star witness, the author of the infamous FBI Form 102.
All right. For those tuning in right now, you are listening into Representative Norton of the District of Columbia asking, I don't know if she's going to ask any questions, but she's talking on Jason Galanis, who is currently incarcerated. Yeah, she did not ask any questions and just give a statement.
Innuendo, rumors, propaganda, big lies, but no facts, no evidence that could reasonably support the finding of impeachment.
And at this point,
misdemeanors against
you know,
Biden. In our first real
there's been limited evidence
invited several expert witnesses.
Accept those messages, which were very key. I will say that that message that was just showed recently, basically saying that Joe Biden was paranoid. The president was paranoid. So
We come back in today, and the majority has two witnesses. One, the designated con man, as determined by two different federal courts, not without talent, but someone who deploys his talent towards the purposes.
So we're just still listening in there. That's Representative. I'm sorry. That's Representative Raskin, the ranking member of this all. As Republicans do lead this committee.
For high crimes and misdemeanors, impeachable offenses against the republic, the kinds of offenses which
I don't know how much longer this is going to go. I don't know how many more people that have questions. Mr. Raskin has already asked questions.
And nobody on their side can even tell us what is the impeachable high crime and misdemeanor, which suggests that they are moving in the direction of criminal referrals, and they should start by looking at their own witnesses. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to remind the ranking member and Ms. Norton, the witness, Mr. Galanis, was partners with Hunter. That's why he's here. We have their partners. You could have invited partners.
Some clarification from Comer. I want to turn this up. And
Donald Trump's partner, Mr. Parnas, who was with Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Grossman.
and give analysts throughout this is what I'm kind of going to do here.
Mr. Lynch complained about Mr. Galanis testifying from prison. So I'd like to ask unanimous consent.
Here is Representative Grothman.
The Department of Justice's own press release announcing the sentencing of the Democrats' witness led Parnas to 20 months in prison for, among other things, making false statements.
Without objection on Donald Trump's partner.
Apologies for that echo.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, you know, we had originally hoped that we'd see a few more witnesses here today. They're not here, but I would like to run a brief.
Let me
tape
change
because
something really
I showed up
quickly
today
as we listen to
hoping
Mr.
I'd be
Grothman.
asking these witnesses a little bit more about this tape. I know that, you know, there's some mystery, or some people feel it's still ambiguous as to how this prosecutor was fired in Ukraine, and I wonder if this tape could do a little bit more to shed light on why that prosecutor was fired and why we want Hunter Biden and Mr. Archer here today.
And so I got Ukraine, and I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, what, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who...
I just wanted to put that up there because I do eventually want further efforts made to get Hunter Biden or Mr. Archer
We
here, because
excuse
we have Joe Biden himself
any language
bragging
that may
got rid
possibly
of
end up on the air,
a
but
prosecutor who would have provided his
there we
son's
go.
business with.
He was talking on a $1 billion commitment to
more
Ukraine, to my knowledge,
observation. I'll
and
put it that
basically
way.
saying
Now, Mr.
that
Bobolinsky, in
you know,
previous interviews,
there would need to be
in
that
previous
prosecutor be
interviews with this
fired, and
committee,
he said that
he
that
said that Joe
prosecutor
Biden
was
not only knew
fired
about the family's
in order to get the money.
dealings, but enabled them in
So we're
participating.
listening in here
He went so
again,
far as to
and
say
we'll
it's clear to me
continue
that Joe
to
Biden was the
listen.
brand.
I'm going to be changing the lower
by the
thirds,
Biden.
which is
Could
what you see at the
elaborate a little
bottom,
bit why you felt that way again?
when I'm speaking
That's
and
one
when
of
I'm
the
not speaking.
challenging things I've had to deal with over the last 4 years.
Let's just
the
listen
focus
and
of
hear
just
that.
simply telling the truth. The obfuscation around these facts are just beyond beyond insane. So I'll use a meeting at the Four Seasons Hotel in Washington, D.C. that I was not at, but apparently 8 to 10 Chinese executives of CFC were at, with Chairman Yi and Director Zhang. Director Zhang I interacted with extensively, and James Gilliar was in that room, Rob Walker, Hunter Biden was in that room, and my understanding, based on Rob Walker's testimony,
This is Mr.
that
Bob.
Joe Biden walked into that room, sat down, shook
I'm
hands
sorry,
with
Mr.
people,
Tony
and spent 5 or 10
Bobulinski, to
minutes
clarify, for anyone that
talking
is just
about
joining us and hasn't really
his
watched
family, I guess. I
for
was
too
not in
long.
the
This is
room.
Mr.
People
Bob
have tried to obfuscate that meeting like Joe Biden was
Bulinski.
walking in there to ask about the
And his
weather.
first name is
And
Tony.
Rob Walker said that the Chinese didn't even know that Joe Biden was the former vice president of the United States, which is beyond absurd. The power that those 10 Chinese individuals had to go back to mainland China and say that they were in a room with Joe Biden is the value of what they were giving.
Okay. You stated that the Biden family concocted a scheme to give Joe plausible deniability. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, I would just point to all the different text messages and communications. They call him the big guy. I wasn't involved with Mr. Galanis or Mr. Archer, but they're giving you numerous data points. There was obfuscation. They didn't use his name. They used the big guy. You weren't supposed to talk about it. It was just, you know.
And you personally met with the vice president?
I did twice.
Okay, and it was obvious. Did he say anything that indicates that you wanted him to help his son, sort of thing?
Well, he thanked me for helping his son and his brother and asked me to keep an eye on them as I walked him out to his car after he gave his speech on the second meeting of the Milken Conference.
Okay, just one other follow-up, and this is kind of a vague question, but I'd like to know it. One of the things that disturbs me about that is the interaction with the Chinese, or that's what we're dealing with today, but obviously other countries as well, that apparently in their own mind, the way you deal with the United States is the way you deal with say, a corrupt city council or something like that. In other words, you know, you give them money and you get what you want. Do you want to comment on that, or did you hear any stories about that, or did you hear stories that they were surprised how easy it was to buy the U.S. government?
Well, I think
it was subject excited, but answer the question. But please feel free to answer the question.
Yeah, I think CFC, and there's tremendous evidence, believed that they were bribing the Biden family, and they were doing it via Hunter Biden.
It's kind of shameful. Thank you.
Very good. Chair now recognizes Mr. Khanna for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parnas, can you tell me about your meetings with Dmitry Firtash and why you believe the Trump campaign used his services?
Yes, well, I was sent to meet with Dmitry Firtash because Dmitry Firtash had resources. He's an oligarch that was in Vienna waiting to be extradited to the United States, but he was very close with Vladimir Putin, Ukraine, and lots of characters in that part of the world. And my objective at the time was to have him help us lean on Mykola Zlochevsky and get dirt on the Bidens.
And what type of dirt were you trying to get?
We were searching for Hunter's hard drive that we were told was out there. We were searching for bank records to validate certain bank records that was given to me, Hunter's personal bank records that was given to me by John Solomon that he said he got from the FBI to validate certain payments that were going for. But the objective was to try to find a link from payments that would go into Joe Biden's account.
And who told you to get this dirt?
Well, who told me? Rudy Giuliani.
Anyone else that you remember?
John Solomon. I mean, everybody that was part of it.
Did Bill Barr know that you were involved in getting this dirt?
Absolutely. Bill Barr was notified of our investigation from the day he took office.
Did you ever have a conversation with Bill Barr being lenient towards Dmitry in his role?
To the conversation with Bill Barr about the.
What did they say to Bill Barr?
Basically, they were telling him that the charges were false and that he needs to drop the charges and basically end the case.
And why did they tell him to drop the charges on this Russian oligarch?
Because Dmitry Firtash was going to help us getting dirt on the Bidens or whatever else the Trump campaign needed.
So my understanding is you have the Trump campaign telling you to talk to a Russian oligarch to get dirt on the president of the United States for political reasons, and then someone from the Trump campaign is talking to the Attorney General to drop the charges because this foreign national is helping get dirt on a political candidate?
Absolutely.
For anyone
Did
just
Bill
listening,
Barr
you're listening
indicate
to
any willingness
Representative
to drop the
Ro
charges?
Khanna.
After a meeting that Victoria Tunzing and Jody Genova had with DOJ,
Democratic
they came
Representative,
back and informed me they were going
asked
to Vienna because to tell Dimitri Firtash everything's going to be okay.
Is the former aide to
Do you
Rudy
know if Bill
Giuliani
Barr
questions.
in any way told you to say that?
So we are
I was not privy
awaiting.
to in that meeting, no.
Do you have any
Well,
evidence
not
that
awaiting,
Bill
but
Barr
I was
would
wondering
have,
when this, how many more people we have to go.
signal
I know,
to
I don't think
Dimitri
Gordon Bobert's
that the
asked
charges would be
question.
dropped?
Only
No,
from
no, we would see other
conversations from Rudy Giuliani or
committee members who have
Victoria Tunzing.
And what did they
just
say about what Bill Barr
walked
said?
into the last
They
few
basically
moments
told me
after when
that
I've
this
been
would be taken
analyzing and
care of as
watching.
long as Firtash played ball, and that's the message they relayed to me.
Let's
to tell
continue
Firtash.
listening in
And
here.
they said that Bill Barr was conveying that to them directly?
Yes, after meetings, there were several meetings. One, there was a private meeting at where Rudy Giuliani went and bumped into actually Bill Barr at the Trump International Hotel, and he used that as a moment to take him aside, speak to him. And then there were certain official meetings or official channels where Victoria Tunzing met with him. So yes.
Do you know anything if anything was done with the charges?
Till this day, Dimitri Firtash is not here.
Do you believe that Bill Barr should be investigated for his conduct in potentially dropping these charges?
I absolutely believe that, but not only that, I believe Bill Barr should be investigated into the cover-up and trying to silence me to get the truth out of what really happened in Ukraine.
And explain the cover-up and what you believe he should be investigated with your last minute.
My arrest was set up strictly to shut me up, to seal my documents, take away all my information, and turn me into a crazy man that had no way to prove what was going on. But the real story was Bill Barr was trying to save Donald Trump from impeachment and use me as a scapegoat. What he didn't realize was Donald Trump was not going to stop and was continue doing what he wanted to do. And that's why it blew up in Bill Barr's face. He also hired a special counsel at the time, Brady, to look into Ukraine. When we tried to reach out with my attorney too, Counsel Brady, he never returned our phone call. Nobody wanted to hear anything I had to say that had to do with Ukraine, Donald Trump, or Rudy Giuliani.
Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Parnas, I just want to say you have stuck to the facts today. We don't hear bombast and rhetoric from you, but you're telling a true story, and you've conducted yourself with great purpose and great dignity, and I know your son is here with you today, and I hope he and the rest of your family are proud of what you're doing for America. Yield back.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been an interesting hearing so far. Let's actually get to the actual paper trail of money flow from the CEFC into the bank account for President Joe Biden. And I want to start with a text message, July 31, WhatsApp text message between Hunter Biden and one chairman, one Mr. Zhao. Real quick, Mr. Bobulinski, who is Mr. Zhao?
Congressman Donalds, I'd just actually like to spend 20 seconds. If you noticed, Congressman Khanna scurried out of here very quickly, and I'm actually disgusted as I sit here that he didn't address me based on the fact that I'm sitting here in front of the world trying to testify the truth. In October 2020, I have messages I'm willing to produce to both the Democrats and the Republicans that Ro Khanna sent to me saying, you have always demonstrated to me that you're nothing but an honest with the highest integrity individual, and I was begging for him to go on CNN and tell the world in October 2020. I have extensive emails with Congressman Ro Khanna in 2021 and 2022 where I begged him and his staff to sit down with me and look at my BlackBerry phones that the Democrats are so focused on, to hire forensics experts and go through all of the factual information I had. So the fact that he did not even address me and then scurried out of here is disgusting to me. Sorry, Mr. Donalds. I'll answer your question now.
All right, so we're going to have to come off of that because now we're at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Yep. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I want to submit to the record 2 different WhatsApp text messages. One, July 31, between Hunter Biden and Chairman Mr. Zhao of CEFC, which stipulates that Hunter Biden wants to be able to move on from and get the contract resolved, get the deal resolved, and that Mr. Zhao responds and says, yes, the CEFC is willing to cooperate with the family. On August 31, there's another exchange, this time August 3rd, 2017, between Hunter Biden and Mr. Ganwei Dong. And in this message, they're talking about the stipulations of the arrangement between the Biden family and CEFC. I want to submit both WhatsApp text messages for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection to order.
Okay, now to the money flow, because this is where the rubber meets the road. On August 3rd, they actually stipulate through WhatsApp text messages the exact stipulations of the deal. On August 4th, $100,000 is wired into Owasco PC from CEFC infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, I want to submit for the record a portion of the bank statement for the time period August 3rd of 2017 to August 31, 2017, stipulating $100,000 going from CEFC into the bank account of Hunter Biden through Owasco PC.
Without objection to order.
On August 8th, 4 days later, $5 million is then transferred from the Northern International Capital account of $5 million to Hudson West III. Hudson West III is a bank account controlled by Hunter Biden and Mr. Ganwei,
Representative
aka Kevin
Byron
Dong, who is
Donald's there
CEFC.
asking questions.
See it. That money
But
comes
first,
from
what we
Northern
saw
International
was
bank
something
account,
very
a bank
interesting.
account that is tied to the CCP.
We
Mr.
saw
Chairman, I want to submit for the
Tony
record the bank statement
Bobulinski
demonstrating
go
that
after
transfer.
Rep.
Without objection to order.
O'Connor,
Okay, moving on.
saying they had messages
On August
delivered
8th, the same time period, there is a wire transfer of
between
$400,000
each other.
to Owasco PC.
And that those
from the
messages were
the
saying
Hudson
that he
West
had
III bank
he had
account.
delivered
That
everything honestly and had
$400,000, Mr. Chairman, I
integrity.
have the transfer records and the
But
bank
didn't
accounts from the
Tony
August time period.
Bobulinski
I want
was
to
not
submit
asked a
that
question
for the
by
record.
Without
Representative
objection to
O'Connor.
order.
Now, here's where the fun stuff comes
O'Connor
in, everybody, and I got a minute to do it, so we're going to get this done.
Parnas, the former aide to Rudy
August 14th,
Giuliani.
there is
So we're gonna continue listening
$150,000
to
that is
Rep.
transferred
Donald's
from
here.
Owasco PC, which is controlled by Hunter Biden, to Lion Hall Group, which is controlled by James Biden.
We're gonna
I
have
have
much
the
more
records here,
coverage
Mr.
breaking
Chairman,
this
of the
down right after
$150,000 that
this ends.
has gone on to Lion Hall Group from Owasco PC. I want to submit that record.
Without objection to order.
On August 28th, and I believe we have a screenshot for everybody in the room. On August 28th, Mr. Chairman, we have the withdrawal ticket from Lion Hall Group that is signed by Sarah Biden, who is the wife of Jim Biden, for $50,000 to withdraw from Lion Hall Group. I want to submit withdrawal receipt for the
Without objection to order.
on September 3rd. On August 28th, actually, Mr. Chairman, we have the deposit reference into Sarah Jones Biden's account on the same day she withdrew it from Lion Hall. I want to submit
Without
that from the
objection
record.
to order.
Last document. On September 3rd, 2007, from Sarah Biden's own personal account, there is a check that is written to Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., the President of the United States today, for $4,000, signed loan repayment. A loan repayment, by the way, that Joe Biden's own personal accountant, Mr. Eric Schwerin, has no record for. I want to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection to order.
To the members of the committee, it is clear that the source to this money came from CEFC, and that CEFC is a company that is directly linked to the CCP and actually the chairman of the CCP, the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, Chairman Xi Jinping. With that, I yield.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a UC request, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
First, White House for sale, the staff report of the minority side, which details the CEFC's business interactions with Donald Trump. They own a $5.5 million unit in Trump World Tower and others. And then the Department of Justice press release announcing the sentencing of Jason Galanis in federal court to a term of 189 months in prison, ordering him to pay restitution of more than $80 million for 3 criminal fraud conspiracies against a Native American tribe, pension funds, and other investors.
Without objection to order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm sitting here and imagining what I would be thinking if I were not here, but rather somewhere around the country watching the Congress of the United States, and in this case, this committee, for 15 months hold these hearings on Hunter Biden and come up with not one impeachable offense all that time. 15 months, over 10,000 documents and more, as you can see today as a result of that. This is a do-nothing Congress. We should be doing the jobs that we were sent here to do, is not to have investigation hearing after investigation hearing over and over and over again, and then run to our favorite TV outlet to give interviews afterwards. We were sent here to get a job done. Taxpayers are looking at all of us. Meanwhile, Americans, black, white, Asian, Latino, Native American, and their families are wondering what the hell is going on. Is this another investigation hearing in this 15 months that has yielded nothing at all? It's the do-nothing Congress. You thought Harry Truman said it in 1948. Anybody can say it today. Look at what we've done in 15 months. Virtually nothing. Nothing at all. Senior citizens sit in their homes and watch C-SPAN or some other outlet carry this. Some of them sitting in nursing homes, all of them worried about losing their incomes, and they expect the Congress to use its time, its energy to deal with things that affect them directly. Students are defaulting on loans to colleges all over the country, and no one wants to talk about that. Health care is inadequate in most places in this country, and diseases are ravaging our communities, and people assume that at some point the Congress will deal with that. And so whether it's cancer, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, diabetes, HIV, stroke, the disparities in the health system say, please, please give us a little bit of your time also when you're not dealing with Hunter Biden and when you can't prove that he's done anything wrong. Crime is out of control, white collar as well as black collar. And assault weapons are still being used every day to shoot and kill innocent children and Americans. And we're sitting up here talking about something that we've talked about for 15 months with no substantial evidence. Can't get humanitarian aid to Palestine. Can't get military aid to the Ukraine. Children are looking and wondering what the hell is going on. Is that what politics are about? So we are doing a disservice. I know I'm supposed to be asking questions, and Mr. Parnas, I may have one or two for you, but I am so outraged at a do-nothing Congress, just pointing the finger over and over again, and people are hurting, looking for real help. Can't deal with immigration because Donald Trump calls up and kills the immigration bill, and yet people say that's a major issue, is it? I haven't seen the sort of attention that we thought we were putting to that or anything else. And so this particular hearing will probably be followed by another hearing and another hearing and another hearing until this Congress expires in January of next year. And we haven't done a damn thing to move the ball forward, except make accusations. Life is too short. Now, maybe some of you have a guarantee you're going to be around forever. But I don't. I came to this body first in 1987. I worked under Ronald Reagan and the first Bush and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and now Joe Biden. This Congress is not doing anything. It's not like the previous Congresses, trust me. That's why people have such a low esteem of those of us who say, well, I'm Congressman so-and-so. People on the street don't buy that. They don't see the action. So I'm done. I know I've exhausted my time. Mr. Parnas, a couple quick questions, and I'll let you go. Is it your understanding that Rudy Giuliani worked for an individual identified by the Trump administration as a Russian agent?
Yes.
Do you know what these Russian line actors were trying to do? Quickly.
Push a conspiracy theory about the Bidens.
Did you warn Rudy Giuliani?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response, succinctly?
He told me that he agreed with me, but then proceeded to work with these people behind my back.
And these people have been identified as Russian agents.
Yes, sir.
And we've got a meeting here of Mr. Giuliani with one of those. I'm disgusted, as most people are, about this process. And the only way we get to a point where we get things done is that we learn to talk to one another across the aisle without having another conspiracy theory after another one after another one. You don't buy trust that way. You buy contempt. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Lisa McClain for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by saying I think most Americans are taught at a very young age that you are who you surround yourself with. I think keep that in a premise. As I sat here and listened to everyone talk about how Hunter Biden is just this golden boy. I mean, are we really supposed to believe that Hunter Biden is the golden boy? His associates, such as Jason Galanis and Devin Archer, are felons convicted of fraud, yet he is the golden child. I want to talk about examples of Biden's influence peddling scheme. This time, it was Romania. It follows the same general pattern as we have with other countries like China, Russia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. Here's the pattern. It's really simple. A corrupt foreign oligarch needs access to the U.S. government. Hunter Biden sells influence. The U.S. got to pay up. So let's just take a deeper dive into this Romanian scheme. Mr. Bobulinski, who is Gabriel Popovich?
Gabriel Popovich is a businessman from Romania, probably worth hundreds of millions of dollars, I'd envision.
Okay. Is it true that Gabriel Popovich faced corruption charges in Romania in 2015?
It is.
Thank you. And when you were in Europe with the Bidens to close on that CEFC deal with the Chinese, you separately negotiated with Popovich to get a 17th payment. Is that also correct?
I did.
Okay. But Popovich did not want to pay him. Is that correct?
Correct. You're talking about a 17th payment that would go to Rob Walker, and then Rob Walker would distribute to Hunter Biden.
That is correct. And is it because Hunter Biden had failed in the work he was engaged by Popovich to do, which was the corruption charge dismissed by the Romanian authorities? Isn't that correct?
Well, it's two things, that they had failed to do that, but also that Joe Biden had left the White House at that point.
Okay, so there's a dot. So I get 16 payments while Joe Biden's in the White House.
Correct.
But after Joe Biden leaves the White House, coincidentally, the payments stop.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that we can connect the dots very simply.
But obviously wasn't a coincidence.
Right. I'm not much for coincidences, which neither are the American people. But Mr. Bobulinski, what do you think Popovich wanted Hunter Biden to do?
I don't have to think, because Gabriel told me personally he expected, and didn't want the details, he expected Hunter Biden, Rob Walker, and James Gillier to do whatever was necessary to impact his case in Rome.
How do you know that?
Because Gabriel Popovich told me that.
From his mouth?
Yes.
Okay, so there's another dot that we can connect. Would that be a conspiracy theory?
That's not a conspiracy theory.
Okay, thank you.
I would encourage you to interview Gabriel Popovich.
Thank you. Lastly, after claiming he wanted a public hearing, Hunter Biden decided to skip today. Why do you think he skipped the hearing today?
Is that a rhetorical or serious? Well, I don't think he wanted to sit next to me because obviously I've emphatically stated he perjured himself in his transcribed interview with the committee, as did his uncle, Jim Biden, and for every fact he claims or wants to say I was high on drugs or obfuscate, I can show a document, a text message, a recording that is confirmed that he's lying.
Well, let's not let the facts get in the good story, right? Here are the facts.
Highly disappointing that he's not here, though.
I would agree. Here are the facts. Hunter Biden was engaged by a foreign principal, Gabriel Popovich. It is well known that Hunter Biden met with the ambassador to Romania, Hans Klemm, in November of 2015. Hunter Biden, under Farah. He stopped getting paid as soon as his father leaves office until you got Popovich to send Hunter Biden one more payment. Seriously, what services was Hunter Biden providing to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? We've yet to hear it. As far as the committee, Hunter Biden was never registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If the Department of Justice applied the same standards it did in the Paul Manafort case, Hunter would be in more trouble than he is already in. Mr. Chairman, there are real far issues here that we need to continue to look at. And with that, I thank you for being here, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good job. Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bobulinski, I heard your opening statement. It's submitted to the record, part of our proceedings. I have a quick question. Simple. Is it your testimony today that you personally witnessed President Joe Biden commit a crime?
I believe the fact that he was sitting with me while I was putting together a business
Did you
deal.
witness the president commit a crime? Is it your testimony today?
Yes.
And what crime have you witnessed?
How much time do I have to go through it?
It is simple. You name the crime. Did you watch him steal something?
Corruption statutes, RICO, and conspiracy.
What is it? What is the crime, sir? Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question.
No.
RICO, you're obviously not familiar with. Corruption statutes.
Excuse me, sir. RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is the
It's a category of crimes that you're then charged
You
under
have charges.
a long 100
You
list
have charges. Sir, please
Want me to name the exact statute under RICO?
Yes.
Well, it's funny. In this committee room, everyone's not here. There's over 18
All right, sir. I reclaim my time.
lawyers that went to law school.
I
I'll leave
reclaim my
it up to
time.
you guys
Okay,
to
thank
define
you,
the
sir. I
statute
reclaim my
under
time.
RICO.
Clearly, what we are seeing here today is the continuation of the 15-month saga of the Republican majority lost in the desert. Impeachment 101. The majority party, or whomever is raising impeachment, must accuse the president of a high crime, a specific high crime or misdemeanor. I would like to submit to the record HRES 918, the House resolution to open this impeachment inquiry.
Without objection to order.
This resolution does not outline a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not here. Now, when we compare the chairman's opening from his previous opening, he's talking about Ukraine and Burisma and all of this. This entire inquiry is based on a blockbuster piece of information that was in a classified SCIF room. And inside that room was a document alleging President Biden directly of a $10 million bribery scheme, a $10 million bribery scheme, extremely serious. What happened? What happened a month ago, Mr. Chairman? That document, the FBI arrested the person who offered those allegations for falsifying his testimony to the FBI. This entire impeachment inquiry is based on an actual individual who has lied. Now, responsible leadership would withdraw an inquiry based on that. Withdraw it. Instead, what we are seeing is that this committee warned about the falsehoods of these allegations long before that, warned by Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and yet they proceeded anyway. The chairman proceeded anyway. This committee was warned by Rudy Giuliani associate right here, Lev Parnas, after that document about the falsehoods of this. Then held hearings where your own expert witnesses said that there was no grounds for impeachment, and you proceeded anyway. And finally, as if none of this was enough, the FBI arrested the individual who was the source of the entire, to quote the chairman, heart of the matter, to launch this impeachment inquiry, and proceeded anyway. At this point, the story is not the fact that the basis of this impeachment inquiry is wrong. The story is why it's proceeding anyway. Why is this committee proceeding based on false charges? And by the way, no charges. I have yet to hear in the chairman's opening the allegation that they are specifically charging the president of the United States with. I'm hearing about Biden family. I'm hearing about this and that. I am not hearing the specific allegation by this committee. What is it? It's not here. And that is the problem. The story is when this committee knew that they were working with falsified evidence. That's the story. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On March 1st, 2024, Joe Biden stated he did not interact with Hunter or Jim Biden business associates. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into a record New York Post article. Biden insists he did not interact with his...
Without objection to order.
You were just listening to Associate Cortez. Now Nancy Mace is asking questions. But, Representative Associate Cortez from New York really went after this committee for almost, not having an exact charge that they were looking to have Biden charged with, and not exactly knowing, what.
And that's just the people we interviewed. Mr. Galanis, my first questions are for you.
Let me think of a way to say this. Not exactly having a way of explaining the charges that they're looking to charge people with. Now Nancy Mace is asking questions. The Republican representative.
Yes, he did.
Okay, on the same
Let's listen in.
Biden in the call was saying, okay, then you be good to my boy.
Yes, he said that as well.
Okay, did Badarina agree to put $20 million into one of Hunter Biden's business projects days later after this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, did Hunter Biden ever take a call from Joe Biden while at the Peninsula Bar in New York?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did Hunter Biden ever take a call from Joe Biden while at the Peninsula Bar in New York?
Yes, he did.
During this call, did Hunter Biden update Joe Biden on progress in landing a business partnership with Harvest Fund Management?
Yes.
Okay. Harvest, a $300 billion financial services company closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes, he was.
Okay. Is Hunter Biden involved with Harvest?
Hunter Biden involved in two ways through BHR, which is a fund.
Yes or no? Was Hunter
Harvest
Biden involved with Harvest? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the deal,
Extensive emails to that effect.
as part of the deal, did Hunter Biden want the company to reserve a board seat for Joe Biden?
Yes.
Okay. Did Henry Zhao, a Chinese businessman, want assurances Joe Biden would join the board? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did
He's
Hunter
expressed
Biden?
that in emails as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And conversations.
Did Hunter Biden draft an email stating, please also remind Henry Zhao of our conversation about a board seat for a certain relation of mine? Devin and I golfed with that relation earlier this week, and we discussed this very idea again. And as always, he remains very, very keen on the opportunity. Here is a photo of Joe Biden and Devin Archer and Hunter Biden golfing days before the alleged email draft. Do you believe a certain relation of mine refers to Joe Biden?
I don't think there's any question. It was based on first-hand conversations with Devin Archer, who was in that picture and at that golf meeting.
Did you ever meet with Devin Archer where Hunter took calls from his father?
Yes.
Okay, during one of these phone calls, and Hunter Biden told Joe Biden that he and Henry Zhao needed help getting, quote, getting across the finish line.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bobolinsky, do you recall receiving an email that floated the possibility of giving 10% ownership of Sinohawk to Joe Biden through Hunter Biden?
Yes.
Okay, my last questions are for both of you very quickly. Mr. Bobolinsky and Mr. Galanis, you both stated you were told not to use Joe Biden's name in communications, correct, Mr. Bobolinsky?
Correct.
Mr. Galanis?
Yes.
Okay. Did Joe Biden participate in phone conversations and meetings with Hunter Biden, his business associates, foreign interests? Yes or no? Mr. Bobolinsky?
He clearly did.
Okay, Mr. Galanis, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. In Hunter Biden's deposition, he said he did not involve his father in his business. Did Hunter Biden lie under oath, yes or no? Mr. Bobolinsky?
Yes.
Mr. Galanis?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Is Joe Biden lying when he says he did not interact with Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, and their business partners or forward interests? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Galanis?
Yes.
All right. In a debate on October 22nd, 2020, Joe Biden denied Hunter Biden made money from China. Then Hunter Biden, his business associates, and foreign interests include money from Chinese businesses, business partners, and or interests. Yes or no? Mr. Bobolinsky?
I'm sorry, did the
Hunter
Biden family
Biden
make
receive
money
from Chinese
Correct,
business
yes.
interests? Mr. Galanis? Did Hunter Biden receive money from Chinese business interests? Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
he had economic interests, and yes.
All right. Joe Biden
Yes,
has
regardless.
repeatedly claimed that he was not involved in Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, or any other Biden family business deals. Today, our witnesses have proved otherwise. Today, we've established Joe Biden lied about interacting with Hunter Biden's business associates. It is my belief Joe Biden is the closer for Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, and their business associates and foreign interests. Good luck to the left proving otherwise. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Porter from California.
The title of this hearing is Influence Peddling, examining Joe Biden's abuse of public office. Look, the impeachment inquiry is dead. If it was on life support, my colleague Ocasio-Cortez just killed it. There is no allegation of a specific crime. President Biden didn't do anything wrong. There's zero evidence of that. And still, both Democrats and Republicans and the media treat these hearings like the Super Bowl. But no one ever wins, and Americans always lose. So I've got a fresh direction for this hearing. All we have to do is cross off the part after the colon. There. Just influence peddling. We should have a policy discussion about how to stop officials from using their positions to get money or favors. Now, that is a real hearing, one that nearly every American, regardless of party, wants us to hold. We could start by talking about how senior executive branch officials can leave public service, wait just 1 year, and then legally become lobbyists for big corporations, supporting their new employers' profitable government contracts and favorable regulations. They can even be paid by the big corporations during that short 1 year while they are waiting to become lobbyists as a down payment for their future ability to peddle influence. That's wrong. For the panel of witnesses, by show of hands, as Americans, would our witnesses support extending this 1 year waiting period to at least 2 years?
No, I would.
Okay, so there we go. Republicans, Democrats, even convicted criminals. Everybody supports that we should do more to stop influence peddling. This is the kind of good government reform that Americans of all political stripes support. And I should know, in 2022, I passed that exact reform as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act with a bipartisan majority vote. What happened to that amendment? Why didn't it become law? The answer is simple. Nearly 500 former members of Congress work for lobbying firms. And too many people around here want to follow in their footsteps, and so don't want to make it harder for government officials to become lobbyists. Ultimately, Democratic leadership under then Speaker Nancy Pelosi let the amendment get stripped out of the final bill. When I offered up the amendment again during this Congress, Republican leadership under then Speaker Kevin McCarthy never even put the amendment up for a vote. Both parties have let us down on fighting influence peddling and tackling corruption. Hopefully, we can begin a new approach in this very committee. The American people know that regardless of party, should know that an investigation was conducted into whether Joe Biden did anything wrong. We follow the evidence to where it led a dead end. So this impeachment inquiry should end today. And where should we go from here? We should stop partisan attacks on each other and address the real problem, that the American people believe that the rules that prevent corruption are way too weak. To stop politicians on both sides of the aisle from influence peddling. This committee should be working together in a bipartisan way to change the culture of Congress, to crack down on influence peddling and corruption, and just as importantly, to stop the perception of it. Let me give you some facts. I don't even need a whiteboard for this one. 495 former members of Congress work for lobbying firms. 467 members of Congress take corporate PAC money. 78 members of Congress violated the Stock Act last Congress. Clearly, we have our work cut out for us. So let's start the conversation today on what a bipartisan ethics reform package could look like. Here are the organizations that could have come today as witnesses so we could have had a productive conversation. Oversight staff, do you have your notebooks ready? Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, Common Cause, Project on Government Oversight, Public Citizen. With the right witnesses and the commitment to doing what the American people want, this committee can have a real conversation about the problem of influence peddling. And we can pass legislation to create badly needed ethics guardrails. That would be real work, not a real circus. I yield back.
Before I recognize Mr. Timmons, Ms. Porter, I think you are sincere, and I look forward to working with you on that legislation.
Chairman, can we take a 5-minute break? I need to go to the bathroom.
Let us get one more, and then we'll do that. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes, then we'll take a break because we have votes coming up anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At our hearing last July, I laid out the scheme that the Bidens concocted to sell the Biden brand, netting almost $30 million for various members of the Biden family. This scheme was repeated with various clients in Kazakhstan, China, Romania, Russia, and Ukraine. I'm going to spend my time on just one instance, Ukraine, specifically involving Burisma, which netted Hunter over $3 million during a 3-year period. And to clarify the criminal offenses being alleged, for Hunter Biden, it is conspiracy to commit bribery, 18 U.S.C. Section 201 B2A and C, and for Joe Biden, it's conspiracy to commit extortion under color of official right, 18 U.S.C. Section 1951 B2. And if you want a refresher on those, just look up Senator Menendez and his wife's indictment. So let's start with this. Foreign client has a problem. I've got an email here from Vadim Pozharsky, the Secretary of Burisma, and he is advocating that Hunter Biden intervene with high-level U.S. officials to facilitate meetings and communications expressing their positive opinion of Zlochevsky, the president of Burisma, to the Ukrainian president, chief of staff, prosecutor general, with the ultimate purpose to close down any cases against Zlochevsky in Ukraine. This is dated November 2nd. Now, keep in mind, and again, foreign client had a problem. Zlochevsky is being investigated by Viktor Shokin, the Inspector General of Ukraine, and he needs help, the Biden brand. So here we got bank records galore of Hunter Biden receiving, prior to this email, over $1 million. After this email, $2 million. You'll find out in a second he really earned his fee. So again, client pays a Biden $3 million. Next, what happens? What happens? This is great. 11 days later, we have the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine announcing that Vice President Biden is traveling to Ukraine on December 7th. Oh, interesting. Vice President Biden travels to the country. Here we got a great photo of him touching down. They're very proud of themselves. So, Vice President Biden leverages U.S. policy to achieve a favorable outcome for the client. We've all seen the video. He brags about leveraging U.S. foreign loan guarantees to get the Ukrainian government to fire Viktor Shokin to end the investigation. Again, we've got the email from Podarsky saying that we need to leverage you, who have not provided value yet for your $1 million in service, Hunter. He brings in the big guy. Biden leverages U.S. influence, withholds $1 billion in loan guarantee to fire Shokin. So if that's not enough, we got the victory lap here. We got an email just a few months later saying, whoa, we won in less than a year. You brought us in, so take a victory lap. So look, I mean, this is straightforward. Pay to play. His bribery, $3 million at the lowest point in his life. He testified in the deposition that he was drug addicted, that he's never been to Ukraine, yet he's paid $3 million to get his father to go to solve his client's problem. That is the scheme. Mr. Bobulinski, does this sound like the scheme that you've seen the Biden family do?
I wasn't involved in Ukraine, but the facts surrounding this are very similar to CFC and Romania.
Thank you. So this is the thing. If Hunter Biden were here, we would be able to ask him some questions, maybe clear this up. But he's not. He's not here. And what's interesting is that just yesterday, Peter Navarro reported federal prison months for not showing in front of the January 6th. And I want to point out to everybody that the January 6th committee was procedurally defective under House rules. It was procedurally defective because the minority leader did not get to appoint members to that committee. The United States House of Representatives Oversight and Accountability Committee is a procedurally perfect committee. And we have authority to subpoena Hunter Biden, and he has to show up. He has to answer these questions, and he has to tell the world that his father didn't leverage U.S. foreign policy so he would get $3 million. This is no different than what Senator Menendez did. And look, the American people are not buying this nonsense y'all are selling. We must restore their faith in our institutions. And we have to stop this ridiculous two-tiered system of justice where the Department of Justice persecutes President Trump and hides Hunter Biden behind every corner. I mean, this is not the United States of America that the American people deserve, and we have to get our country back on track. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. Did the committee subpoena Hunter Biden today?
Chair recognizes, pursuant to the previous order and at the request of the minority witness, the chair declares the committee in recess for 10 minutes. Then we're going to come back in here, and then we may have to recess again for votes.
All right. I don't know if you heard, they were all saying the same thing, just a little bit different. Let me see if I can get my camera back really quickly. Stand by with me. See if I can get it back. Okay. As that loads back up, we'll work to get it back for you guys. And we're going to go over some key information. They're recessing for about 10 minutes here. Okay. Just a second here. Soon. Here we go. All right, everyone, we are currently right now awaiting. We have about 10 minutes here as the minority witness requested that he needed to use the restroom. So they're taking a 10-minute recess, a quick 10-minute break for all of those representatives that have been watching this whole entire time. It's interesting but tiring watching this, guys. We saw a Representative Ocasio-Cortez go after, from the liberal side of things, from the left side of things, go after, Republicans for not exactly having a charge. But then we saw Representative Timmons lay out something pretty interesting. The facts among it, there was multiple representatives that laid out some facts that I think really will matter in this case. No, I'm not sure at this current time in what we're gonna see here. So what we're gonna go ahead and do, because I also need a quick break here, is give me just a moment, guys. I'm gonna put up our breaking news coverage starting soon, and then I'll be back in probably about 5 or 6 minutes just before they come back. As the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability investigates the impeachment inquiry of President Biden. All right, let me put up our... Okay. I'll be right back here on Brooklyn News.
Chair now.
The ranking member.
Oh, I don't know that there's much time left, but thank you for that eloquent and compressed recitation of some of what we've lived with over the last few years.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Bobolinsky, I want to talk about May of 2017. To be clear, Hunter Biden doing business with CEFC while his dad was VP. Are you aware of that now? Yes. Rob Walker told us that during his transcribed interview before the committee. But I want to talk to you about your meeting with Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and Jim Biden in May of 2017. Other members are going to bring up the meeting you had with Joe Biden at the Beverly Hilton the night before the Milken Conference, but I want to talk about the next day when you went as Joe Biden's guest to the Milken Conference. So, you watched Joe Biden deliver a speech that day. Then you had a follow-up conversation with Joe Biden. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
What did Joe Biden tell you during that conversation?
Well, as I've already publicly shared, I was brought backstage by his team because he had just given his keynote, and we just exchanged pleasantries, and then I walked him out to his car, and he specifically thanked me for the work I was doing with his son and his brother and asked me to keep an eye on them.
And my understanding is, Mr. Bobulinski, after Joe Biden had left, you went across the street to the Peninsula Hotel and had a long conversation with his brother, Jim Biden. Isn't that correct?
I did.
It's my understanding that you asked him how the Biden family does the business that they do, while Joe Biden is such a prominent political figure. What was Jim Biden's response to you?
Correct. I was actually concerned and asking from a position of concern, and Jim Biden's response to me was plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability. And by that you mean Joe Biden would be kept in the loop, but you weren't supposed to talk about it, especially in writing. Mr. Galanis, during your transcribed interview with the committees, you said a very interesting phrase. Say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Does this sound familiar? Is this consistent with your understanding of how the Bidens do business, Mr. Galanis?
Yeah, very, very much so. That was an operating principle, yes.
But it looks like someone made a mistake. Mr. Bobulinski, you created 2 companies with the Bidens. I want to show you an infamous email discussing the ownership structure of one of those companies, CEFC. You can see on the screen, 20% for H, 20% for Rob Walker, 20% for James Gilliar, 20% for Tony Bobulinski, 10% for Jim Biden, and 10% held by H for the, quote, big guy. Mr. Bobulinski, who is the big guy?
The big guy is 100% Joe Biden.
Mr. Bobulinski, Hunter Biden didn't respond saying, knock it off. We can't include Joe Biden, did he?
No, and that's actually a critical point because remember...
Mr. Bobulinski, did you ever get a text message or a group text message or anything like that saying, guys, knock it off, Joe Biden isn't involved in this deal?
No, the whistleblowers actually have a text exchange where they're talking about everything else but that, and the reason why they weren't talking about it is because everyone knew Joe Biden was the big guy.
Hunter Biden begged for a public hearing, but it turns out he is too afraid of accountability to show up and tell the truth to the American people. But Americans don't need Hunter's testimony to know they are being gaslit by this president. It's blatantly obvious to anyone paying attention that Joe Biden is the big guy. The CEFC deal broke the say it, forget it, write it, regret it rule of the Biden family businesses, and now they're trying to cover it up. Joe Biden said repeatedly that his family never made a dime from China. But Mr. Bobulinski just confirmed that Hunter, Jim, and the big guy himself all got a cut from the CEFC China energy deal. Let me be clear. The only service the Biden family ever provided was their ability to leverage the office of the Vice President of the United States to cash in overseas. My Democrat colleagues are going to try and tell you that Joe Biden wasn't on the final ownership structure agreement, but isn't it true? If someone was holding Joe Biden's stake in the company, it wouldn't appear in the document. Isn't that the whole point of this email, to hold Joe Biden's stake so his name wouldn't be in the document? Isn't this just plausible deniability in action, Mr. Bobulinski?
It appears that way.
But plausible deniability only gets you so far. Now, I want to fast forward from May to the end of July of 2017 when the Bidens cut you out of the deal. I want to show you a message that Hunter sent to his Chinese business partners. Please put it up on the screen. Hunter writes, quote, I am sitting here with my father and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. So, when Hunter Biden is desperate for money, Jim Biden's old trick of plausible deniability doesn't cut it. And when desperate times call for desperate measures, Hunter Biden let the cat out of the bag, said the quiet part out loud, and gave the game away by calling on his father to help him shake down his Chinese business partners for the money. And it worked. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, just point of inquiry. What was the last image we saw that you put up? Where did that come from? I just want to authenticate that.
This is the Ways and Means Committee Exhibit 300.
Must be the Irish whistleblower note. Not an inquiry, though. Anyway, Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry for the last question.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the GOP's day-long campaign for Donald Trump. I want to start with Mr. Galanis to help connect some dots that have not yet been connected in this hearing. Mr. Galanis, you are serving just under 16 years for, among other things, as has been said today, defrauding a tribal nation and specifically a tribal corporation held by the Ogallala Sioux, which is why you are testifying from a prison today. But I'd like to ask you, Mr. Galanis, have you had an attorney representing you before this committee that you retained last December? And that attorney's name is Mr. Mark Paoletta, correct?
That's correct.
And when you first testified before this committee in a taped interview, you were actually stopped by Mr. Paoletta from answering just a simple question about how you met him and who exactly was paying your legal fees. Now, I want to make sure that the American people understand exactly who Mr. Paoletta is, because he is, in fact, a former lawyer to Donald Trump, who served in the administration in the Office of Management and Budget and was at the center of the Ukrainian pressure campaign for which Donald Trump was impeached. And in fact, Mr. Paoletta was Trump's chief OMB lawyer when he withheld aid to Ukraine to try to extort the Ukrainian government into investigating Joe Biden to support Donald Trump's campaign. And Mr. Paoletta literally wrote the memo to help withhold those funds. Now, I want to dig in a little bit on this pressure campaign, and Mr. Lev Parnas is here to discuss as an eyewitness who was there. Mr. Parnas, we appreciate you being here, and I want to move through this quickly, so just ask for simple yes and no answers. You've testified here today that Donald Trump repeatedly asked you, and through Rudy Giuliani, to put pressure on the Ukrainian government to dig up dirt on Joe Biden to support Trump's campaign, correct?
100% yes.
And as we can see here in this picture, you were very much a business associate of Rudy Giuliani during this time. And as established in your testimony, you traveled to and met with Ukrainian officials and told them that the White House would withhold its support and aid to Ukraine if it did not cooperate with this bribery, essentially.
That's correct.
And as we all know, Donald Trump's administration, and specifically the Office of Management and Budget, did withhold that foreign aid in 2019. And here's the guy who did it. And he's representing the witness who's literally on Zoom with us for this committee today. And it's the reason why Donald Trump was impeached the first time. And the man at the center of that scheme is involved in the House GOP's inquiry. But I also want to point out that Mr. Paoletta is also involved in and very much in bed with the Thomases. In fact, he represented Miss Ginny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife, in her involvement in the Stop the Steal before the January 6th committee, and actually also goes on vacation with Mr. Harlan Crow and the Thomases. So this man has quite an interesting roster and participation in this hearing. But the bigger picture here is that Mr. Paoletta's presence is yet another indication of the way in which this hearing and this impeachment inquiry is part of Donald Trump's larger misinformation campaign, just like it was in 2020, where in addition to pressuring and withholding aid to Ukraine, Rudy Giuliani and the Trump organization, as Mr. Parnas has established, planted the story in the media. And now here we are 4 years later, as they've dredged it back up and are planting it back in the media, using Congress, using this committee, using a baseless impeachment supported by Donald Trump's own allies on this committee to push that information out. As members on this committee have trafficked in false evidence that was planted by a Russian operative to the FBI and is now in jail for that. All of this is in the service of propping up the criminal enterprise for which Donald Trump is atop and has already been twice impeached. Rudy Giuliani and others have been exposed as they continue to traffic in Russian disinformation that not only props up Donald Trump, but it props up Vladimir Putin himself and his goals back in Russia and Ukraine. So I just want to point out here that once again, as I said when we had a false impeachment hearing a few months ago, that once again we see the
Time's expired. Gentlelady's time's
little
expired.
hands of Donald Trump all over this hearing.
And just want to state, you made a mistake and said that Mr. Parnas was a Republican witness. He is very much your witness, not a Republican witness.
But I was a Republican for Donald Trump.
Mr. Chairman, I do not
Pursuant-
believe I said that, so we can.
Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess due to votes. Subject to the call of the chair, we will reconvene 10 minutes after the 3 votes.
All right.
All right, you have been listening in there to the House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Accountability investigating President Biden and if on the factor of if he should be impeached or not. And what factors and what charges would the president be impeached on, which at this point still are not very clear. We just know that it has something to do with Hunter Biden's business dealings. We're still working to figure out exactly what those are. But a lot of key things have been said. They have 3 votes in the House of Representatives, and I'm sure if we could get a live shot of the House of Representatives. And let me see. If we maybe could get a live shot of the House of Representatives and even watch them vote. Actually, here's what we can do. Let me stand by here. I'm going to see if we can get a live shot of the house, but at the same time have a shot of go here. Oh, apologies about that. Let me turn this down. Let me go ahead and turn the notifications down just a little bit. Okay. Let me see if we can get a live shot of the House of Reps. Oh, that is my face. Not sure if you can hear me typing. See, if we can, we will. They're voting on 3 votes, and then the committee will reconvene after those votes. So I'm going to see if we can get a shot of both of them together, because I'm going to be leaving here. Because, I mean, I also need a break, too. I've been watching this. I'm going to get something prepared for you guys when we come back. As soon as this loads up. So please stand by with us. Okay, maybe. I'm going to attempt to do it. Give me a moment. I'm going to attempt my best to. We may have to. I mean, I could. I just don't. Sorry, guys. Thinking out loud here. Oh. Apologies about that. I'm glad we still have audio at least. There we go. Fixing to get a live tour of the house. I have a heater in here, even though it's really cold outside. It's not too bad outside. It's just excuse me. Okay. Stand by, everybody. I'm trying my best. Let me just see if I can. Because this computer might bug out running everything. We can't see my face again. I'm not sure why this camera keeps doing that. I'm gonna try to watch it and make sure it doesn't. Okay. I think the chairman said they have 3 votes. Oh, here comes my dog. Maybe if we can get this to effectively work. Okay, here's what I'm going to leave you on. I'm going to leave you on this for just a moment. And I'm going to be right back and attempt to get a house shut for you guys.
Good morning. Good morning. Special congratulations to Joe Neguse, who was elected by acclamation, the Assistant Democratic Leader of our caucus this morning. We also sent our heartfelt condolences to the Kildee family as they navigate a loss in their family. The caucus extended that to Representative Kildee, and we look forward to welcoming him back on his own timeline with open arms. On January 6th, Donald Trump urged a violent mob to attack the United States Capitol and the people inside it. It's not subject to interpretation. This is a fact. There's no doubt he would do it again, and why I've said from this podium that he represents a clear and present danger to democracy. His comments over the weekend suggesting that if he were to lose the election, there would be a bloodbath in this country should be taken both literally and seriously. His attacks against the January 6th committee only reinforce the accuracy of our findings, that Donald Trump was at the center of a conspiracy to overturn a free and fair election, and he would do it again. For the American people who may think that this is just hyperbole and that these attacks don't affect them, I would simply say our veterans, our nation's heroes, sacrificed their lives to protect this country, our way of life, and our democracy. Donald Trump would sacrifice our way of life in a heartbeat if he thought that it could bring him political power. He doesn't belong anywhere near the Oval Office, and don't just take our word for it. The former vice president, his former chief of staff, his former defense secretary, and his former secretary of state all agree. And let's be clear, the dysfunction we see today, taking a vote to avoid government shutdown for the fifth time in this Congress, because the Republican Party has sold out lock, stock, and barrel, and because Donald Trump and MAGA extremism continue to permeate under this dome. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. My prayers also go out to Dan Kildee and his family. Recently, Chief Justice John Roberts, who was appointed by Republican President George Bush, denied a request from Trump associate Peter Navarro to stay out of prison. Today, Peter Navarro reported to prison because he broke the law. In America, no one is above the law, not the rich, not the powerful, and certainly not associates of the rich and powerful. We in the Democratic Caucus continue to call on Speaker Johnson to put the Senate Supplemental National Security Bill on the floor for up or down vote. It's critical that we get aid to our allies. The simplest, quickest way to do that is to have a up or down vote on that supplemental security package. We also have a discharge petition. We call on Republicans who want to put country over party to also sign that discharge petition and have a vote on that critical national security supplemental package.
Thank you. Questions? Julie? Okay. Eric?
Question on the minibus. From what you've reviewed, are you supportive of it? What are some of the highlights of that from your point of view? And then also on Ukraine, Speaker Johnson was just talking about this idea of loans for Ukraine and also seizing Russian assets. Do either of those ideas make sense?
With respect to the minibus, we look forward to, well, first of all, we heard from our leaders, Rosa DeLauro, and the ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction this morning at caucus. I think many of us are waiting to see the details and the text of these bills, but based on what we have heard from our leadership team and Ranking Member DeLauro, we look forward to putting up votes to pass this minibus. Most importantly, this continues to make important investments to lower costs that everyday Americans face. We staved off the thousands of prisons.
The nays are 192. The previous question. On adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
For a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
So votes being tallied now on debate rolls for 6 energy policy bills. Leaders plan to focus on 2 of them today, including a measure preventing the president from ending the use of hydraulic fracking, and another that would block the Bureau of Land Management from increasing the bonds required for drilling companies on reclamation projects. The rule for those 2 bills calls for each to get an hour of debate, no amendments allowed. If members approve the debate rules here, we expect debate on that to begin shortly. In about half an hour, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will be holding a news conference to discuss monetary policy and interest rates following today's Federal Open Market Committee meeting with board members and other officials. You can see that live starting at 2:30 Eastern on C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, also on our website, cspan.org. Looking ahead to tomorrow, White House Budget Director Shalanda Young and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will be testifying on President Biden's 2025 budget request and the economic outlook. You can watch the House Appropriations Subcommittee hearing live Thursday at 2:30 Eastern on C-SPAN 3, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 200. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7520 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7520, a bill to prohibit data brokers from transferring sensitive data of United States individuals to foreign adversaries and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
The final vote in this series is on a measure banning the sale of personal data to foreign adversaries. A 2/3 majority is needed to pass. The legislation prohibits data brokers from selling or otherwise providing the sensitive data of any individual in the U.S. to any foreign adversary, specifically
On this vote, the yeas are 414, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up H.R. 1121 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 305, H.R. 1121. Bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resource of the respective designees. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days.
Would the gentleman suspend? The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislators in which to revise and extend remarks and insert other material on H.R. 1121.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1121, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. H.R. 1121, introduced by Congressman Duncan, would prevent any president from issuing a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing while also establishing a sense of Congress that states should regulate the practice on state and private land. Hydraulic fracturing has been around for almost 100 years. The practice, combined with recent technological improvements and the advent of horizontal drilling, has propelled the United States to global energy superpower status. This surge in supply has contributed to lower energy prices for consumers, stimulating economic growth, and improving the quality of life for all Americans. In truth, a ban on hydraulic fracturing would cripple the American economy while surrendering world energy leadership to Russia, Iran, and China. Federal efforts to regulate fracking, which is currently adequately regulated by the states, could have an equally devastating impact. The 2005 Energy Policy Act clarified that Congress never intended the federal government to regulate fracking under the Safe Drinking Water Act. In the Obama administration, the Bureau of Land Management attempted to regulate the practice for federal lands and minerals, but the courts threw out that effort. In the decision, the judge clearly stated, quote, "Congress has not delegated to the Department of Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's effort to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of statutory authority and contrary to law," end quote. Currently, states regulate fracking, and each has comprehensive laws and regulations to provide for safe operations, to protect drinking water sources, and to have trained personnel effectively regulating oil and gas exploration and production. In addition to preventing the president from implementing a unilateral fracking ban, this bill would also express a sense of Congress that states should maintain regulatory authority over fracking on state and private lands. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 1121. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And welcome everyone to the long-anticipated, endlessly rescheduled Energy Week. Over the next 2 days, with only a matter of days until a partial shutdown, rather than a transparent discussion on how to fund the government, this chamber will debate and vote on a number of energy-related bills, bills Republicans claim will boost so-called energy dominance. It's not hard to see through their talking points. The U.S. is producing more oil and gas than ever before, and what do we have to show for it? Everyday Americans still face volatile energy prices because oil and gas are global commodities and because we're exporting record amounts of fossil fuels. The communities nearest to this record-breaking production are overburdened with pollution, and their health and well-being are suffering. And the climate crisis, because it is real, is getting more dire each year. The United States should be leading the way to a new, cleaner future, not drilling deeper into this catastrophe. Rather than addressing these issues head-on and building a just future that generations to come can be proud of, House Republicans are instead choosing to lead us toward more of the same, stuffing the pockets of big oil executives who are hoping to make another quick yacht off the backs of hardworking Americans, just as they've done for years. We have seen these washed-up has-been proposals before. Last year, Republicans passed H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, which contains some of these repeat proposals. It is like a bad boyfriend coming back, just be gone. And this week is no different. We're going to see the same tired handouts to the richest and most polluting mega corporations, all while leaving our most vulnerable communities in the toxic dust. It is Polluters Over People 2.0. The first bill on the agenda is H.R. 1121, which would prevent the president from banning fracking unless authorized by Congress, even if there is a public health emergency, poisoned drinking water, or any other fracking crisis. For my colleagues across the aisle, Maybe this is just a messaging bill, but for folks on the ground, it is extremely dangerous. It ignores the very real consequences of fracking for impacted communities. Fracking is a method of extracting oil and gas from deep underground. It involves blasting open rock at high pressure with a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals, many of which are undisclosed. In areas where fracking is concentrated, it has been linked to preterm births, high-risk pregnancies, asthma, migraines, fatigue, respiratory symptoms, skin disorders, and the list goes on. The fracking chemicals we do know about, things like benzene and ethylene glycol, are known to be hazardous to human health. Children living near fracking sites have lower birth weights and higher rates of cancer. Fracking chemicals end up in our soil and in our groundwater. Fracking is known to contaminate air and drinking water. But this Republican sweetheart legislation would stop the president from banning or even pausing fracking on public lands and in federal waters, even if it poses a clear and known and present danger to drinking water and public health. Here's something you're going to hear a lot from Democrats this week. Big oil and big gas don't need any more favors right now. They don't need more tax breaks. They don't need more special loopholes. They don't need more. The president should have the full range of tools to protect the American people, especially when it comes to our public lands and resources. I urge opposition to the legislation, and I reserve.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, one of the things my good friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle have stated that the big oil and gas companies are making record profits and these bills are essentially tax cuts for big oil. That couldn't be further from the truth. This president's anti-energy agenda has driven up energy prices for all Americans, which also has created greater revenues for big oil companies. If Democrats are really concerned about energy prices, the best thing they can do is mirror the energy dominance policies of the previous administration. Doing so would create abundance, driving down energy prices for all Americans. You know, producers with no more than $5 million in retail sales of oil and gas in a year account for 83% of America's oil production. 90% of its natural gas and natural gas liquids production. These are small businesses, Mr. Chair, often locally and independently owned with a handful of employees, but collectively they support they collectively support 4.5 million American jobs. Our Republican energy bills help ensure small businesses can continue to operate on federal lands, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask my colleagues to look at the balance sheets of all of these big oil executives. No one in a food line, no one's trying to catch an unemployment check. They have the money, and they'll be getting more because of these loopholes. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Congressman Levin.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1121. This extreme legislation would limit the president's ability to respond to public health, environmental, and climate risks. It's nothing more than a made-up solution in search of a problem. To be clear, the president has made no indication that he will ban fracking. And yet, H.R. 1121 would prohibit the president from ever banning fracking for any reason ever, despite the risks that it poses. Yeah, many of my colleagues aren't even in favor of sensible oversight or regulation of fracking. It's my view that public lands managers ought to have access to a full range of tools to reduce harmful emissions, protect our environment, and safeguard public health. I'm particularly concerned because we don't have adequate regulations and safeguards in place to ensure that if fracking is done, at the very least, it's done in a way that reduces environmental and health risks. There's a growing body of evidence that illustrates that fracking creates vast amounts of wastewater, emits greenhouse gases such as methane, and releases toxic pollutants such as potent carcinogens into the air. Studies have also reported associations between residential proximity to fracking operations and increased adverse pregnancy outcomes, cancer incidents, hospitalizations, respiratory diseases, mental health problems, and more. Additionally, throughout the U.S., pregnant women, children, indigenous people, communities of color, and low-income communities disproportionately bear the negative impacts of fracking. And our understanding of fracking's risks just continues to grow. We can't let this pollution of our air, water, climate, and health continue unabated, especially if we remove a tool from the President's toolbox, as H.R. 1121 would do. We need some regulations in place to protect the health of our environment and our communities. Otherwise, we risk unleashing the fossil fuel industry's unfettered pollution and damage to our environment and our health. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would require the Bureau of Land Management to issue regulations around fracking that include baseline water testing and public disclosure of the chemicals that companies use in their fracking operations before the ban on fracking bans can go into place. At the end of the debate, I'll insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that this bill, H.R. 1121, is unnecessary as the President has not proposed a hydraulic fracturing moratorium, and that they say it sets a dangerous precedent for limiting the authority of the President and Secretary of the Interior to manage energy resources on federal lands. Well, the fact is, this President on the campaign trail said, and I quote, "No more. No new fracking," end quote. This was candidate Biden. And we know from what he's done in his first 3+ years in office, don't listen to necessarily his words, watch his actions. He's done it on mining. He said we were going to mine domestically for our critical minerals. Once he became president, he changed his tune. Now he's following or wants memorandums of understanding with other countries that are adversarial to the United States. After years of disastrous energy policies by this president, we know we cannot take him for just his word, which is why exactly this bill is necessary. This is especially true, Mr. Chair, given that the Obama administration's Bureau of Land Management tried to regulate fracking. The courts ultimately stopped this effort. In the decision, U.S. District Court Judge Skovdahl clearly stated that, and quote, "Congress has not delegated to the Department of the Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's efforts to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of its statutory authority and contrary to law," end quote. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that, in 2015, the Obama administration published a rule regulating fracking on public lands, and I should mention that the rule was not a ban on fracking, but a common sense requirement that companies disclose what chemicals they're using. It would also have required storage protocols for wastewater, barriers between wells and water zones, and the disclosure of the location of existing wells. Additional common sense protections for the public. The rule was challenged in the District Court of Wyoming, struck down, and appealed. The District Court of Wyoming read the Safe Drinking Water Act's exclusion of fracking from that law's underground injection program to mean that no federal agency regulate fracking. This was a flimsy court case that has not been reviewed on appeal, and the Trump BLM rescinded the rule before the appeal court could rule on it. The case does not mean that the federal government should have no role, rather, in regulating fracking for oil and gas. This issue is too important for us to leave 100% to a patchwork of state laws. The President must have the full range of tools to protect our health, safety, and climate from the dangers of fracking. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. As one of the only few who doesn't take corporate PAC money in this institution, I'm here to tell you the truth, per usual. H.R. 1121 is a danger to all of our communities. The President must have full range of tools to protect our health, safety, and climate from dangers of fracking. But we know this bill is nothing more than a waste of time. So I'd like to take a step back for a minute and remind people of the truth, why we're here in this situation right now with fracking being practically unregulated at the federal level. Nearly 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, then Vice President Dick Cheney, the former CEO of Halliburton, managed to insert a loophole into the Energy Act of 2005, specifically exempting fracking chemicals from EPA regulation under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Halliburton, of course, is one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world and also just happens to be behind most of the major fracking worldwide. For the last 20 years, we have been dealing with the Halliburton loophole, a terrible reminder of the revolving door of oil, money, and politics, and how big oil buys its way into the hall of Congress. This bill is another step to enshrine fracking protections and polluter loopholes into law, and it's wrong. It says to people in our communities all across the country, the people that elected us, urban, rural communities, that corporate polluters' profits are more important than their health. The mere fact that fracking is linked to childhood cancer should be enough for us to act. I merely ask for us, please don't frack with our health. I strongly oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my good friends and colleagues, again, on the other side of the aisle, they'll make statements that fracking is mostly unregulated and the practice can consume billions of gallons of water. And they say this is industry first and that the Republicans look to take away and protect public health and combat the climate crisis. Couldn't be further from the truth. Absolutely couldn't be further from the truth. According to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, member states each have comprehensive laws and regulations to ensure safe operations and protect drinking water sources. And they have trained personnel to effectively regulate oil and gas exploration and production. And Mr. Chair, even President Obama's own EPA found that fracking has no widespread systemic impacts on drinking water resources in the United States of America. No evidence has arisen that this practice is dangerous. To say anything else is simply fear-mongering to the American people and pandering to the radical left that would rather have us rely on Iran, Russia, and Venezuela for our energy needs. And Mr. Chair, one last thing. This president took the sanctions off Iran. Iran is now making $90 billion because of those sanctions are taken off. And where do you think, who do you think's funding the war against Israel?
Right, so he's the chairman of the
Iran, the top sponsor of terrorism, took the sanctions off. When we produce here in the United States of America, it's a win-win, Mr. Chair. It's the safest, it's the cleanest, it employs American technology, American resources, American jobs, it helps American families, American communities. We do it better than anybody else, Mr. Chair, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record Mr. Levin's amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, in response to my colleagues' statements from the other side of the aisle that fracking is safe and that it's safe for nearby communities, I would just like to enter into the record this article from the Yale School of Public Health published in Science Direct.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This article shows that living within a mile of a fracked well directly increases the risks of children developing leukemia. They're not children from the radical left. They're children from across the country. The study warns that millions of people living within a mile of fracked wells may have been exposed to these cancer-causing chemicals. In response to this study, several physicians are quoted as saying, "This is like smoking in the 1950s. There was a lot of suggestive evidence, but the conclusive stuff came later. I think we're going to get it maybe in 5 or 10 years, but it's a question of how much damage is going to be done in the meantime." Too often, we look at the political environment before we look at the evidence, and I don't think that's serving the future. This is just one study looking at a couple dozen pollutants. There is ample evidence out there to be concerned with fracking's impact on public health, but there is still too much to learn. And yet, H.R. 1121 would ban restrictions on fracking before we know the full realm of impacts on public health. This is unacceptable, and the bill is rooted in many falsehoods as it relates to public health. I'm
Others' power and prestige in influencing the growth of a financial services business, which is largely reliant on its reputation and ability to attract other clients.
I'm running out of time here, but it sounds like a quid pro quo to me. Sir, what did Harvest did in fact invest money in Burnham, called it a material inducement. Can you explain what that means? And do you know how much the Chinese paid?
I believe I was out of the picture toward the end of 2015. I believe that they ended up paying $4 million into Burnham. I believe, though, as a result of legal entanglements that I encountered, that the transactions didn't happen in the way people expected or that they had written about in terms of what the Chinese were expected to do.
All right, Mr. Galanis, I just want one last question. I'm going to show you a draft email that you provided to the committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Objection on time. Good job. Chair now recognize Ms. Crock for 1 minute, or 5 minutes.
1 minute. All right. First of all, Mr. Bobulinski, do you know who Elections LLC is? Yeah.
Well, it's not a who.
Well, do you know what it is?
Yes, it's a LLC.
Okay, and is it the LLC that your attorney works for?
I believe so.
You believe so, okay. So at this point in time, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a document indicating that the law firm representing Tony Bobulinski was paid $10,000 as recently as January of this year by the Save America PAC, which you may recognize as Donald Trump's PAC.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, so far in this hearing, it felt like the worst episode of The Apprentice. I'm sure you're familiar with that show. Seems like my colleagues, and maybe you and some others, are trying to become the next vice president of the United States of America. You're auditioning or something like that, because Mr. Bobulinski, I know that you take exception to the fact that your credibility has been called into question over and over. But when someone comes to testify under oath, whether it's before this committee, behind closed doors, or in person, then we have to evaluate someone's credibility. And sir, I definitely have always had issues with your credibility, as I know that you are very well aware of. So let me remind you of what happened behind closed doors. I haven't asked you a question.
We will continue listening over there.
I haven't. So when I ask you a question, that's when you answer. Otherwise, I'm talking. So, excuse me? With my time, because it's my time, I want to be clear that when we were behind doors, you called a number of people liars. You called the Wall Street Journal liars. You called Cassidy Hutchinson a liar. You called the FBI a liar. You called Rob Walker a liar. You called James Gilliar a liar. You called Hunter Biden a liar. You called Jim Biden a liar. And just today, you added to your list. You called my colleague, Congressman Mr. Goldman, a liar as well. It seems like, according to you, the only person that's telling the truth is you, and everyone else is lying. But I want to move on to something else.
Is that a question?
It's not a question.
Oh, okay.
You'll know when I ask you a question, I promise.
Thank you.
So, the other thing that I want to talk about is the fact that my colleague from the other side of the aisle talked about the company that we keep. And she wanted to go through a list of people that she felt like were bad company, because right now the majority has been relying upon testimony of someone who's currently sitting in federal prison. And we know that your company is the company of somebody who's been found liable of fraud as well as defamation, as well as sexual assault, and for whatever reason can't pay his bill at this point in time. But I'm going to ask Mr. Parnas, so this is a question to him. Are you aware if Trump had any he has maybe some valuable information that he could offer this committee as to whether or not there's anything that we should be investigating in the first place?
Absolutely, Congresswoman. I wish that this committee would subpoena Rudy Giuliani, put him under oath alongside me to get to the bottom of the truth of what actually happened in Ukraine and to the manipulation that Giuliani and the team went to do.
I agree with you, but somehow it doesn't look like we're going to get there, and I thank you for your time. With that, I'll yield.
Time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ghana.
Apologies, guys.
We are experiencing a few technical difficulties. Stand by with me.
On May 9th.
Here we go. Should be loading, and we will be.
And were you invited to a party
There we go.
that she attended?
As our continuing coverage of the Biden
Yes,
impeachment inquiry
in
hearings
Brooklyn,
in the
yes.
House of Representatives
Set the invitation up,
continues.
please. And here's a copy of the invitation that you received. Is that right?
Don't yet see it, Congressman. I did receive an email invitation, so
Yeah,
yes.
an email invitation. And did you go to that party?
Yes, I did attend that party, yes.
And was Hunter Biden at that party?
Yes, he was.
And we know that he was because we have a confirmation of his calendar, which is the next exhibit. It was noted on there, and he showed up there. And so all of that's true. It's all verified right there. And Yelena Baturina and her then husband, Yuri, they were at the party, right?
Correct.
With Devin Archer as well?
That's correct.
And during that party, you guys, Hunter pulled you guys, the people we just named, pulled them away from where the party is, and you go to a separate little area where it's quieter because there was over 100 people at that party. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
And all of a sudden, Hunter says, okay, I'm going to make a phone call. He makes a phone call, does he not?
He does.
To whom?
He called his father.
Then Vice President Joe Biden, who was Vice President at the time. What was said on the call, please? Before you tell us, the reason you know it is because he put it on speakerphone, right?
He did. After he said hello, and then he put it on speakerphone. So I was first party to hearing it. And
Please sum it up.
I'm sorry, Congressman, I talk over you. The
Yeah,
video
please
conference.
Please sum up that phone call for us, Mr. Galani.
Okay, it was a relatively short call, but it was, he indicated that our friends had come in from out of town, that then the exchange, as it testified, was related to they were going to proceed, things were going to proceed. And he said, the vice president had said, "You look after my boy."
And it was 5 days after that party that you received word from Devin that Ms. Baturina was in for $15 to $20 million with you guys, right?
That's correct.
Let's go to a different issue. Let's go to the harvest issue. And I'll just refresh everyone's recollection. When Devin Archer was there, because at that time he had to come in. And we had a conversation. I said, hey, did Hunter ever indicate to you that the Chinese anticipated that after his father was out of office, he might join their company with one of the companies as a paid advisor? Mr. Archer says, did he indicate that to you? Mr. Archer, I don't recall, but potentially. I don't recall, but potentially. And I said, you don't recall, but it's not new to you. The concept is not new to you. Is that what you're saying? He said, no, it's not new to me. Why wasn't it new to him? Why wasn't it new to him? It wasn't
It's
new.
because that was,
Yeah, go ahead.
it was an explicit discussion amongst us that was an inducement to the Chinese to invest in the business.
When you
That
say-
being the VP's position post is a position, official position
On a board of advisors, paid board of advisors.
of the Chinese company, Harvest. Yes.
Who was the us that was discussing that?
What I was referring to and just making that comment was Hunter, Devin, and myself.
Let's go to something
There
else.
was a broader sort of circulation group about that, and that was reflected in an email from a staff member at the Thornton Group who circulated the draft email that also reflected he had a similar conversation and drafted a letter based on that understanding.
How long have you been incarcerated, Mr. Galanis?
I've been incarcerated 8 years, Congressman.
And you offered to tell the Southern District of New York and SEC about Hunter Biden's company, Rosemont Seneca Bohai, and they rejected your offer, didn't they?
On multiple occasions, that's correct.
And why do you think they rejected that offer?
I think he's over. Time's expired, but please answer the question. Answer the question, Mr. Galanis.
All I can tell you is what counsel said to me.
Which was?
Counsel had indicated to me that he had never seen a prosecution reject information, particularly paper-based information, that could have corroborated my verbal statements.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you.
Very good. Chair recognizes Ms. Bush for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. St. Louis and I are here today once again to focus on the real issues that affect our communities instead of partisan circus. Let me start saying that influence peddling is absolutely a very serious issue, full stop. But we all know the truth. Donald Trump is the quintessential influence peddler in chief. Despite this, for well over a year now, House Republicans have spent dozens of hours of precious committee time hearing testimony from nearly 20 witnesses on their baseless and increasingly embarrassing attempts to link President Biden to actions of his family members and implicate him by association. Even after all this time and effort, they haven't been able to muster up any credible links between the president and his son's business dealings. All they have proven is that they will do whatever it takes, including using their razor-thin majority and chairmanships to waste the people's time. Let's let today's hearing be the final nail in the coffin of the sham impeachment investigation. I urge my Republican colleague to admit that their quest to impeach the president has completely collapsed. They have fallen short, and with each passing deal, they are losing votes and credibility, even within their own conference. It's time for them to move on. But that's not likely to happen because my Republican colleagues don't care about responsible government making people's lives better. They don't have an affirmative agenda. They would rather distract us all with the unfounded accusations against the president. So it's no coincidence that under Republican leadership, 2023 marked the most unproductive year in my history for Congress. Aside from a failed impeachment investigation, an unprecedented 3-week stint without a speaker, and bringing our country to the brink of a catastrophic government shutdown multiple times, Republicans have done absolutely nothing to demonstrate why they deserve to control any chamber of Congress, let alone the White House, for which their co-leader, a twice impeached, 4 times indicted former president, is running to gain influence and control again. They're just grasping at straws, and it'd be comical if it wasn't leading to real harm and real hurt in our communities. The people of our country are the ones paying the price for their failure to actually govern. Instead of wasting all of our time, our hours and hours going down fake rabbit holes and amplifying baseless conspiracies, we could focus on actual policy. We could focus on substance. We could focus on saving and improving the lives of our constituents, not misusing precious time and resources of this committee. What I'd rather focus on is the people who don't have the money and resources to buy influence, the millions of people in our districts who have been harmed by the ongoing refusal of the federal government to take full responsibility for the Manhattan Project waste, and who are still getting sick from exposure to toxic radioactive waste their own government created. it still lingers in communities all across the country, like in St. Louis, Missouri, where proper cleanup still remains undone. I am ranking member on the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs. I have repeatedly requested a hearing on Manhattan Project waste and its countless victims. I'm still waiting. We could focus on ending the crisis of gun violence in this country. Every day, 327 people are shot in the United States. Every year, 42,654 people die from gun violence. More children die from guns than anything else in this country. Why are we not acting to protect them? How are we not treating this like the public health emergency that it is? We could focus on improving the lives of incarcerated individuals and weaning ourselves off of the carceral state. A currently incarcerated individual is your star witness today. I applaud your inclusivity, and surely if folks convicted of crimes can testify before Congress, they should be allowed to vote. Why not enfranchise them? What about reproductive rights and freedom? We have a public health crisis in this country where millions of people of reproductive age can't get the care that they need. People in St. Louis are being forced to give birth against their will. Republicans need to use abortion care just like the rest of us. Why not meaningfully address this issue? We need to focus on ending the atrocities in Gaza and Israel. Since January, malnutrition in children under 5 has doubled, nearly doubled. Global experts warn famine is imminent for 1.1 million people, half the population due to catastrophic food insecurity. Why are we not acting to reinstate UNRWA, prevent famine and the spread of disease, and ending the continued slaughter of Palestinians? We do not have infinite time and resources. I will stop there. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time to Rep. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Ms.
10 seconds.
I want to just point to a photo here. Mr. Bobulinski, you have testified that Cassidy Hutchinson's account that you met Mark Meadows, then Chief of Staff for Donald Trump, at a Trump rally in Georgia behind Secret Service cars. You were
Time's expired.
Sir, you went over a minute late with Mr. Perry. If we could have a little extra time. If you, Trump rally that you said
Time's
that she
expired.
was
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, could we have some basic equity?
If someone else wants to yield, she had 8 seconds to yield him, and he's got up here with a speech. He's already abused his privilege by making a motion that wasn't even a motion. Chair has ruled. The chair has ruled. The chair has ruled.
What are you afraid of, Mr. Chairman?
Recognize your.
What are you afraid of? Why don't you let me ask the question?
Chair recognizes the gentleman. Oh, what purpose do you seek recognition, Mr. Biggs?
Unanimous consent to introduce the documents into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman. Here they are. One of the invitation that was mentioned. Another is Hunter Biden's calendar. Another is the email mentioned confirming that Yelena Ballerini was going to invest $10 to $20 million with him. Another one is page 180 of the Galenis interview, page 56 of the transcribed interview of Hunter Biden, also pages 41 and 42 of the Galenis interview.
Without objection, so ordered into the
Chairman,
record.
I have a
Now,
UC
Chair, what purpose do you seek recognition, Mr. Bowman?
I have a UC motion, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
I would like to enter into the record the portion of the Devin Archer transcript where he says that Yelena Ballerini never had any business dealings with Hunter Biden and that money went into their joint account was done by mistake.
By mistake. Okay. Without objection.
And Mr. Chairman, I have one UC request as well.
Proceed.
This is from Salon Magazine. It's embarrassing. Republicans worry they have 0 accomplishments to run on in elections.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'd first like to enter into the record 302s that were done with Mr. Bobulinski, what's known as Exhibit 400A. Thank you very much. Mr. Bobulinski, thank you for being here. Mr. Parnas, thank you for being here. And those of you who are appearing extraneously on our screen. Mr. Bobulinski, tell me very quickly about the professionalism of the organization that you work for in terms of paychecks, getting paychecks, providing the IRS with documentation of people who were paid out of the organization.
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Were you ever paid?
I was not.
So you were never paid by this organization?
I was not.
did you ever receive any enumeration?
When we were in the process of trying to shut down Sinohawk Holdings LLC and Oneida Holdings LLC, I was compensated. It wasn't a compensation; it was a reimbursement of $50,000 of money I'd come out of pocket, traveling around, paying for hotels and stuff like that.
So, in other words, people did not get paid, or you didn't get paid that you're aware of. Were you aware that other people were being paid?
The Biden family was paid. Hunter and Jim Biden were clearly paid millions of dollars.
And how would you think that information would be transmitted about them receiving that payment and going to the IRS?
I'm not sure of those specifics. I'm just aware that they received those millions of dollars, obviously based on the brave testimony of Shapley and Ziegler that came public with a bunch of information, and then Senator Johnson and Senator Grassley's report. I never saw. The only bank account I ever saw is the one I set up at J.P. Morgan for Sinohawk Holdings and Oneida Holdings LLC. J.P. Morgan was well aware that the Biden family were owners in that business. They authorized it, approved it. And
what Social Security number was utilized to set up that account?
For Sinohawk and Oneida?
Yes.
We had to represent the owners of the underlying entity, so they were aware that Hudson West 4 owned 50% of Sinohawk Holdings, and they provided their information. On the Oneida side, we represented that each of us owned 20%, and I'd have to go back and look. I, as the CEO, probably provided my Social Security number. I'm not sure if we provided Social Security numbers for all 5 members.
And yet
or, excuse me, tax IDs for their LLC.
Or tax IDs, and yet you never received money except reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses that were related to the business.
Correct, and imagine that $50,000 I was paid was actually from the legal side of Sinohawk Holdings and the Chinese, while the Bidens had defrauded me and were receiving millions of dollars into their own pockets.
Were you aware that they were receiving millions of dollars at the time?
I was not.
Did you spend time with the Department of Justice on this matter?
I did. I had a voluntary interview with the FBI on October 23rd, I believe, 2020.
They approached you, or you approached them?
My lawyers coordinated me. Which is obviously public knowledge, went to the second debate. I flew to D.C. with the intent of sitting in front of Senator Johnson, Senator Grassley, and their committee. And then my lawyers sought counsel, had discussions, and decided it was a better focus of my time to walk voluntarily into the FBI.
So where did you do that?
In Washington, D.C.
Main Justice, Main FBI, or the field office?
I believe it was the leading field office. They didn't want to do it in Main Justice for some their reasons. They decided. I would have gone wherever they asked me to go.
Did they tell you at the time that you were providing information, that if you provided information that was not true and correct, that you could be held liable for that under criminal statute?
Yes, of course. I appreciate you asking that question. I was operated as if I misrepresented, misstated, lied, that I was committing criminal offenses, which I take very seriously based on the fact that I was willing to die for this country. And to just correct Ms. Crockett's statement earlier, I didn't accuse the FBI of lying. I stated in my transcribed interview that the FBI made mistakes in their 302. My lawyers never saw that document until it was made public to the world.
And then you attempted to correct that 302.
I did.
Is that the same 302 known as Exhibit 400A that I have entered in the record today?
It is.
Do you have any other dispute with that? And have you looked at it? Do you have any other dispute?
There are
There's
some
numerous
other
mistakes in
things
it.
going on today
Thank you
across
very
the
much.
country.
Do you have any reason to believe
You can
that
see on your
all
screen there, the Federal
of
Reserve
these
has
SAR
kept
reports
interest
that have
rates where they
come out of
are. Let me
banks
turn
were all
down
fraud?
And,
as we-
gentlemen, time's expired, but he asked a question about
this
the
that we're
SARS
watching
report.
right now. I'm just saying because you've been on for so
the number
long.
of
So
SARS reports.
if you wanted to follow any other
every
news coverage,
American
there has
pause, the
also
average
been some
American
other
in this
things
country.
going on. That footage that you're seeing right now on your screen is via C-SPAN, an embassy with the government. We have there on your screen, Biden is in Texas right now.
Thank you very much.
and the Federal Reserve is keeping interest rates where they stand. So that's our press conference there. So a lot going on that we're going to keep you covered on. Thanks, V-Spin, for having that footage.
And if I could have my full 5 minutes, I'd appreciate that.
Reset the clock for 5 for Mr. Kassar.
Thank you, Chairman. While we clearly disagree on the merits of this meritless investigation, I hope, Chairman, that we can at least come to an agreement on some basics. I believe that you and I can agree that presidents and White House officials should not be unduly influenced by foreign powers. So, Chairman, I'd be happy to yield to you briefly for a yes or no. Can we all agree that White House officials should not be bribed or unduly influenced by foreign actors?
It's your time. You can ask. We have witnesses here.
I would assume that you would agree.
We have witnesses. If you want to ask the witnesses question, or you want to waste time with me,
I'm not wasting time with you. I think that we've been disagreeing all day. I hope we can come to an agreement that White House officials should not be bribed or unduly influenced by foreign powers. I think you and I agree on this point. I see you nodding your head. I assume that that is a yes. I'm glad that we can work as an oversight committee on investigations, do the work we need to do, and make sure that no one in the White House has betrayed the public trust. We've spent countless hours talking about Hunter Biden, investigating every single person it seems like he's ever shaken hands with. We've not found a shred of evidence that connects it to the President of the United States or anyone with any say over U.S. policy. But someone who has worked in the White House did accept money from a foreign power. Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, received a staggering $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, his brand new private equity firm. And while Hunter Biden never had any say over U.S. policy, Mr. Kushner got this $2 billion 6 months after working in the White House as a senior advisor on Middle East policy. Mr. Kushner had no experience in private equity. In fact, he was so inexperienced that Saudi officials tried to block the transfer of the money until the Crown Prince overruled them. While working at the White House, Mr. Kushner pushed through a $110 billion weapons sale for Saudi Arabia. I'm finishing my point and then I'm happy to talk about it. He then defended the deal in the wake of the Saudi government's murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. And while this may all just be a coincidence, there's many questions. Like, was any of this money passed along to Trump? Was the Saudi money a thank you for a job well done in the White House? Was Jared given this money in exchange for anything else? Or did someone with no experience just have a lucky payday? These are questions we should have answers to.
Would the gentleman yield for a second?
That the Oversight Committee should look into.
We can just add another question. What was the role that Jared Kushner played in covering up the assassination and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi, ordered by the Royal Conference?
Ranking member. So, I want to know, if Hunter Biden had accepted $2 billion from the Saudi government, I'm sure we'd be looking into that today. And, Mr. Chairman, I believe we can agree that there should not be undue influence in the White House, and I believe we should be able to agree that we should look into these questions about Mr. Kushner. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, you were on CNN and said, quote, I've been very vocal that I think what Kushner did crossed the line of ethics. And then in our deposition of Hunter Biden the other day, when we were discussing Mr. Kushner, you said, Mr. Chairman, and I quote from the deposition, when we deal with influence peddling, we'll ask about Jared Kushner. Well, today's hearing is titled the Influence Peddling. So we are here. So, Mr. Comer, I would love to hear from you. Can we fulfill our responsibility as an oversight committee and determine if Saudi Arabia bribed or unduly influenced Jared or other White House officials? Is that something we'd be willing to look into?
We've already had a conversation with Ms. Porter. I'm going to answer one time. Ms. Porter and I have pledged to work on influence peddling legislation. We'll take up all the people who have been accused of influence peddling. We'll try to determine whether Jared Kushner has a real business. We haven't been able to find a real business that the Bidens have had yet. Now, just still your time, Mr.
So could we expect to subpoena Mr. Kushner's correspondence with the Saudi government or his firm's financial records or financial transactions between Mr. Kushner and his father-in-law? Is that something that we would consider doing as part of that hearing you just discussed?
What was the question?
If we are serious about looking into foreign money, I saw recently a poster board here about $100,000 to a car dealership. Are we going to be serious about the $2 billion from the Saudi government to Mr. Kushner? My question is, would we be at least subpoenaing Jared's correspondence with the Saudi government and his firm's financial records? Can we commit to doing that?
I think it's important to see if there were real legitimate businesses.
And if there was influence
let
by
me
the-
ask you a question. What business was Hunter Biden in?
We heard explicitly from Mr. Biden. We heard explicitly from Mr. Biden about his extensive business record and his experience on boards. We heard about that.
Time's
Mr.
expired.
Kushner, on the other hand,
Chair now recognizes
billion
Mr. Fallon for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
That's a shame.
before I start my questions, I'd like to enter into the record, submit to the record an article from the Kyiv Post, and then a second article from the Kyiv Post entitled Prosecutor General Shokin Resigns, and it's updated. If I get another.
Without objection to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sat in on the entire 7+ hour deposition that Hunter Biden gave to this committee, and one of the things that stood out to me was his assertions with a rather braggadocious flair of his business experience, acumen, as impeccable qualifications. He claimed with quite some vigor, I might add, that he was a brilliant, accomplished, and highly sought-after business commodity. He's very successful, and he had an unparalleled resume that he recited to us chapter and verse to prove it. That was at least the face his lawyers, this administration, House Democrats wanted him to wear. Of course, there's another possibility, one that this pesky little thing we call reality, that he was a spoiled, entitled East Coast patrician with a senator and then VP daddy who squandered his many life advantages and spiraled into a decadent behavioral pattern of narcissistic excess and criminal addiction. And to feed his very large carnal appetites, he acted as his family's bagman in an influence peddling and access selling scheme that netted the Biden tribe over $24 million in illicit foreign cash. Lots of money, little effort, in a get-rich-quick scheme. If he was such a skilled and gifted businessman, as he claimed, his services would be sought after, in fact, even fought over. Mr. Boblinski, to your knowledge, how many Fortune 500 companies retain Hunter Biden on their board of directors?
Now or in his
Ever.
I can't confirm any.
Yeah, because there aren't any. Zero. How about how many energy companies retained Hunter Biden? I'm sorry. How many American energy companies retain Hunter Biden on their boards of directors?
Zero.
Zero, nada, correct. There was one energy company that retained him on their board of directors. Do you know what that name of that company was?
Yes, Burisma.
Burisma, correct. Where's Burisma located?
Ukraine.
Really? That's interesting because, and he was hired actually for no small sum, $1 million a year. Hunter Biden said in his deposition he could bring, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize for laughing, but he said his corporate governance to the table. He brought something far more valuable than his corporate governance. He brought his, in his fictitious business acumen, he brought his daddy with him. You see, Joe Biden just happened to have been given the country of Ukraine in his portfolio of responsibility to oversee by the Obama administration. So let's go over some facts, Mr. Chairman. Fact, Burisma and CEO Mykola Zlochevsky had been investigated for corruption. Fact, in September 2015, then U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, specifically mentioned Burisma as a corrupt entity. Fact, Burisma was paying the son of the vice president of these United States $1 million a year to serve on their board. Fact, December 2015, Joe Biden visits Ukraine, demands Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor general of Ukraine, who's investigating Burisma, his son's boss, be fired. Fact, February 2nd, 2016, Kyiv Post reports Viktor Shokin won a court order to seize assets of Burisma CEO Mykola Zlochevsky. 2 weeks later, fact, Shokin resigns. President Poroshenko called on him to resign. He resigned. He essentially was fired at the best of Joe Biden. Fact, 2016 February, 2 weeks later, there's a little email sent from Adam Pozharsky, COO of Burisma. He's an executive of Burisma, and to Hunter Biden, asking him, hey, Hunter, will you help us out? We want to get the embassy in the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine to say that we're a good company. Now, the ambassador just said they were corrupt a few months prior to that. And then, lo and behold, with the seal of the United States Embassy, they say that we have no negative information or feelings about Burisma. So what changed in those 6 months? It was magic. the power of the vice president's visit when he demands that his son's boss, the prosecutor who's investigating his son's boss, be fired, and he's going to withhold $1 billion worth of aid, actually, I think loan guarantees, if Shokin's not fired. And then Shokin is fired. The embassy says that Burisma is a great company. Our Democratic colleagues would have us believe, Mr. Chairman, that that was all magic, that there was no coincidence here. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I was just going to point out that Jared Kushner was one of the key officials involved in the Abraham Accords. If we want to talk about influencing foreign, how about the President of the United States, what he said in his union regarding Israel, and how about what the Democrat leader of the Senate said last week, in that Israel should change its prime minister, for goodness sake. That to me is a concern. Jared Kushner was doing good work with the Abraham Accords. Of course, the Democrats don't want to admit that. I appreciate the gentleman for yield.
Chair now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman,
I have a motion. I would move pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11 that the committee issue a subpoena to Jared Kushner to compel testimony related to the $2 billion collected from Saudi Arabia after his service within the White House.
Second.
There's a motion, and for what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to table the motion.
There's the motion the motion to table is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume consideration of this hearing. Now, chair recognizes, is it Ms. Lee? Who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's fair to say at this point the Republicans on this committee are relying on Mr. Bobulinski as their star witness. The only fact witness they have brought in person before this committee. So I think we'd all expect that Mr. Bobulinski would have extensive inside knowledge about the involvement they allege that President Biden and in Hunter's business ventures. As Mr. Pernas can vouch for, previous impeachment inquiries relied on whistleblowers and witnesses with intimate details of what went on, firsthand accounts, high crimes and misdemeanors. You could point to exactly what the allegations were and understand what was going on. There were laid out chains of events pointing to a named crime, lying under oath, obstruction of justice, abuse of power, incitement of insurrection. Yet we're left floundering here with zero direction and zero real evidence while we watch this kangaroo court struggle to continue on. And today we have Mr. Bobulinski's biggest contribution is that he had, quote, multiple meetings with Joe Biden. But let's be clear. He spoke with Joe Biden a grand total of 2 times in the span of less than 24 hours in 2017, and each was short. One in public, in the bar of a hotel, and then for a few minutes backstage of the Milken Conference after Biden spoke about the efforts to fight cancer, which took the life of his son, Beau. I think we also need to clarify that while Mr. Bobulinski is all of a sudden today claiming that they talked business, but at no point did he mention this during his deposition under oath with this committee. At 2 different points when asked about what was said in these conversations, Mr. Bobulinski's account made clear that he had 0 substantive business discussions with Mr. Joe Biden. Mr. Bobulinski described those conversations twice during his transcribed interview, and both times he provided the same accounts. I'll read from the transcript of your interview, Mr. Bobulinski. You stated that you and Joe Biden discussed your, quote, family background in detail, as well as the Biden family's background and Joe Biden's, quote, appreciation for the military. Pages 48 through 52 and 268 to 271 of the transcript had these accounts. Based on your own account, you had 0 discussion of CFC, the Chinese energy company. You had 0 discussion on shares of equity or capitalization of this failed business venture. Based on your own account, you simply exchanged pleasantries about your families and shared values, the kind of small talk any person would make if they had the opportunity to meet the former vice president of the United States, and moved on. Yet today, when my Republican colleagues are so desperate for actual evidence, magically that story changes. And that's really at the heart of everything we're discussing today. Mr. Bobulinski has also been pushing his texts as records as proof, yet the Wall Street Journal found that none of it showed any role for Joe Biden and Sinahawk Holdings, and even Fox News reported that there was zero evidence of business dealings involving Joe Biden. Mr. Bobolinsky would have us believe everyone is a liar except him, and except for when he's under oath. That everyone misremembers except for him and except for when he's under oath. The FBI, the Wall Street Journal, his business associations, all liars. Republicans in this committee and the culture warriors of Fox News keeps saying, look at the documents, look at the documents. So let's look. This purported investigation received over 100,000 pages of documents, and not a single one shows any evidence of any wrongdoing, much less an impeachable offense. And taking a step back, even if Joe Biden had discussed his son's business ventures with Tony Bobolinsky in 2017, and this is rhetorical, so what? What would be the high crime of misdemeanor? What would be the impeachable offense? We're talking about what private citizen Hunter Biden was doing with his time at the time, private citizen dad. This impeachment inquiry is not about facts or evidence. It's not even about impeachable offenses. It's about keeping the American people distracted while we do nothing on reducing gun violence, nothing on lowering healthcare costs, nothing on reforming our criminal legal system. This has been the least productive Congress in decades. We're just now in March, finally funding the government for this year. That's shameful. This unserious hearing is a waste of our time and our resources. I yield with that, and I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Crockett.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I point out, and this is not a question, just in case you wanted to know.
All right.
On page 174 of your transcribed
We have been following this all day. We've been live for now 4 hours and 27 minutes. It has been a long time. And
First of all, it doesn't say
wow.
Bobolinsky told the FBI. This is a summary of two agents that took notes through my interview, and their summary apparently that they presented says Bobolinsky first met in person with members of the Biden family.
In just a moment, we will attempt to do that.
Meeting in Miami, Florida. This is an absolute lie. That is what it says. The final thing that I'm going to say is about this. What we have from Kim, a Republican. I don't think that the impeachment of Biden is appropriate, and so House Speaker Mike
let me cut this off really quickly.
To staying here is going to be his ability about talking into an unconstitutional impeachment.
I'll let her have 30 seconds over. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 30th, 2017, Hunter Biden wrote to his Chinese business associate, Raymond Zhao, I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been filled. Mr. Bobolinsky, why did Raymond Zhao work for the who did Raymond Zhao work for when this message was sent?
Raymond Zhao worked for Director Zhang at CEFC.
Is CEFC connected to the Chinese Communist Party?
It is.
Is CEFC a corrupt organization?
It was.
From your perspective, what had occurred with CEFC from the end of May to this July 30th text message?
Still listening in.
It's tough to go through all the details in 20-second clips, but at the end of July, it's important to note Jim Biden was broke. Hunter Biden was broke. Published by the whistleblower Shapley and Ziegler. And Hunter made the conscious decision to basically defraud the partners of Sinohawk Holdings and Oneida because he needed money immediately. They've published pages of text messages where he's trying to get money into his bank account. And so that night, for whatever reason, on the 30th, when he asked why hasn't the commitment been filled, the commitment he's talking about is actually the $10 million funding into Sinohawk Holdings, LLC. Really key point. But the next day, he decides that he's going to defraud Sinohawk Holdings and Oneida.
And guys, I'm not staring directly into the camera. I'm just, I can look what you guys are seeing right there.
And make himself a 50% owner in that entity. So when the Chinese did send money, he would have instant access to it. Really important. Backed up with tens of pages of communications. He wanted to get access to the money the second it came in. And in Sinohawk Holdings and Oneida Holdings, he did not have that power. I just want to address one thing real quick. Hunter Biden represents, he's a governance expert. That's why Burisma put him on the board. Well, he obviously can't do basic math. The board of Oneida Holdings had 7 votes. Each one of them, Hunter, Jim Biden, James Gillian and Rob Walker had a single vote. I had 3 votes. I have a master's degree in electrical and nuclear engineering. I think I can do math. I had 3, they had 4. They controlled Oneida Holdings. So Hunter Biden's representations that I was trying to take the business from them or I didn't know is all a sham and a misrepresentation. He wanted money in his account instantly, and that's why he shook down the Chinese, and they were willing to send him that $5 million because they viewed it as a bribe to the Biden family. They say it in their own communications.
Wow.
Are you aware or not that they pay taxes on any of that?
I can only go from public testimony. I was not involved in their taxes.
Okay. On July 31st, the next day, Hunter says he hopes Kevin should know that the plan to speak is highly confidential. And Raymond Zhao responded, CEFC is willing to cooperate with the family and the priorities to solve the problems mentioned last night. What family was Raymond Zhao talking about? Was it
the family was the Biden family, and more importantly in that text is what is he talking about is the confidential matter. The confidential matter he's talking about
I think
were 4 sealed
we are
indictments
almost
in the
done.
SDNY
4 hours and 31
where
minutes
they were
later.
about to indict executives of CEFC.
More than that, because we
now
came
know.
right as they
We
were
know that
beginning
in
to
July
question.
2017, but the SDNY knew. Charles McGonigal, who's now apparently going to serve 78 months in prison, ran counterintelligence for the FBI in New York City, where Chairman Yi was getting $50 million of cash for penthouses in Manhattan. So who you should be asking all these questions are the Department of Justice, the SDNY, the FBI, because they have troves of evidence that back up what was going on in July 2017 and in August 2017. So I apologize, Congressman, to be so passionate and to take your time, but this is what I need you guys. The focus has to be of your oversight committee. This Chinese Communist Party, we're doing a transaction with Roth, which was a Russian-sanctioned U.S.-sanctioned company at the time, and the Biden family was right front and center in the middle of it.
Thank you. I'll switch gears for a second. I wish Hunter Biden were here. I'd like to ask him about his taxes. I want to know if he paid his fair share, just like his dad has some Americans to do. I want to know if he's current on his taxes, and if he isn't, I'd like to ask when he plans to be up. Mr. Bobulinski, you're a businessman. Did you pay your taxes?
I did.
Mr. Bobulinski actually pays his taxes. Unlike the president's son, Democrats on this committee act like Hunter is the believable one out of you two. Joe Biden has no right to lecture the American people about taxes until he gets his own house in order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Chair now recognizes Mr. Moskowitz for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. By the way, how are you doing? Good? Okay. Mr. Bobulinski, over here, how are you doing? Good. So I just have a question. We've been at this for 15 months now in oversight. I know this is your first time here, but do you think Chairman Comer has proven that Joe Biden has committed a high crime and misdemeanor?
I believe with all the evidence he's gathered, yes, he's proven that Joe Biden has committed high crimes and misdemeanors.
Okay, and so I assume you believe Joe Biden should be impeached.
Well, that's
but do you believe impeached?
Do I personally believe or
you.
under constitutional?
No. You personally, do you believe he should be impeached?
I do.
Okay, and you believe that because you believe Chairman Comer has proven that he committed a high crime and misdemeanor?
No, because I know that he committed high crimes and misdemeanors.
Okay.
I was involved and saw them happen.
Right, but obviously, with all the evidence, you must believe that all these hearings for 15 months that the chairman has proven that, right?
You re-asked the question?
Sure. I'll sum it up. I assume you believe he should be impeached, but my point is that the chairman has not yet moved for that. And so, look, Chairman, we got like 3.5 minutes here. I mean, let's just do the impeachment. I mean, why continue to waste millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money if we're going to impeach because you believe you've shown he's committed a high crime and misdemeanor? What are you waiting on? Let's just do it. I mean, by the way, we got Chairman Jordan here also, the double chairman. Why aren't you guys calling for vote in your committee? When is it going to happen? When can we tell the American people you're going to stop wasting their money and just call for the vote? Impeachment.
Gentlemen, you?
Sure.
We don't do snap impeachments like you guys. We actually do the facts. We do oversight according to the Constitution.
You're never going to call for it. You're never going to call for it. I mean,
Now you can predict. You can predict the future. How do you know?
You guys only have 6 more months probably in power, right, until the election. So you to do it in 2 months. You can do it in 3 months. Like, tell the American people.
Does the Constitution put a time limit on oversight?
So
I don't think I didn't read that in the Constitution.
If you believe you can't call for the impeachment now, then what you're admitting is you haven't yet proven that he's committed a high crime and misdemeanor. You haven't proven it yet. Otherwise, you would call for it, I assume.
We're doing our work.
Okay, so they haven't proven it, right? They haven't proven he committed a high crime and misdemeanor. Otherwise, we would call for impeachment. So I just, look, the chairman knows me well. I mean, I'm just here to help him, right? And so I just think we should do it today. Let's just call for it. I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman. I want to help you out. You can second it, right? Like, make the motion to impeach President Biden. Go ahead. It's your turn. You second it. No, nothing. Okay, we got nothing. So I want to, with my last couple minutes, show the American people that they're never going to impeach Joe Biden. It's never going to happen because they don't have the evidence. Okay, this is a show. It's all fake. They just want to do these hearings. It's not leading to impeachment. They're lying to their base on Newsmax and Fox, leading these people to believe that they're going to eventually impeach the president. It's not going to happen at all, ever. Period. They don't even have the votes, even if they had it in committee. They don't have the vote on the floor. They know that. They got members resigning rather than taking a vote on the fake, faux impeachment. Just ask Ken Buck, who said the speaker ain't going to get me to take an unconstitutional impeachment vote. I mean, boy. I mean, so, look, I mean, if these hearings were a success, right? If what we've been doing for the last 15 months had convinced the American people that Joe Biden committed a high crime and misdemeanor, you can be damn sure they would have called the vote by now, right? But they want it to go on. They either want it to go on because they don't have the evidence.
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm just looking at you.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to talk to me, we can talk.
Well, no, I think you haven't read recent data that shows American people are well aware of the Biden's corruption.
Perfect. So then ask the chairman why he hasn't called for impeachment, Tony. He's right here. Ask Comer. Hey, Comer, how come you haven't called for impeachment? I'll do it. Watch. Hi, I'm Tony. Hey, chairman, how come you haven't called for impeachment? When are we going to have the hearing? When is the vote going to happen? I mean, you believe it. He believes it. He says it every day on TV. I just don't know when we're going to have a vote. I mean, let's just go.
Are you asking me to hold the vote?
No, I just like looking at you. Yeah. We can save the taxpayers millions of dollars. So, I mean, look, I use all of my time to show that this vote is never going to happen because they have no evidence on Joe Biden. I yield back.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Burleson from Missouri for 5 minutes. Switch mics. Restart the clock.
Look at the mayor first.
Who served in prison for felon? Not me.
You have everything together. Keep talking. You'll join your friends.
We'll get you a mic. Do you want to go to that one?
All right, we good?
Now we are.
All right. I want to start with Galanis. Mr. Galanis, you've heard the expression, say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Have you heard that expression? Mr. Galanis?
Yes, I'm here. Congressman?
Have you heard the expression, say it, forget it, write it, regret it?
Yes, I have. It was a practice that we used in our business.
In whose business?
Business with Hunter Biden and Devin Archer.
Okay, so it's their expression. Let me ask you a question. Who is Harris Youssef?
Harris Youssef is a Ukrainian investor originally from Syria, a longtime colleague of Dmitry Firtash.
So he's a colleague of Dmitry Firtash. It was mentioned earlier this hearing. Who is Dmitry Firtash?
He's a Ukrainian oligarch very close to the Kremlin that made his fortune primarily in trading gas from Gazprom, the Russian state oil and gas company.
So connected to Vladimir Putin, correct?
Very much so, yes.
Yeah, in fact, during Hunter Biden's deposition with the committee, he justified his role. This is, I think you'll find this comical. He justified his role on the Ukrainian Burisma board by saying, in essence, that it was his patriotic duty, that he was serving, freedom, because there were, this is his quote, there were 2 gas companies inside Ukraine at the time. One of them was a state-owned, which was highly corrupt and connected to people like Firtash, which was directly going into Vladimir Putin's pocket. The only independent company was Burisma, end quote. Now, my question to you, based on this, he's disparaging Mr. Firtash, and yet, are you aware that that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, did business with Mr. Firtash?
Yes, I am.
So let me ask you, what kind of financial transactions are between them?
What Harris Youssef described to me, and then I was also described to me by others, including Devin and Hunter, was a $5 million payment that was made by Dmitry Firtash, is handled by Harris Youssef through Hunter Biden's law firm. That was deemed a success fee in order to quash an outstanding indictment for which in the United States.
So a Putin-connected Russian oligarch wired over $5 million to Hunter Biden's law firm for what activity? What was he supposed to do for that $5.5 million?
He was supposed to perform in quashing the indictment that resulted in an arrest warrant for Dmitry Firtash, who is
being charged in the United States. Yeah, being charged in the United States in Indiana. So he's supposed to quash that, use his political influence to do so. So my question is, of that money, the $5 million, $3 million made its way to a company that you set up with Devin Archer called Inbloom. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And finally, from that $3 million, there was a transfer that was made, and I've got a copy of that, the bank record to prove that, of $275,000. Do you recall that transfer?
I do.
And it went to which account?
Rosemont Seneca Bohai.
Rosemont Seneca Bohai. So, despite what Hunter said during his deposition, based on your knowledge, was Hunter Biden connected to Rosemont Seneca Bohai? Was he part owner?
Very much so, and he said as much and had direction and control, and it was a beneficiary of the account. So there are emails that document he directed monies to be dispersed from that account, including to himself.
Now, it sounds like, despite what he's saying, that what he told the committee, that this guy was a bad hombre, basically, that this Firtash guy connected to Putin, and therefore he had to get on Ukraine. And yet he had no problem doing business for this corrupt Russian oligarch connected to Putin. In fact, had no problem taking $5 million and a direct transfer of $275,000. Would you?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bobulinski, and I've got just a little time left. Sorry, very little time. So I want to ask you, for God's sake, Hunter Biden is doing all of these transactions, doing all of this business, and yet his father is vice president. And we're to believe that his father isn't aware of all of these. He's been on the phone calls, he's been in the meeting, and yet he's not aware that his son is doing business with people connected to Vladimir Putin? Are we to believe that?
It's an absurd expectation.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Very good. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The claims made against the President of the United States have been so completely proven to be lies that even House Republicans now are admitting that it's time to close this case. Mr. Parnas, I have a few questions for you in limited time, so I really want to try to get through these. And I just want everybody to know, especially people watching at home, that you're like one of the most credible witnesses that we've had throughout this entire impeachment inquiry. First off, I just want folks to know, for people who aren't familiar, can you tell me who you were working for between 2018 and 2019?
Rudy Giuliani and Donald J. Trump.
And to be clear, you answered to Rudy Giuliani?
Yes.
You answered to Donald Trump?
Yes.
Directly?
Directly to Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. When former President Trump and Rudy Giuliani flew to Ukraine to look for corruption on the part of President Biden, did you find any?
No.
And following your Ukraine trip, Senate Republicans, Senator Grassley and Johnson, released their Burisma report, which the New York Times concluded was, quote, unproven allegations that echo an active Russian disinformation campaign, end quote. Mr. Parnas, are the unproven allegations that are at the heart of the Republican report the same fabricated claims that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani sent you to Ukraine to go dig up?
Yes.
Last summer, you wrote a letter to Congress noting that when the media started to get tired of the smoke screens and using this, one of the authors of the Republican Burisma report would be your, quote, guy in the Senate to push all the information, end quote. What did you mean by that?
Senator Ron Johnson was our guy in the Senate. It was told to me that when we push the information, he's going to push it in the halls of Congress.
So when the media was getting skeptical about pushing disinformation after they've proven it wrong time and time again, the plan was to have a U.S. Senator, Ron Johnson, to push that disinformation even further.
Correct, because we had Congressman Nunes already doing it, so Senator Ron Johnson jumped on board.
This Congress, both Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan, have centered this entire sham impeachment hearing on an FBI tip sheet. This tip sheet made wild claims about bribery that didn't even come close to being backed up. And in fact, it's all being proved to be one big lie. Mr. Parnas, is the allegation in the FBI tip sheet based on the same fabricated claims that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani flew you to Ukraine to dig up?
Yes.
I also want to make it clear that the informant allegedly behind this tip sheet is facing criminal charges for lying about the Biden family and was a known fraud for years before that. The same fabricated claim kept popping up and getting smacked down over and over again. In fact, our colleagues at the Foreign Affairs Committee did some amazing work on this investigation and found that this lie dates back to December 2015, almost 10 years ago. Do you happen to know the article that I'm referring to?
I don't know the exact article, but I do know that the slide has started way back in 2015.
Started about 10 years ago. It was an article entitled, quote, The Ukrainian Scam of the Biden Family, end quote. And it was posted to a Russian language media website registered in a city in Russian-occupied Crimea. Mr. Parnas, do you have any doubt that this fabrication claim, the claim that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani sent you to Ukraine to try to dig up more information on, is part of Russian propaganda and an effort to destabilize Ukraine and undermine our democracy?
As I said here today, I have zero doubt that Russia's involved. This is a Russian campaign to interfere in our elections.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it from someone with firsthand experience. Look, to recap, there's no evidence that support allegations that President Biden engaged in corruption in Ukraine. We know this. Mr. Parnas himself has made it clear that we have no doubt, we should have no doubt, that the claims of corruption are lies and conspiracy theories rooted in a Russian effort to undermine our democracy, posted to a Russian language website over a decade ago. This is exactly what Putin wants. And over the years, Republicans have kept moving the goalpost. You just look at the past year, right? First, it was a bribe. Then it was Burisma, nothing. Then it was Hunter Biden's laptop, nothing but some like nude pics that we keep seeing here. Then it was supposed money laundering scheme that turned out to be a family member making a couple of car payments. And now Republicans on this committee have left the pretense of a crime behind and are moving the goalpost to influence peddling, which sounds more like what former President Donald Trump did in his time in office. Look, we've been laughing a lot about this, calling it theater and a sham, which it is. But I also want to bring up that this is really serious.
Yes.
I mean, we have members of Congress and this committee using Russian propaganda meant to undermine our democracy, to undermine president. It's not just theater or laughable, but it's a betrayal of our democracy.
It was very serious, Congressman.
Yes.
Chair,
Yeah, yield back.
time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado for 5 minutes.
Well, Hunter asked for a public hearing. Here we are, and he is nowhere to be found. I guess Hayden really does run in the Biden family. Now, Mr. Bobulinski, in your testimony, you state, it is clear to me that Joe Biden was the brand being sold by the Biden family. In your experience, what is the value to Joe Biden in helping his family collect millions from foreign adversaries?
What's the value to Joe Biden specifically?
Yes.
Well, his children and brothers were enriched, which to
AOC's questions earlier violate corruption statutes, RICO statutes, FCPA statutes, FARA statutes?
Yes, so you would agree that the Biden family was involved in this corruption and influence peddling and selling access to the federal government?
I do.
Mr. Bobulinski, in your experience, did President Biden play a more active or passive role in his son Hunter Biden's business dealings?
I quantified it previously as he acted sort of like a chairman. He showed up and shook hands.
He's been called the chairman.
Yeah, he showed up, shook hands, and that's all the Chinese, Ukrainians, Romanians, Russians, whoever was needed. It's not what the Canadians, the Australians, and Americans need, but in those parts of the world, that's what they need.
Thank you. And now I'm going to switch over to Mr. Galanis. During his 2020 presidential campaign, then candidate for president Joe Biden said his son did not make any money from China. Did Joe Biden lie? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Galanis, you are aware of the BHR fund that consisted of Bohai, a Chinese state-backed company, Harvest, a China company, and Rosemont, the Biden entity, correct?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Galanis, you're aware that Hunter Biden formerly held 10% of that Chinese entity? And would it surprise you, if you were aware, that Hunter Biden held 10% of this entity well into his father's presidency?
You know, I'm aware that it was founded as a business that he owned 50% of 20% or 10% directly from the outset, from early on in 2014.
And would it surprise you, Kevin Morris, Hunter Biden's fake attorney, has testified that he now holds that interest?
I don't have any knowledge about that, so not much of this would surprise me.
Mr. Bobulinski, in your testimony, you stated the Chinese Communist Party through CEFC sought to infiltrate and compromise the Obama-Biden White House during 2015 and continued through when Joe Biden left office. Would you agree that the CCP compromising the White House is a serious threat to our nation's national security?
I do.
Thank you. And now leveraged his elected position to enable the Biden family, their business associates, and their companies to receive over $24 million from foreign nationals and their companies and their related companies. Biden is compromised and is a threat to our national security. After today, it's clear that Joe Biden is a bigger CCP asset than Fang Fang herself will a threat to our national security. After today, it's clear that Joe Biden is a bigger CCP asset than Fang Fang herself. Will we ever come to the agreement that it's far time that Congress holds the resident of the White House accountable for selling out the American people? Unfortunately, colleagues to my left have a highly coveted made in China product, a brand, if you will, and that is Joseph R. Biden. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my balance to my friend from Florida, Matt Gaetz.
Mr. Parnas, how much time did you spend in prison? 4 months. 4 months. But you were indicted for crimes that could have resulted in you spending 50 years in prison, right?
Right, they were false crimes. The judge saw through it.
Well, you went to trial and you were convicted, right?
Went to trial, correct.
And the crime was that you were trying to acquire marijuana licenses, and you took money from a Russian oligarch, and you tried to use that money to go give political donations and do what you had to do to acquire marijuana licenses. Is that about right?
That's what the crime was. That's what the indictment was. Yeah.
Right. So it sounds like everyone here today, the only one working for a Russian oligarch was you. Right? I mean,
yeah, it was.
I just heard you.
I mean, it's public information.
Yeah, no, I just heard you.
I got paid $200,000. You know how much I got paid.
You were really worried about our democracy, and you were here to warn us. But you were working for a Russian oligarch, wanting to get marijuana licenses, but then you didn't even do it. The fraud you committed against the Russian oligarch was that instead you spent the money on yourself. So, like, was that what you were doing to fight against Russia's aggression? Just taking their money? Well, that's what you were convicted of.
No,
but instead of spending 50 years in prison, you got 4 months. As this hearing continues, I look forward to hearing what Mr. Galanis thinks about how he was treated by the DOJ for telling the truth, as opposed to how you're treated for lying.
DOJ didn't listen to the truth, because if they would listen to the truth,
the question Mr. Gaetz had is for Mr.
Truth. You can't handle it, Matt Gaetz.
Look, well, the truth for you is taking money from Russians to buy marijuana businesses and then go into jail and then here to lie about Trump.
You should know better than anybody
Gentlemen's time has expired. Chair
You
now.
should know better than anybody.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much. It's so exhausting. This is really incredibly exhausting, and I can't imagine our residents sitting at home. I still, every time I look up and I see our former chairman, forever chairman, Elijah Cummings, our first ever hearing in this room was about the high cost of insulin. I think one of the first witness was a mother of twins who had to ration her insulin and lost a child because she couldn't afford it. I still remember our previous chairwoman who really did a phenomenal talk about the opioid crisis and how the Sadler family was part of a criminal scheme to increase addiction among family members. People just literally losing their family members because of profit, because of folks that were literally drug dealers and sued. All of that to say, this House Oversight Committee, from our committee hearings on the Postal Service, which really matters to our constituents, the high cost of prescription drugs, the housing issues, the number of struggles and challenges of everyday Americans. And I say this sincerely. I know you all do, but sincerely, because what a waste of time. What a waste of time. Just even some of the colleagues of my folks here continue to say this is a waste of time. I mean, Representative Niels said, quote, I don't think we have the will to impeach Joe Biden. Just for the record, impeachment isn't something you have a will to do. It's something you have to have evidence to do. Which brings me to the next, I mean, you know, you heard about Rep. Don, particular crime, there's a problem. That's a problem. I mean, you can go on and on. One top Republicans admit that there's no conclusive evidence of impeachable evidence that shows Biden acted improperly while in office to enrich his family members. I mean, it goes on and on. Former Oversight Chair Darrell Issa, who serves on Judiciary Committee now, said, I think he goes on and says, there's a clear sense of where the impeachment inquiry is going. It goes on and on. I mean, look, you all, this is an incredibly important committee. We could be some phenomenal things holding currently the Biden administration a number of issues. I want to know, about the American Rescue dollars and where that money is being used. Is it being used towards public health? Is it being used towards the crisis that continues to happen in our families being impacted by long COVID symptoms? I mean, these are things that we could be doing right now in this chamber. We're not. We're doing this over and over, and it's a waste of time. I literally, every time I talk to my constituents about this, they don't bring this up. They said, God, when is this going to be over with? I tell them, my colleagues do not know how to lead the campaigning at the steps of the Capitol. When we come, we have to literally put that aside, work for our constituents, on getting some understanding where we can prioritize, making sure that we have access to clean water. What is going on with the lead abatement program within the administration? Talking about the specific challenges that we continue to see in our healthcare system. All of that. Again, we can hold the Biden administration together, Mr. Chairman. Issues we can see eye to eye and saying we need to use this committee to open it up to the watchdog committee that we are. Instead, we really sincerely are wasting the time of the American people doing this. This is awful. For them to see us going back and forth like this, it's so disenchanting for them. And you all wonder, the numbers out there of favorability towards Congress is so low. They really have no faith in us. Because of this. This is the kind of literally fighting for the right to breathe air and to fight, to sit there and figure out how they're going to afford as inhalers. Yeah, they're wasting the people's time.
Well,
and I say out of somebody that's a social worker, we can do things in bipartisan, and this, I know it. And I think we're right now really missing out an opportunity to do that. We really are.
Ms. Tlaib,
I yield to Mr.
Well, it's for a question I just wanted to ask you, because you've had tremendous success in trying to clean up dirty water across America. We can actually get things done, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, I know my colleague on the other side, we all have a crisis of the clean water crisis. We could literally bring in folks in the EPA, bring folks into this chamber right now and ask, where is the Biden administration on the development of their lead abatement initiative? These are the things that I think very much many of my mayors, my local electeds, many of the state folks are asking, what can we do as members of Congress to basically have more transparency in where the priorities are? But again, I really say this sincerely to all of you. We can do better. We deserve to do better. I remember Chairman Cummings constantly reminding us that we can be better.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Before I recognize Representative Fry, for what purpose does Representative McClain seek recognition?
I'd like to enter something in the record. My friends on the other side of the aisle are desperately trying to deflect from the Biden family peddling scheme by attacking President Trump and his family.
5 minutes?
I would like to enter into the record an article. Actually, Jared Kushner and Hunter Biden are nothing alike, and here are the facts. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Representative Fry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the inconsistencies I have kind of seen is what is on a text message, Mr. Bobulinski, with Raymond Zhao, and what Hunter Biden testified to in his own deposition. And so this is infamous. We've talked about this a lot. Z, please have the director call me, not James, not you or Jim. Have him call me tonight. I am sitting here with my father. We've talked about this a lot. We've kind of got ad nauseum to it. And in response, Raymond Zhao says, copy, I will call you on WhatsApp. So in Hunter Biden's testimony on page 105, he states that the Zhao that he sent this to was not the Zhao that was connected to CEFC. What do you say about that, Mr. Bobulinski?
Well, I think what he's simply saying is he made a mistake. Not that he meant to send that text message, because it's crystal clear that that message was meant for Raymond Zhao, who was the interpreter for Director Zhang at CFC. But I think he tried to obfuscate in his testimony that technically maybe he made a mistake and texted it to the wrong person. I can't speak to whether then he corrected that, but I do know, based on the communications, that he got on the phone with Raymond Zhao and set the record straight and exactly went through what he thought he was sending him in that message, because it's followed up where they say, they sort of snap to and say, we'll cooperate with the family. Why were they willing to cooperate with the family? Because effectively they were bribing the Biden family to get them to help them with the 4 unsealed indictments in the SDNY, which is the only thing that mattered to CFC.
And Raymond Zhao, you said he was an interpreter, but he was a little bit more than that too.
He was like a chief of staff interpreter. Yeah.
Correct. So he was kind of the handler for the CEFC business.
Yeah, he spoke good English. Directors spoke very little English.
Right. So to the extent that this was the wrong Zhao, I mean, I'm no rocket scientist, but if I get a text message and it's somebody that it's a different Russell, I'm going to say you've got the wrong guy. Correct?
Yeah, I believe Henry Zhao probably. His argument is he sent it to Henry Zhao. I'm assuming there's a text message somewhere where Henry Zhao responded, hey, I think you meant that for somebody else.
We have been watching and still are.
Right, so
I'm not sure at this point how many representatives we have left. We've been live now for 5 hours. This has been long coverage. I think we're all beginning to get a little bit tired. But right now, Representative Fry is asking questions. You can hear everyone kind of getting a little gripey when one thing goes wrong. Everyone kind of gets a little bit wrong, sad. This anger of why, the Democrats are treated differently than Republicans, or Republicans are being treated differently than maybe the Democrats are. So I just want to continue watching this and continue giving live analysts, as it all
Never
comes
interacted
through.
with
So
any of your business associates. Is that
stand
correct?
by with us.
The
I'm going to
he's
be giving you
referring
live
to is
analysts
Joe Biden.
as
Is that
we
true?
see results.
That's a lie.
Hunter lied to the committee about important details concerning his money demands and threats to CEFC based on this WhatsApp message right here. On page 105 of his testimony, Hunter states, quote, my father had no awareness of the business I was doing. Is that true?
That's a lie.
You also talked about how Jim
Mr.
Biden
Bob,
also lied extensively throughout his own testimony.
Lewinsky just
and that
saying
Jim was selling
that
plausible deniability for many
that
years
was a
that he
lie.
could not tell the truth
The
from a lie.
fact
On page
that
100 of
President
Jim
Biden
Biden's
did, or
transcript,
Vice
Jim
President
is
Biden
asked,
at the
do you
time,
recall having a meeting with Hunter
did
Biden
actually
and
know
Tony
of the
Bobolinsky
business dealings,
and Joe Biden? Jim's response was
business
absolutely
dealings
not.
of President,
Jim
I'm
states
sorry,
that
of
Joe
Hunter
Biden
Biden.
never met with Tony Bobolinsky. Is that true?
That is a lie, and I'm shocked that his lawyer sitting next to him, a former U.S. attorney, allowed him to say that lie 3 different times in that transcribed interview.
Right. When pressed, he continued to double down on that.
He got excited. His lawyer had to calm him down, and he continued to lie about it.
On page 124 of the transcript, Jim Biden states, quote, it was Hunter Biden, myself, Gilyar. I don't know. It was the 5, okay? And everybody was 20% okay. You know what? It was never executed. It was never signed. And he's referring, of course, to the contract or the agreement.
About that noise.
Is that true?
That's a lie. He fully executed the legal document, Oneida Holdings LLC, as did Hunter, James Gillier, Rob
Ms.
Walker, and
Presley
myself.
Thank you for your testimony
is
today.
up next.
Yours has been
To,
the consistent
Representative Presley
testimony
is up
throughout this
next to ask
process,
questions for
unlike
5
the
minutes.
other people who have come before
That's
this
what we'll see
committee.
here in about
And with that,
a
Mr.
few
Chairman,
seconds.
I yield back.
Very good. Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Elijah Cummings was the chair of this committee, he often reminded us that our role was to be in an efficient and effective pursuit of the truth. So I'm going to try to do exactly that because this farce has gone 15 months, 10,000 documents, and 11,000 hours too long, and we've got a lot of ground to cover here. Mr. Parnas, thank you for being here. Last year, you wrote a long letter to Chairman Comer detailing your extensive role in the, quote, campaign orchestrated by Giuliani and Trump to dig up on the Bidens and to spread misinformation about them through various networks, including government officials, journalists, and Fox News personnel. When that campaign failed to find dirt, because there was no dirt to be found, the White House demanded that Ukrainian political officials announce investigations into the Biden family in order to smear Joe Biden prior to the 2020 presidential election. Yes or no, Mr. Parnas, poor Trump and
We've
Rudy
seen
Giuliani
multiple
tasked you
representatives
to try to
now
find dirt
give
on the Bidens
this
in
type
Ukraine. Did you ever
of
interact with Mr. Trump?
Oh, before they ask me, yes,
Like,
I've had.
I don't know,
many
going back to the
interactions.
past when
And
they
you wrote
had
to
a
the committee
different
that in late 2018
chairman
you attended a holiday party
and basically
at
following what he
Trump's
said to
White
do
House, as shown in this
compared
picture.
to the
Can you
chairman
describe
now,
your
Chairman
interactions
Comer.
with Donald Trump during this party?
Yes, we came to the event. It was a Hanukkah party. Rudy Giuliani joined us. We were supposed to all go to the residence, but at the last second, Rudy said to wait for him downstairs. He was going to go meet Trump himself and update him on everything that was going on. He went to meet Trump at the residence. We waited at the White House. Then eventually, when Trump came down to make a speech, Secret Service came up to us.
This
and said
has
that the
been going
president
on
wanted
since
to
9 a.m.
Wait for us at the Red Room.
It is
So we
now
proceeded to the Red
3:03
Room, waited for Trump to finish his
p.m.
speech.
Central
Then he
Standard
came
Time.
in, approached me, and basically told me, shook my hand and said, Rudy tells me great things. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And then we proceeded to take pictures.
Mr. Parnas, when Trump told you to keep up the good work, what did you understand him to be referring to exactly?
Well, at that point, the conversation was about Ukraine and Giuliani wanting me to
6
go help
hours
Viktor
and
Shokin.
16 minutes.
So that's what I took it as keep up the good work.
That's how long
go get
this
Viktor
coverage
Shokin
has been
and
going on.
wait for
5
him.
hours and 9
And
minutes
Mr. Parnas,
for our
after the party,
live.
did you interact with Trump again, or were you cut off from interacting with him?
At our trip to Ukraine, we were cut off because then the BLT team was formed and the line of communication started going through Rudy Giuliani because they didn't want anybody to notice me with him because I was in Ukraine doing the stuff.
I see. So is it fair to say, Mr. Parnas, that you think you were no longer invited to interact with Trump to create a buffer between President Trump and your work with Giuliani to generate evidence of Joe Biden's misconduct in Ukraine?
Oh, I was told that. Not that I wasn't invited. I was told you're going to stop going to the private events and stuff like that because while you're doing this.
I see. So despite President Trump's efforts to insulate himself from associating with you as you sought evidence of Biden corruption in Ukraine, you maintained your contacts with individuals in Trump's innermost circle, including Donald Trump Jr., correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, you know, as saying
So she's
goes,
establishing the
can't change their
fact
spots, and so Mr.
that
Prime, you're a
before
prime example of Donald Trump's
he went
habit
to
of welcoming
Ukraine,
people into his inner circle and then creating distance or the appearance
before the
of
witness
it
testified
from them
today,
as he
Led
relies on
Parnas, the
them to
former
make
aide
improper
to Rudy Giuliani,
acts. Now
went
Donald Trump
to
has
Ukraine
demanded that
to
Joe
find,
Biden be
quote,
impeached,
dirt on
has
Joe
enlisted
Biden.
oversight Republicans to do his dirty
They're kind of
work,
establishing the
in an
fact
attempt
that
to try to win the 2024 presidential election.
he had to
by
stop going to
promoting the
events, had to
same
stop
lies
talking to
about
people, kind of
President Biden,
except people
lies
in
that have
his immediate inner circle, you could
in
say.
Russia's disinformation and propaganda effort to influence U.S. elections and undermine Ukraine in the midst of this Russian invasion. I yield to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Presley. I want to get back to this photograph here that I got cut off from before. You, Mr. Bobulinski, called a number of people liars. 6 FBI agents.
Did not call this 6 FBI agents
Sure,
liars.
I'm talking. If you go to page...
Well, you know better, Mr. Goldman.
Okay, go to page 174 of the transcript, and you said it's not an accurate statement. It's related to an FBI report.
I didn't call them
Sorry,
liars.
I don't
The
have time.
statement
Be
is a
quiet.
lie.
Now,
Wow.
this is a photo that was provided by Cassidy Hutchinson after you called her a liar when she said that you met with Mark Meadows and received an envelope. Do you see this photo? Do you acknowledge that is Mark Meadows in the red hat?
Didn't you tell me to be quiet? I don't.
I asked the question, do you acknowledge that that's Mark Meadows?
I don't. Maybe your person can walk it closer so I can see it?
Mr. Chairman, would you indulge, just since he's
I
not
mean,
answering the question,
you're 15
filibustering?
seconds over, but
Yeah.
it may help.
Well, let me just ask it very briefly. Is that you and Mr. Meadows buy Secret Service cars with you in a mask?
Are you kidding, Mr. Goldman? I'm 20 feet away from
Go up to him. Go
All
right up
right,
to him.
and you're expired. Maybe Mr. Swalwell will give you some time.
Could he just answer the question?
He can answer the question, right?
So what I see in this picture is a Secret Service agent 5 feet from me with a full mask on, and a Secret Service agent sitting in a Cadillac Escalade with all the windows up with a full mask on.
Is that
making
you
it a
to the
deal?
person in red hat?
It's the back of his head. I don't.
Is that you talking to the
Why don't
person
you
in
ask
the
me
red
this,
hat?
Mr. Goldman? Did I meet Mr. Meadows at a Trump rally in
Answer
Rome,
the
Georgia? I
question.
did. I acknowledge that.
Is it you?
Mr.
Oh, you
Mr.
do?
Goldman.
I did.
Mr.
Of
Goldman,
course I did.
But Cassidy Hutchinson is a liar.
Cassidy Hutchinson's
Thank
a
you.
liar
Back.
because
Time
she
is
said
expired.
that he handed me an envelope. Mr. Meadows didn't give me a single thing.
Now, Chair recognizes.
Glad we have the clear story.
Your time's expired. Maybe Mr. Swalwell will yield you some time. Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr.
We're getting tired.
Glad it's so quiet in here. On the first day of the Biden presidency, then Press Secretary Jen Psaki claimed that President Biden's objective and his commitment was to bring, quote, transparency and truth back to government, to share the truth even when it's hard to. That is obviously laughable, just about as laughable. Hunter Biden claimed that he was avoid wire fees when he had Rob Walker launder a $1 million payment from a Chinese company through 16 different
If you're
bank
wondering
wires
what
to
I'm doing on
Hunter,
the screen, I'm
Hallie,
giving
and
live
Jim
analysts
Biden's
and a
accounts.
live breakdown.
If you're trying to
as
avoid
things
wire
do
fees,
come
then why send
from
4
this.
different wires
So
over
live
3
analyst,
months
live
to the
breakdown.
same account? It's a total joke. A glaring example of President Biden's failure to live up to his promise to bring transparency is his influence peddling in Ukraine, where he pressured the Ukrainian government to fire Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, who was investigating the owner of Burisma. While Joe Biden was vice president in 2014, his son Hunter Biden was asked by Burisma's owner to join the board, a paid position. The committee has sought documents
This is
from the
Representative
administration regarding
Langworthy.
Vice President Biden's influence peddling in the Ukraine. The administration, which claims transparency,
I
has
need to do
failed to
something really
produce these
quickly here. I'm going to mute my audio.
example, on September of 20, in the United States with steadfast belief that the owner of Burisma was the face of corruption in Ukraine. The administration vowed to work with the prosecutor general to tackle corruption in the country. However, that all changed after a phone call from Hunter Biden and the owner of Burisma to Hunter's Washington, D.C. associates in 2015.
to move my
A few
chair.
days later, Vice President Biden delivered a speech to the Ukrainian legislature and privately pressured the Ukrainian president to fire the prosecutor general. The Oversight Committee has asked the White House for drafts of Vice President Biden's speech to the Ukrainian legislature
Just
from
so know, I have
2015. They
like
have
3 or
withheld
4
those draft
screens I
speeches
can
for
watch
nearly
this all
7
from.
months.
So if y'all see me
To
like
this
staring at
date,
the
we
camera,
have
I'm
not
not
been
staring
able
at the
to
camera, I'm
review
just
them.
looking.
We all want to know whether there were edits to the speech after Hunter called D.C. We all want to know whether the then vice president, changed course to protect his son and his corrupt business associates. We all want to know whether the Biden family's business dealings affected American policy towards the Ukraine. The White House claims to be committed to bringing truth and transparency to government. It just seems like it's only interested when it's convenient for his administration. Now, Mr. Bobulinski, did Hunter ever tell you at any point the value of the Burisma income to him?
Call him ever mentioning that to me.
Okay, did he ever say it was his only income at that time?
Oh, okay. Actually, I stand corrected. There's a text message. I never discussed it with him. I was in Monaco at the Grand Prix. He was in Monaco for the Burisma
I
board
want to see if I
meeting.
can change the
He set up
style
a
of this,
meeting
maybe
with
like
me.
this.
He didn't show up at that meeting.
There we go.
Obviously,
So I
you
can
imagine
analyze
I
it like
wasn't too
this.
happy. And he responded to a text me asking him what's going on. And in that text, he states he's on the back of
Give me
Kola's
just
yacht
a moment.
fighting for the only income he has, but it wasn't from Burisma, it's from the Kazakh deal that he's talking about. I never discussed that with him after that. That was a single exchange between him and I.
No. Corruption and a lack of transparency from the Biden family have been common themes through the House Oversight Committee's investigation. And even when asking for simple drafts of then Vice President Biden's speech in the Ukraine, the White House has been anything but transparent. President Biden has done and will continue to do everything in his power to cover up the truth, especially when it's hard to hear. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Bobulinski yields back to me for 1 minute. Is there anything that you want to respond to? No, you don't worry about Mr. Goldman. We don't pay any attention to Mr. Goldman either. But is there anything that anyone said up here that you want to take about 55 seconds to respond to?
He just said we don't really care about what Mr. Goldman says.
Appeal to everyone in this room is I wish you would spend the time focusing on the fact that the Chinese Communist Party infiltrated the White House of the United States of America through the Biden family. I don't say that lightly. It's not a joke. I was willing to die for this country, as was my father, my grandfathers, and my brother. This is serious, serious stuff. We should be asking how that happened. Take the Biden name and the Biden family completely out of it. How did the Chinese Communist Party infiltrate the White House of the United States of America? Let's start there, focus on those facts, what they did, how they did it, why they used money, why they used private enterprises instead of military stuff and other stuff. That is huge to our national security. So I appreciate you yielding that time to me, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, and I'll just say this. Mr. Tlaib and Ms. Presley criticized the investigation, but I think most Americans care about the corruption, and they realize the FBI hasn't done the job, the DOJ hasn't done their job, the IRS hasn't done their job. They've been told to stand down. All that's left of the House Oversight Committee, and we will do our job.
Okay.
And pursuant to the previous order, because
Okay, he
votes have been
corrected him, so
called
we
again,
will do our job.
the committee stands in
Said
recess
that
subject to the call of
fully.
the chair. The committee will reconvene 5 minutes after floor votes.
All right, more floor votes are ahead. We're going to see if we can't get a live shot of the House of Representatives, just like we did last time. So please stand by. We are going to work to get that. We've heard a lot of interesting things today. There are more House votes. It's currently 3:14, late in the afternoon. I'm not sure how long I can stay talking to you guys and on here, so I'm going to go back to the U.S. House of Representatives. There's also a hearing on the U.S. agriculture in China happening right now. Give me a second. We have to go through the whole thing. Girl, C-SPAN again on the left. And as the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is back in recess, I've been watching this and helping you guys analyze through this, but also I don't always go fact checking things unless someone actually just lies. But okay, let me give you guys a live feed. The House of Reps waiting. Me. Apologies for the background noise. The wind noise you're hearing. You know, when you do 5 hours of coverage, your system becomes really hot, just like this camera right here that continues to shut off. Now we're back. So, here's a live feed of it all as we break it all down for you guys.
Literally today, impeach Hunter Biden with like some guy named Tony Bobulinski. Like, who is that guy? Like, why does America even care?
I think that is a Democratic news
The
conference.
star witness for the Republicans.
I'm just going to mute it. Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Indicted by the Department of Justice for lying.
Okay. It was that screen because that's now loading. Let me see if I go back over here. Yes, okay. Let me also fix this and make it go. Yes, because we're on earlier. Oh, we just lost it. Okay. All right. Hold up here. Technical difficulties here. And then it's when my phone keeps shutting off. We've been live for now 5 hours and 22 minutes and 47 seconds. We've got 9 continuous viewers. Thank you guys for watching. This has been one long day. Okay, do we have it now? Okay, now let's see. It's right here.
Republicans and the White
There we
House
go. Now
are
we
going
have
to
it.
tolerate
Make sure it
any
goes like this,
significant,
okay, so I can kind of
harmful
talk
cuts
and break
and
down
crazy
some of the
policy
things that are
writers.
going
It
on.
was
Let's
only
go ahead
House
and mute that.
Republicans who
Right, there we go. Now that it's muted. I want to see if we can't get a view like this. And then, oh, and there goes the camera. Okay. Gotta precisely set it down. Okay, and then move this right there. Changing some things around here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what we have been watching is the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, who is now in recess in the committee room, go over what they are calling influence peddling, examining Joe Biden's abuse of public office. But at this point, and as far into this as we are, there has been limited evidence that there's been plenty of evidence. I'm saying evidence pointing to a specific charge that they could indict the president on. And that is what has been interesting. And that is what we are continuously seeing from people on the Democratic side of the aisle saying, you know, they don't want to continue doing this because, you know, 15, 16 months now this coverage, and not much has come from it. So we are still waiting here, and I want to stand by here. I'm sorry if you guys can hear an air noise. That air noise is because with all of this equipment, it gets really hot, so I have to have a fan powering on all of it, because that's why this phone continues to turn off randomly. So give me just a second. I'm gonna scroll through like feeds like Twitter and see if we have anything interesting coming from there. Anything crazy? I know you guys can hear that air noise. I can just tell. It's so loud. Let's put both headphones on to be able to hear what is going on in the hearing room. It's room 2154. It's 419 though. Right now, I'm gonna take a break here. No, I'm sorry. At 4:30 is when I'm gonna have to take a break. But right now we're still waiting for a House vote. So I wonder if I'm actually able to do that now and get a different live view inside the House instead of the C-SPAN view from the actual House of Representatives. And thanks C-SPAN for having that footage for us. They're the only one allowed inside these places to give the press live views, as there are an extremely unbiased news source. But I don't know if we're going to be... okay, here's what we're going to do. Probably need to take this off of the screen. You're watching this as it happens. Tab's fixing to change. Okay. Cut that off right there really quickly as we wait. Oversight Committee in recess. And we'll go here, over here. I don't know how long that will last. And then on this side of things, I'll go too. I guess I would also need to take this off of the screen for the first time in a while. So then that just leaves me. And we can full screen that. And then we have this back in the frame. There we go. And then we can also take a live look at the House here in just a second. Stand by. Okay, now we have a live view at the House. If we can get that pulled up also. And there you go. Now you can see both as we're talking about this all. The Biden impeachment inquiry is continuing, and we're going to wait and see what the developments that come out of this. I want to go back to doing this. I have to move. So I have to move myself over here. And then it moves. Okay, now I'm back over here to talk and on these developing resources and different things of that. So I'm going to write a quick lower third here. Really go back over there. Okay. Let me write a quick lower third. Those are what pops up at the bottom of the screen where it says live, Jackson Mitchell. So let me change in there really quickly. Not sure what representative that is. We'll just run a longer one. Oh, and we lost that feed. Oh, technology. I can hear the fan in the background. Okay, there we go. New lower third here. Let me attempt to get this pulled back up for you guys. I don't know what's going to happen because when the tabs go inactive, it automatically shuts down. So I may have to change that setting on our live. Now it's a whole black screen. Okay, guys. House is voting right now. That's what you are watching. They're waiting. I'll just pull it up back over here. Let me turn this down. You're fixing to hear a beep. Actually, when it's up, you can hear less background noise inside my house. Okay, I'll just pull it back up over here. Yeah, this whole thing just crashed. That's why we never use it for anything. I'm going to take my headphones off for just a second. These are more reliability headsets, like reliable, like as in like I can hear what I'm saying, but it's delayed and it messes with me. That's why you see me like pull one ear off so I can actually hear myself, because it gets quite like frustrating when like it's a second delayed and I mess up my words. So there you go. We are waiting right now. We have some breaking news. The FCC says it's investigating Amazon and other retailers for alleged marketing and selling of unlawful electronic devices, including a radio frequency jammers. That's going to be interesting to follow. So that was a report from NBC News. Also give you a little bit of a headache from staring at the screen here, but hold up, everyone. You're going to see a different screen for just a moment as I pull up this side of things, so stand by. You're going to see the video loading. That's what it looks like. It's loading extremely slowly because I have that other tab actually open, so. Oh my gosh. Right, there we go. Now we can go back over here to the house. But as soon as the Committee on Oversight and Accountability goes back, I don't know how many more representatives they have. I do not even know how many representatives are even on the committee. This has been taking forever. But as soon as they do so, we're going to take back over on that screen. So for now, I'm going to leave you. If I can, we'll put this screen up too, so then you can have some nice music for watching. But I will change it and put it more like this. And of course, it puts me way over here. And thanks for watching first. All right, so our coverage is going to resume in this moment. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. As you can see on that side of your screen. here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put it like this. Just to thank everyone for watching. I can hear the music blasting. Let me turn that down. Wow. Sorry, headphone users. My biggest apologies. My headphones are set down and I can hear the music blasting. Can y'all even hear me? I'm so sorry, headphone users. Okay, it should be turned down now. Still blasting. I don't know. Alright, but thanks everyone for watching so much. I'm going to return in just a few moments with more breaking news coverage of this event we have been watching the whole entire day. The Biden impeachment inquiries. There we go. That sounds so much better. Alright, thanks for watching everybody.
Do I gavel again? On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays are 188. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on the agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6009, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6009, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 211, and the nays, the motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
What? For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 200. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The journal stands approved.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Apologies about the technical difficulties there. All right. So, in just a few moments, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will go out of recess and they'll come back. And I don't know how many more representatives you have to hear from, but I figure we have a few more. At about 4:15, 4:30, I'm going to have to take a break and either end our coverage or I'm kind of hoping that they're done because this has lasted forever, it feels like. So I just don't know how many more representatives we have to go. So I'm just now waiting for that number as you take a look on your screen. 4:03 Central Standard Time, where we are here in Brooklyn, and 5:03 on the East Coast, where Washington, D.C. is. Not Washington, D.C. isn't on the coast, but it's in the East. So just waiting for that right now. And I know you might be able to hear a fan noise in the background. I was talking about that earlier. That's going to be the fan over here. If you want to hear some wind noises. That is blowing air, trying to keep our computers here from absolutely exploding. So, just waiting here. To see exactly when they go back into session. They usually would go back into session 10 minutes after the vote, so we have about 5 more minutes, 4 or 5 more minutes, as they're on 1 minute speeches now. So, a little while to go as we wait here. I want to change some of the settings here. Just a little bit to go as we wait here. And give me just a second. I need to change a setting. All right. You should be able to hear me a little bit better as we break down exactly what is happening. I'm hoping, again, just a little more to go sorry, in this committee. It's unknown still how much longer it will go as we wait. Sorry guys, I'm changing a setting and that's why my microphone was getting louder, quieter. And then, sorry. So many technical difficulties today. So many technical difficulties apparently. So right now, we are awaiting the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability to go back into session here. So again, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability expected to go back into session here in just a few moments. And if I can, I want to make my voice just a little bit louder here. I don't know how well you guys can hear me. And again, technical difficulties here. Just waiting. It gets so hold with y'all. It gets so much louder when I change one of the settings here. So let me turn this back down just a little bit here. As again, we are awaiting the Committee on Oversight and Accountability to go back into session to 5:06. We're just waiting here. I'm hoping we don't have a lot more to go. We've been watching and doing this all day. At about 4:15, though, if they're not back into session, I'm going to have to take a break and probably end our coverage. But I'll tell you guys where to go to watch it. Which you can actually go to, I think it's called GOP Oversight, the YouTube channel. That's where you can go and you'll be able to actually see exactly what I'm seeing right now, because that's where I'm getting my footage from. Again, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability still in recess. We are awaiting them to resume their coverage. I'm Jackson Mitchell here with Brooklyn News. Our coverage will be standing by for when they go back into session. We are awaiting. Thank you all so much for watching Brooklyn News' breaking news coverage here on Jackson Mitchell. Still awaiting for the Committee on Oversight and Accountability to go back into session after the House of Representatives went ahead and took a vote, meaning that they did have to go into recess, or you could say pause their investigations and hearing the testimony. Testimony today was from Jason Galanis, Tony Bobuliskin, and Lev Parnas. We are still awaiting them to go out of recess. We want to thank you for watching our breaking news coverage here on Brooklyn News. I'll break in right before they come back on. I'm Jackson Mitchell with Brooklyn News. Alright guys, unless they go back into session, and I'm having to hold my mic here, give me a second, I may need to sneeze again, give me just a second. Apologies, let me get my mic. Apologies, let me get my mic put on. I took it off before our coverage. Right as I was wrapping up our coverage, I took my mic off. I made a sneeze again here. So, I'm gonna turn it, I want to keep the music on. I just want to turn it down just a little bit lower. All right, what you're listening to and what you're looking at, and thanks for watching our BN Breaking News coverage here on Brooklyn News, of course. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability here at about 4:15. I'm either going to wrap up our coverage, I'm still deciding what I want to do. Wrap up our coverage, or I'm going to put y'all onto this if they go back in here. But I have places to be, so I may have to wrap up our coverage and go ahead and wrap it up here at about 4:11 right now. 5:11 on the East Coast, so we're just standing by here right now at this point. Oh, here we go. It should be coming back very soon. I can hear it. We have audio from them now.
The committee hearing will reconvene. Chair recognizes Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes.
Guys.
Mr. Bobulinski,
We're going to leave you on this for
interactions
just
with the
a
Biden
moment
family, which
here
you've told us
on Brooklyn
all about,
News and
throughout
listen
the
in
day.
here.
Did you ever observe the Chinese government grant 22 patents to any of Joe Biden's children while Joe Biden was in office?
I did not.
Did you ever observe the Chinese government, did you ever observe Joe Biden ever own or operate any hotels while he was in public office and take millions of dollars from foreign governments?
I did not.
Did you ever observe Joe Biden employ any of his children or their spouses in the White House as vice president or president?
I did not. I can't speak to that.
Did you ever observe, while observing the Bidens install a family member to be the co-chair of the DNC?
Ask the question again?
Did you ever observe the Bidens install a family member to be the co-chair of the Democratic National Committee?
I did not.
Did President Biden or anyone in his family take $2 billion from the Saudi government?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did President Biden or anyone in his family get fined $355 million for tax fraud?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Parnas, as you've observed Mr. Bobulinski today and his fealty and dedication and loyalty to the Trump family, is that something you recognize as somebody who was also in that cult before?
Absolutely.
Is there hope for our man Tony here?
Very little, I think, until he hits a brick wall.
And in your experience, on a scale of 1 to 10, how eager was the Trump campaign in your interactions to manufacture dirt on Joe Biden? 1 to 10, 10 being the highest.
10 plus.
10 plus. Would it surprise you, Mr. Parnas, that the Russians and in their disinformation campaign outlets have often cited Chairman Comer's testimony and allegations against the Biden family to make their own allegations against Joe Biden?
No, it doesn't surprise me because that's exactly what they want to happen.
Mr. Chairman, it's over. It's over. It's time to pack it up. And I want to give you the top 10 reasons why impeachment is dead. Number 10, your key witness today is testifying from the slammer. Number 9, key evidence of a bribe that you all relied on. The guy who said that has been indicted for lying about that bribe, and he's a Russian asset. Number 8, another key witness has been indicted, a Chinese agent. Number 7, during the Hunter Biden interview, Mr. Chairman, you didn't even stay for the whole time. Number 6, Chairman Jason Smith didn't show up at all to the Hunter Biden interview. The same day, number 5, Darrell Issa said it's a big nothing. Number 4, today Jim Jordan began his remarks not by relying on any evidence for this investigation, but he went off attacking the DOJ about what they're doing with the Catholics. Number 3, you all still have not sent the articles of impeachment for the Mayorkas impeachment to the Senate, and that happened last month. Number 2, you're now talking about a criminal referral But if you had evidence for a criminal referral, then you have evidence to impeach somebody for high crimes and misdemeanors. And number one, and I'm sorry to say this, Fox News isn't even carrying this today. In fact, one of their anchors, as they broke away 10 minutes in, said, this is the same hearing over and over and over. At what point are you going to fish or cut bait? So I just have to tell you, it's over. Impeachment's over. Dunzo. Bye-bye. Rigor mortis. Lights out. Curtain drop. Mic drop. Peace. Adios. Sayonara. Au revoir. Or a language that you all understand. Doi sivdanya. Did I say that right, Mr. Parnas?
Yes.
I dare you to impeach, but you won't because you don't have the evidence. And because you don't have the evidence, you don't have the votes. Guys, it's dead. And so I'm here to pronounce the time of death. $5:16.
Say it in Chinese.
Impeachment is dead. 5:16. Biden impeachment is dead. Joe Biden has been acquitted.
Time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida for 5 minutes.
Mr. Parnas, I want to read to you a few quotes from a letter that you wrote to the House Oversight Committee. First, you said that I will remind you that Zlochevsky's answers are in the report that the House Oversight Committee published. In this document, he stated that Hunter Biden was never asked or assigned to speak with anyone in the U.S. on behalf of Burisma. Mr. Parnas, are you aware that according to Amos Hochstein, a U.S. State Department official, in a transcribed interview with the Senate, Hunter Biden requested to have a meeting with him in November of 2015. Mr. Hochstein testified that he met with Hunter Biden and they spoke about Burisma. So yes or no, that statement that you made to House Oversight was incorrect?
The statement was correct because that statement,
Yes or no?
The statement is coming
So are you
from the
saying yes,
words
it
of
was?
CEO Burisma.
It's directly
This was his
conflicting with
answer. This was
testimony.
not-
Next question.
That was not
There
my
were no
answers.
political
Those
or
answers
lobbying
from the
firm
CEO
efforts on behalf
Burisma.
of Burisma in your statement that you made to House Oversight. Mr. Parnas, are you aware that Burisma's engagement of Blue Star Strategies, which was a lobbying firm that was lobbying the U.S. government on behalf of Burisma, and Mykola Zlochevsky, and according to Sally Painter and Karen Turmatano, the heads of Burisma. So that statement, again, that you wrote to this committee was incorrect, yes or no?
No, you're incorrect. Because
No,
like I
that
said,
is incorrect.
no,
You are directly conflicting with that. My final question for you, Mr.
the answers were
Parnas,
given
is
by,
next
not
you
by
wrote that
me,
nobody
by
from the
CEO
company of
Burisma.
Burisma has ever spoken to Joe Biden. It's okay, Chairman, I got him. Mr. Parnas, Devin Archer testified to this committee that Vadim Picharsky, the corporate secretary of Burisma, sat down for dinner with Joe Biden. So that statement also was incorrect that you wrote to this committee, yes or no?
No, it's not incorrect.
Mr.
because-
Chairman, I think this witness's credibility is shot. I'd like to give the remaining of my time to the amazing representative from Florida, Representative Matt Gaetz.
Very good.
The Democrats could have sent anyone. They could have sent Hunter Biden. They could have sent Joe Biden. They could have sent Rob Walker. They could have sent Dan Archer. The Democrats could have sought any person to come and refute the direct evidence backed up by bank statements, backed up by calendar entries, backed up by emails, backed up by text messages. And who did the Democrats send to clear the name of Joe and Hunter Biden? They sent Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas, who was charged with enough crimes and violating our campaign finance laws to, serve 50 years, but he gets 4 months. And the big, grand criminal conspiracy Mr. Parnas is involved in is using Russian oligarch money to try to get marijuana licenses, which seems odd, and then using that Russian money to plow into campaigns in order to achieve that objective. But the fraud he committed wasn't just on our election system by plowing Russian money, it was also a fraud on his own investors who didn't get it. So I guess, Mr. Bobulinski, as you hear Maxwell Frost, my colleague on the Democrat side, say that Mr. Parnas, fresh off of his prison time, is the most credible witness we've had to address these business dealings, what's your reaction to that?
I think it's laughable that the Democrats are asking Lev Parnas to weigh in on my credibility, a convicted felon, served jail time. I have an impeccable record. Now, he warned me earlier in this hearing that they're coming for me. I look
I didn't worry. I said just keep talking. You'll be there soon.
I look forward to that, Mr. Parnas.
Keep lying. You'll be there soon.
Well, and when it,
Is that a threat,
Yeah,
Mr. Partner?
No, it's just the truth. If
No,
you
did
keep
you
li-
say they
I
were
said-
coming for me?
No, I said if you keep lying, you will end up in prison.
I'm not lying. You're the
Well,
one
then
who
if
was
you're not, you have
lying.
nothing to say.
You're the one who went to prison
What am
for
I
lying.
for? Tell me what we're lying for, Mr. Bobrovsky.
What?
You don't even know what you're talking about. What am I lying?
You went to
What is
prison
lying?
for lying and defrauding
No,
your
what
investors.
am I lying here? What am I lying here?
Oh, the list is
So,
long. We don't have enough
go ahead.
time. I think
Exactly,
Mr.
yeah.
Gates only has a minute.
I think you're a little scared, just
So
Mr.
one
Gates,
crime-
because Mr. Gates doesn't even ask a question. You're filibustering. I've been here for 6 hours, and not one of your committee members has asked me one question. You want to
Well,
hear
I
the
asked you-
truth?
hold on,
no,
hold
you
on,
have-
Mr.
no, no. You
I
wanna
asked a
ask
question about
Get
your
to the
illegal
truth.
business
I've been here for
dealings.
7 hours.
Mr.
Ask me
Bobulinski.
some questions.
Fraud is a
Stop
crime, right?
filibustering. Yeah, ask
Correct. Fraud is a crime.
Fraud is a crime, and you observed fraud on the part of the Bidens, right?
I did, crystal clear. So much so I had an independent law firm spend $300,000 to analyze that fraud and put together a fully ready, fileable lawsuit against the Biden family.
And bribery is a crime, right?
Correct?
And what you observed with Joe Biden trying to get you into this business deal with Hunter Biden, what you later learned about that business deal and how the money was flowing from the Chinese Communist Party to Hunter Biden, to other members of the Biden family, did that concern you as a potential feature of money laundering?
It did. It did. I started to grow concern after I met Joe Biden, and then I sat down with Joe Biden, and he used the term plausible deniability with me, and that's documented because I went back to my lawyers and I asked them, something is starting to feel unright, and they went and hired another law firm to give me a full FCPA workup to go through the details of what could be done and what couldn't be done.
Sounds like high crimes and misdemeanors to me, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Very good. Chair now recognizes the chairwoman of the House Education Committee, Ms. Fox from North Carolina. Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleagues for what you have been doing here today, unraveling these issues. Mr. Galinas, in your written testimony, you state that your, quote, objective was to build a diversified private equity platform which would be anchored by a globally known Wall Street brand together with a globally known political name, Biden, end quote. Is it correct that Harvest Fund Management, a $300 billion Chinese financial services company closely connected to the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was interested in partnering with you and your business partners?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Why was the CCP-connected Harvest Fund Management interested in doing business with you and your partners, Hunter Biden and Devon Archer?
The only plausible reason, and the reason we even discussed, was because of the access that it provided. There was a quote that was attributed to Henry Zhao, the chairman, that talked about the access that it provided. So there's documentation of contemporaneous that said what their interest was, and that interest was political access.
Thank you. Is it correct that Harvest Fund Management believed that Joe Biden would take a seat on that company's board after his vice presidency ended?
Yes, that's correct. And there were emails to that effect around that time that were circulated by people who were there as part of those conversations, including the golf outing.
Thank you. Are you aware of Hunter Biden ever speaking to his father, Joe Biden, about the plan to have him join the board of Harvest Fund Management?
Yes, I witnessed that, yes.
It seems clear that Joe Biden was aware of his family's use of his office and influence to do business with America's adversaries, and therefore a choice to pursue personal gain over national security. Mr. Bobulinski, is it true that former Vice President Joe Biden met with Li Jinping, the chairman of CEFC China Energy?
It is based on Rob Walker saying yes to that in a transcribed interview. I personally was not at that meeting.
When did this meeting take place based on what Mr. Walker said?
Yeah, in my understanding, it would have been February 2017. After they had a meeting in Miami, I believe James Gillier got on the corporate jet of CFC and flew with Yi Jinping and Director Zhang to D.C. in preparation for that meeting.
After this meeting with former Vice President Joe Biden and Chairman Yi, were any payments made to the Biden family or associates?
Yes, well, it gets to that point of obfuscation, $3 million was wired to Rob Walker's account on March 1st. Actually, they sent 2 wires. The first wire got kicked back, and then they sent a second wire on March 1st, 2017 to Robinson Walker LLC. And then as your committees walked through today, they parsed that out to the Biden family in numerous different payments.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it is clear that Joe Biden is the common element in all of Hunter Biden's attempts to do business with China. There's a pattern emerging that the Biden family and associates, including Joe Biden himself, deliberately chose personal gain over the safety and best interest of the very Americans Joe Biden was elected to serve, protect, and defend. With that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gates.
Hunter Biden's deposition. Question. Do you think some of your business associates we've spoken about today, Mr. Archer, Mr. Bobulinski, Mr. Galanis, do you think they had an expectation that your dad had any role or involvement in any of your joint business dealings? Answer from Hunter Biden. Not an expectation from me. There was never a single time I can remember saying, hey, we'll get my dad involved. Hey, let's get my dad on the phone. Hey, let's, what can we get out of dad for this? Mr. Galanis, what's your reaction to that testimony from Hunter Biden in light of you describing the Biden lift?
I think it's patently false. It's belied by emails, and I think that there's documentation that says that that's just an untruthful statement.
And what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Galanis, is there you are sitting in a prison cell for a financial crime where you were an associate with Hunter Biden and some of the other players there, and they're out enjoying Southern California, and you're sitting in a prison cell, and they've got the ability to come and give this false testimony to Congress. Is it your belief that the Biden Justice Department retaliates against people who speak out against the Bidens and their crimes?
I'm living that. I think to clarify, I took responsibility for my crimes. I pleaded guilty. I've served 8 years. Clean conduct, and I think I've rehabilitated myself quite a bit in that period of time, and evidence, a track record. But I would say that there is unquestionably a pattern of 2 tiers of justice, and that's become a popularized term, and it's something that I've a lived experience that I've gone through.
Yield back.
Before I recognize Mr. Waltz, for what purpose does Mr. Bigg seek recognition?
I want to include an article in a record. The article is entitled "Tlaib renews her, quote, impeach the MFer, close quote, call against Trump."
Without objection to order, for what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the press release from the Department of Justice. Lev Parnas sentenced to 20 months in prison for campaign finance, wire fraud, and false statement offenses.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Waltz from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I find it incredibly rich. Mr. Swalwell is going to come to this committee and lecture us about how China penetrates our government. I think that's something he may know a thing or two about, but let's talk about how China's penetrated the highest levels of this government, including this president and this White House, because I think the visual is incredibly important. Mr. Bobulinski, Hunter Biden portrayed Chairman Yi, the chairman of CEFC, to Jim Biden as a protege of Xi. Is that accurate?
Not only is it accurate, and it wasn't just Hunter Biden, it was James Gilliar, Rob Walker. I wouldn't have used the word protege. They just basically,
You don't run China's largest state-owned energy company without being close to Chairman Xi.
Correct.
Right, fair enough. And by the mid-2000s, Chairman Ye ran a business empire estimated, as much as you can estimate a Chinese state-owned enterprise, tens of billions, including, and from a national security standpoint, this is the critical piece here, including implementing China's Belt and Road Initiative, not just all over the world, right here in the United States. Is that accurate?
100%. So CEFC was effectively the shadow arm of the Chinese government, deploying tens of billions of dollars around the world, very well documented. At its peak, I think it was doing $50 billion of revenue per year, one of the top 5 largest.
Debt diplomacy, where they are taking electrical goods, they are bribing officials, they take as collateral, not just grids, ports, airports, key infrastructure that the Chinese government could then leverage and use against any country, but also here in the United States. I mean, that's how the Belt and Road Initiative works. Heck, I was just in the Armed Services Committee with the commander of Indo-PACOM, our Pacific Command, talking about how China is basically gobbling up infrastructure around the world, including here. So by the mid, 2015, 2016, Hunter Biden's developed a very lucrative business relationship. By 2017, Hunter Biden's forged such a partnership with Chairman Ye that he planned to share an office space with him, and then just removed Vice President Biden at the House of Sweden in Washington, D.C., correct?
Correct.
So here's what's interesting, and building on Chairman Fox's questions, within days of him leaving the vice presidency, ostensibly for work performed, $3 million flows through these shell companies that we've depicted here. I mean, you could see how complicated this is, but the key piece is the flow to Hallie Biden, to Jim and Sarah Biden, to Hunter Biden and his various affiliates. And the kicker here, Mr. Chairman, is that we know Hunter is then complaining about paying all his dad's bills. He's complaining to the other relatives, saying, you freeloaders, I'm having to use all this money to pay the big guy's bills, house renovations and all kinds of things, correct?
Correct, and it's important for the American people to understand the $3 million was 3 of $20 million that the Bidens expected to be paid for the work in 2015 and 2016.
Mr. Chairman,
and that's not just my word, that is documented.
That's all
in
documented, bank records, text messages, emails. Mr. Chairman, Bob Menendez's wife can't get paid by the Egyptians and then provide that money over to pay Goldbar Bob's, Senator Menendez's bills. I can't have my daughter get paid by, I don't know, Kazakhstan, Russia, and China and then pay my bills.
Sure.
And we know also that they had commingled funds with the Vice President of the United States. When we talk about crimes, let's talk about the crimes. We know he perjured himself. That's a crime. We know he was acting as a foreign agent. And was he registered under FARA? Was he registered as a foreign agent?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was his dad complicit in him acting as a foreign agent through meetings and dinners and what have you? That's crime.
100%.
That's crime number 2. He was clearly acting in that capacity. We have the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and we already have them thanks to the work of this committee for tax evasion. So, Mr. Chairman, there are multiple crimes that this committee has established ample evidence. We must move to impeachment. We cannot allow this to stand. And I look forward to seeing those references to the Department of Justices. For this is a critical national security issue. The Chinese Communist Party call it the princelings. They don't go after the principle they want to influence. They go through the sun. And it is right out of their playbook. And they've done it at the highest levels of the United States government. I yield my time.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple of UC requests, if that's all right.
Proceed.
One is from Devin Archer's transcribed interview testifying that Joe Biden had nothing to do with any of Devin Archer's business ventures with Hunter. Second is the declassified intelligence community assessment from the National Intelligence Council, March 2021, detailing efforts by Russian actors to interfere in the 2020 U.S. elections. And finally, most importantly, the U.S. District Court decision from the Southern District of New York in United States versus Galanis, where Mr. Galanis was described as a con artist who wanted to be in business with Hunter Biden but never was, and how they thought that they could add layers of legitimacy to their con operation. If I could have those introduced.
Without objection, so ordered. Now the chair recognizes Mr. Gates from Florida.
You're a serious business person, Mr. Bobulinski, right?
I am.
Unlike the convicted felon next to you, you've served in the military, right?
Correct.
You've done big deals, complicated deals, deals that involved foreign businesses, right?
Correct.
And so what I'm trying to figure out is when you came to realize that you showed up at the wrong party. Because you kind of strike me as a guy who showed up to do a legitimate business deal, and you ended up instead at a bribe. And so as you're looking at CEFC, as you're having this meeting with Joe Biden, as Hunter Biden is introducing you to his web of contacts, when did you go from serious businessman Tony Bobulinski working to make a buck in a capitalist system to a guy worried that you had been unwittingly ensnared into Hunter and Joe Biden's bribe operation with the Chinese Communist Party?
I appreciate the question. It wasn't an aha moment. It was more of a process. I am a serious businessman, demonstrated by the different deals I've done around the world and the success of them. But it started, remember, the Biden family wasn't my entry into this. James Gilliar, who I'd known for over 10 years, who traveled the world doing business, kept trying to get me involved. I really had no interest. I sat down in the spring of 2017 to walk through things, and then I quickly put together two businesses, Sinohawk and Oneida. After the meetings in Los Angeles with Hunter and Joe Biden, it started to sort of, bells and whistles started to go off when Jim Biden used the term plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability is the first moment, straight from the lips of Jim Biden, right on the heels of your discussion with Joe Biden, where you start to think, this might not be legit.
Correct. And my lawyers at the time could attest to that because I reached out to them saying, listen, I'm a former naval officer. I held a Q security clearance. I can collect. Somebody couldn't take me to dinner for $50. This just does not make sense to me.
But you proceed, and then later this thing starts to get a lot uglier. What's the moment you go from, hey, your spidey senses are up, analyzing this, to now you know this is a crime that you are bearing witness to?
The end of July, when the Biden family put them right front and center in the middle of a $9 billion transaction between the Russian state-owned energy company Rosneft and CFC, a surrogate for the Chinese Communist Party.
And was there ever a time in the deals you were involved in where you started to see the money move around the legitimate business enterprise and toward the pockets of the Bidens?
Well, the challenge, Mr. Gates, with that is at the time they moved the money, right? You guys have the text messages where Hunter Biden shook down Director Zhang, but I was not aware of that. I spent a year asking questions of, this doesn't make sense to me, where's the money? I stepped in and had lawyers work to dissolve the two entities. I didn't know till years later that they had defrauded me, they had gotten paid all this money, and all this craziness. The amount of facts,
it just seems pretty simple. This is either a bribe or a business.
It was a bribe from the Chinese Communist Party.
And
I don't say that lightly. There's 1,200 pages, 8 days of testimony in the Southern District of New York. I encourage everyone watching me, hearing me say this, they're publicly available. Go read them. Our Department of Justice outlines in intimate detail the corruption and bribes that CFC was deploying to political officials all over the world.
It wasn't
so
just in
I'm
the
here
United
to
States.
believe that they did this in every other country, but with the Biden family, it was pristine. It was an actual clean business. That's absurd.
And you came to know that, and that's when you blew the whistle, right? That's when you started to get worried, when you saw Joe Biden.
I stepped away from it. There's the whistleblowers. I can't give them kudos enough for the bravery and the risk they put their family in. They publish stuff where I am voicing the concern of the Rosneft deal.
And you animated your concerns when you saw that this wasn't just a corrupt bribe, a corrupt business deal happening to a guy who used to be vice president. When you see that everyone's made a big deal, like you're a bad guy that you showed up at the debate, or you're trying to give life to these facts that you've observed, that it's so bad that you did that during a political contest. But observing this, it kind of seems like it would be unpatriotic for you to stay quiet.
Of course.
And so, I mean, Joe Biden running for president clearly motivated the Chinese to consummate this bribe. Did it also motivate you?
Well, I didn't want to go public. I wanted to simply unload all the facts, personal experiences. It's funny, there's 18 people on this committee with law degrees, including, I think, Mr. Swalwell. Evidence, firsthand testimony, is the most powerful evidence you have. I've given it, Mr. Galanis has given it, along with a whole host of other witnesses. Then, on top of that, I have thousands of documents and pages of legals and stuff like that.
That's what's
I
interesting,
wanted to
Mr.
simply
Bobulinski.
give this information.
Yeah,
Congressmen and senators.
No
and
one
let them
questioned
do their
any of
job.
your facts. Yeah. No one brought a single piece of evidence that even for a moment discredited any of the truthful testimony that you've given us.
No,
I see
they
my
did
time's
not.
expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That concludes our questioning. Again, want to thank the witnesses. We are going to close now, and I will yield to the ranking member for a brief closing statement.
Great, and I'll take an extra 32 seconds as Mr. Gates did. Well, and while we're on Mr. Gates, he seemed to be upset about a couple different things. One was fraud, which was fascinating to me, given that his hero, Donald Trump, has just been convicted civilly of bank and insurance fraud in New York in a civil case, and now owes, I think it's $454 million, unless that's gone up with interest. I think he's having a hard time making that, but I'm sure that Mr. Gates' constituents will help him out as they're shaking down Republican voters. You can pay either for Donald Trump's criminal lawyers or his civil lawyers. That's the big political choice, I suppose. He's also upset about China. Well, if you check out the Democrats' report, White House for Sale, how princes, prime ministers, and premiers paid off President Trump, you'll find that China actually gave more than $5 million to Donald Trump while he was president of the United States in direct violation of the emoluments clause, which says that nobody in federal office shall accept a present, an emolument, which means a payment, an office or title of any kind whatever from a king, a prince, or a foreign state. And we spent the day, again, jawboning about Hunter Biden, who has never held public office, and he's never done business with a government. And yet we have right in front of us, in front of our very eyes, mammoth corruption, unprecedented U.S. history by Donald Trump as president. And my friends don't say a single word about it, but he wants to lecture Mr. Parnas about the illegal donations he made on behalf of pro-Trump super PACs. I've noticed something interesting with the people who have finally disenthralled themselves and gotten out of the Trump cult, as Mr. Parnas puts it. People like Michael Cohen, Sarah Matthews, Cassidy Hutchinson, Alyssa Griffin. There's articles about them. There are dozens of those people, and I'd be fleeing for the exits now too. What's so fascinating to me about it is that they don't mind when these people lie for Donald Trump. Then when they get out and start telling the truth, that's when they call them liars for what they did when they worked for Donald Trump. Mr. Parnas, they're not mad that you lied and went to prison for it and did your time. They're mad that you stopped lying for Donald Trump.
Absolutely, Congressman Raskin.
So when I was Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Chairman, I saw a judge on my very first day of work castigate a lawyer by saying, son, you forgot the very first rule of lawyering. When you go to court, you got to bring the evidence with you. You forgot to bring the evidence. There's no evidence. Hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, dozens of hours of testimony, but not a shred of evidence of presidential wrongdoing.
And as we wait for him to finish
by President Biden.
it's been about 7
the
hours
majority
of
a
live
laughing stock, the whole committee a laughing stock. So it's hurting us. My members are saying, when will they call off this nonsense? So here we are. Again, Mr. Parnas, I want to thank you. You have explained to America that the allegations at the very foundation of this inquiry were predicated
all right, can you hear me, guys?
Propaganda and disinformation.
Should be able to hear me.
At the start of
Okay.
job that you and Rudy Giuliani
let me turn this down just
2018 and 19. And I want
a little bit. All right.
Showing America what real intellectual
6 hours, 48 minutes, 50 seconds left. 50 seconds later, we are wrapping up our coverage here on Brooklyn News of the Biden impeachment inquiry hearings in the committee of.
And an historic failure at that, but it's an historic betrayal of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law as Vladimir Putin tramples the freedoms in the democracy.
As he finishes up his statements at his ranking member, Representative Raskin, the Democrat.
With spectacles like this, I yield back.
All right.
Should have brought
It
my
appears
waders from the farm. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today.
Let's listen in to Representative Comer,
have
the
delivered
chairman.
testimony in front of the American people directly implicating President Biden and his family's influence peddling schemes. Schemes that brought over $24 million into the Biden family and
I don't want to cut him off.
associates' pockets.
I think that's what we're going to have to do here.
Heard the minority say.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to listen, and if he says anything, we'll bring it to you. All right. This wraps up our coverage here on Brooklyn News of the Biden impeachment inquiry hearing in the House of Representatives. We saw testimony from Jason Galanis, who was incarcerated and was joining via Zoom. He met with Hunter Biden or President Biden once. Then we had Tony Bobulinski, the former business associate for Hunter Biden, and Lev Parnas, the former aide to Rudy Giuliani, who talked about the trying to find, quote, dirt on Joe Biden in Ukraine, while they failed to find any. This is going to wrap up our coverage here on Brooklyn News. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. It's 6 hours and 50 minutes of coverage. Thank you, guys. I'm Jackson Mitchell here with Brooklyn News, and we will see you next time for our breaking news live coverage.